Prologue, the past I want to forget. It would be absurd to spend childhood, when the brain and body grow at great speed, simply playing. You can acquire as many social skills as you want later on. The most important thing to do now is to develop your talents as much as possible. Many stupid people don't realize this until they become adults and stop developing. If that were the case, it would be too late for them. You understand, right? Masachika. My grandfather used to say this as if it had become a habit. He told me not to waste this precious time when I could grow up as much as possible. He also told me that if I worked hard now, I could avoid unnecessary problems in the future. I will provide the best environment and the best teachers for you. You have talent, a rare and unique talent that no one else has. I am willing to do anything to develop your talent. There was no lie in his words. I know that the more I am taught, the more I grow, whether that's in academic studies, cultural arts, or martial arts. My teachers and my family praised me and I felt proud of myself. Hey Suao, do you want to come too? Please don't do that. Even if you invite him, you know he won't come, so it's useless. It can't be helped, because I have piano practice today. Video games? What is the point of being good at it? I am different from you. Talented people have to work hard. They have to keep trying until they see the limits of their talent. I have to live up to my grandfather's expectations. You can speak English so fluently. That's great, Masachika-san. Thank you. But that's still not enough, Kaa-sama. I can still improve my skills. I will continue studying so that I can speak more fluently, so please compliment me on this, okay? Kaa-sama. I'm sorry, Nii-sama. Since I always fall asleep, Nii-sama must be having a hard time, right? What are you talking about, Yuki? Your body is too weak, right? What can you do? Don't worry, I'll do my best for you too. I will be the successor of the capable Suao family, so you don't have to worry about anything, okay? Are you okay, Masachika? Isn't it hard for you with all the lessons you've learned? You can play like most other kids, you know. Play? I only play cards with Yuki and Ayano anyway, Tio-sama. Since I've been playing for an hour, I have to go back to studying soon. Recently, Kasama's smile has become strange. I feel that she is forcing herself to give me a compliment. I have to try harder so that she doesn't have to try harder. Wow, a black belt in karate? You've worked hard. That's amazing. As expected, she was trying too hard. In fact, she must not be satisfied yet. Because Kaa-sama didn't mean it, Kaa-sama looked the other way so that Kasama's true feelings wouldn't be revealed, right? I'm sorry Kaa-sama. I will try even harder so that Kaa-sama doesn't have to lie. So that Kaa-sama can sincerely praise me again. Masachika-sama? I think it's time for you to rest. Don't worry Ian. I haven't seen my limits yet. Therefore, I have to work even harder. Instead, please take care of Yuki. I'll be fine, so please take good care of Yuki, okay? Hey, you're underestimating us, right? Don't think that just because you are the son of a wealthy family you can be arrogant. Noisy, don't bother me, you're annoying. Don't mess with what you don't care about and leave me alone. Suao-kun, be a little more friendly with your friends, okay? Even Sensei too, that's none of Sensei's business. After all, these people were not my friends. These people are nothing but scum who do nothing but get in people's way and hold others back. I don't have time to deal with them. In fact, I don't even want to come to school. I don't have much free time. If I don't work more, Kaa-sama will not be smiling from the bottom of his heart. Don't come to school anymore. That is true. Instead, why are you here? Shut up, you idiot. My little sister can't go to school, even if she wants to. Just a little exercise made her cough hard. I couldn't even go out, much less go to school. She suffers from childhood asthma. The symptoms are also quite severe. Of course, the environment and the change of temperature, however, symptoms can also occur due to emotional turbulence, so be careful. Can you believe it? Yuki cannot get angry, cry or even laugh out loud. Not only is she deprived of her physical freedom, but even her mental freedom is taken away from her by her illness. Still, she never said anything selfish. He forced himself to smile so as not to disturb others. Who else wants to be with you? Anyway, I want to be by Yuki's side. But since Yuki is worried about me, I can't skip school for her. Are you going to work again? You haven't even come home in a long time. Sorry, I really want to spend more time with my family too. Oh, my God, you're always like this. Do you really think that just apologizing is enough? Why does Kaasama look so angry? Please stop, please smile like before. I will do my best. So please don't be angry with Toyu-sama anymore. Oh yes, let's play the music that Kaasama said he likes. If I'm not mistaken, Chopin. Chopin what? It is a very difficult song, but I will do my best to practice it. If I can play it the best I can, I'm sure Kaasama will definitely. Yay, basta. I'm sure. I was sure she would be happy. Why? I have been working hard all this time. Even if I don't have time to play because I have a lot of lessons to learn, or if I get teased at school for being arrogant, it's not hard for me. As long as Kaasama keeps praising me. As long as Yuki admires me. How come no one recognizes my hard work? Please praise me. Rub my head gently. Just like you used to do. Regarding Yumi. Don't worry about your mother. You have to keep studying hard as always. As usual? What do you mean, Aji-sama? Am I still trying the same as before? How could I do this? I can't keep doing this. Why don't you understand my suffering? It hurts. It really hurts. Aji-sama's expectations are harsh. Living with Kaasama is very harsh. Yuki and Ayano's innocent looks seemed painful. I'm sick of this. I don't want to live in this house anymore. What a mess, Suao, aren't you going back home? Oi, are you skipping class? Don't you have a class you have to attend? They are annoying. They are very annoying. Always. Better yet, shut up for once. No. These people are not worth my time. Ignore them, I have to ignore them. TCH, so annoying. Always acting arrogant. Instead of this guy, it's more fun to tease his sister, you know. His sister? Yes, although he hasn't been to school lately. Ignore them. Your sister was acting like Aji-sama and I got tired of that. When I took her case for a while, she complained, give it back, then she suddenly fainted. What the hell is that? Rich people are so weak. After all, she just stays in her room playing the piano, anyway. Ha. Ignore them. Welcome Masachika-chan, it's been a long time. Oh, you came, Masachika. I've heard about that. I heard that you beat up 4 boys in your class. Well done. That's what a man should do. Wait a minute, Aji-san, why are you congratulating him? I think he has been scolded enough. And in my opinion, Masachika does not use violence for no reason. When a man clenches his fists, it is because there must have been something he could not ignore. Really? Masachika. Oh my God, whatever, you can stay with us as long as you want, okay? Masachika-chan. If you want, you can stay with us too, your grandparents? Oh yes, I'll show you my Russian collection. Why am I suddenly being praised? I don't know. It's so different from the Suao family, I'm confused. Can you understand Russian so well? Ha! There is no doubt, you are Kyutara's son. This is no big deal. I don't feel at all happy being praised for something like that. What I want is for her to praise me, no one can replace her. Praise from others is completely useless. Hey, do you speak Russian? Incredible, incredible. Stop it, it's no use. Oh wow, you really can do anything. So cool. That kind of thing, Can you play the piano? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Hey, next time I can hear it, okay? Promise me. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. There is none. Who can replace it? Masachika. Chapter 1, Never Heard of a Stomach Fetish. Unai-chan, are you awake yet? In a silent and dimly lit room, where no sound could be heard except the chirping of crickets and the roar of the air conditioner, the melodious whisper of a girl broke the calm atmosphere. However, the boy to whom these whispers were addressed only frowned slightly with his eyes closed and squirmed on the bed. If you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you, you know. Unperturbed by the boy's reaction, the girl's melodious whisper accompanied by a slight smile resounded again in the silent room. However, the boy still showed no signs of waking up. Seeing this, the girl turned the slight smile on her lips into a mischievous grin and squealed with delight. Too bad, time's up. In that case. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through the boy's neck, Masachika's neck, causing him to wake up with a jolt. Ah, finally wake you up. Like hell I finally woke you up. What the hell are you doing all of a sudden? Holding his neck and lifting his upper body, Masachika looked at the girl, his biological sister, Suao Yuki, who was crouched beside his bed. However, Yuki did not seem the least bit intimidated and said in an agitated manner with a satisfied smile on her face. That's why I told you, right? I'm going to kiss you if you don't wake up yet. I've never heard of that. Besides, what about that kiss from before? It's a biting kiss, don't you know? That wasn't a kiss. Did you really bite me instead? Yuki raised an eyebrow with an expression as if surprised to hear Masachika's tsukamai. What, you want a normal kiss so bad? There's no way. Oh, but you have a dirty mouth when you wake up, don't you? Can you gargle with me? How hard are you going to kiss me? I don't want to. Don't be so shy. Didn't we used to play kissing games when we were little? I told you, I don't remember those games. Yes, yes, don't say something so sad, please. Have you forgotten our kiss? It can't be helped. I'll make you remember again. Since there were no undone buttons. Instead, Yuki tightened the collar of his shirt and tried to climb onto the bed. Seeing his sister who started to approach him with a mischievous smile that looked like a boy Ikeman in a shoujo manga, Masachika actually. No, don't come here. Guha. Masachika pushed the rolled-up blanket to cover Yuki's face. Then she fell off the bed with a suppressed scream. Then he rolled over and lifted her leg, wrapped her in the blanket, then covered her mouth with the end of the blanket and she pretended to cry. You are horrible. Even if you stole my first kiss. If that were the case, I would be the one to steal it. Masachika looked at Yuki, who was acting as if she had been abandoned by a terrible man. However, Yuki did not seem to respond to Masachika's gaze and continued with her little game. That's how bad you make me look. Guys are always so selfish. You don't understand guys well enough to talk like that. After all, just you. You're the only boy I know. How annoying. But it turns out, I'm not the only girl next to you. No, what is this about? Yuki looked at Masachika, who had a tired expression. Masachika subconsciously cringed at the dazzling look he suddenly received. Are you still pretending you don't know? I know. I know you are bringing other women into this house. After hearing this, Masachika, who immediately understood what she meant, began to panic. How does she know that? No, at most she is lying. How could she know? Don't let your nervousness show. While immediately making this judgment, Masachika immediately suppressed his nervousness and made an expression of surprise. Hey, how long is this little farce going to go on? Are you trying to trick me? No, I'm not going to do something like that. Then what the hell is that? Yuki held out her hand as she screamed. Between her thumb and forefinger, there was a lock of white hair that was tied back and seemed to shine in the light that shone through the opening in the curtain. A cold sweat ran down Masachika's back. It must be from that girl, right? I found it next to your pillow. What were you doing bringing a woman into bed that wasn't me, you pervert? No, that's not true. I didn't even let her into my room. So, you're admitting that you let her into this house? Hey! Masachika was surprised by Yuki, who suddenly stopped acting and was looking at him warmly. With a smile on her face, Yuki quickly pulled a lock of hair that was stuck in place with her fingers. Take a good look, this is Aji-sama's grey hair. What? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, ha ha ha, I betrayed you. With that, I already paid off the debt at the closing ceremony yesterday. Masachika tried to reply with a sour expression to Yuki, who was laughing triumphantly. Paying debts? But you started first. How dare you say that after you launched a vicious psychological attack on Alya and drugged me? After all, it was a challenge, right? No matter who the opponent is, I'm not going to hurt them, okay? Besides that. Yuki suddenly became serious and straightened up beside the bed. Masachika, who was also carried away by the mood, slightly corrected his posture. Unii-chan-sama, recently, I realized something. What have you noticed? Of that? Yuki suddenly looked somewhere far away while sounding very serious. Maybe I really am a bad noble girl. Let's hear the ending for now. Masachika urged her to continue, although her gaze immediately became friendly. Think about it objectively. I am the daughter of a famous family who is also considered a noble girl in school. Besides, I even have a personal maid named Ayano. Yes. On the other hand, Alya-san is just a girl who comes from a plebeian background and a transfer student from outside. Even though she's at the highest level academically, she's a bit aloof in school. Is that right? So, Alya-san and I fought on the election campaign stage. Yuki then raised her eyebrows and looked at Masachika. No, it's useless even if you put it all right. If you look at it from an outsider's point of view, I really do look like a bad girl, don't I? Well, it's not that I don't understand what you mean. If all goes as it should, Unii-chan will expose all the behind-the-scenes cheating of the election campaign at the graduation ceremony in March, and I will be exiled and expelled from the school as well. So my role is that of a stupid prince. And then the Suao family would kick me out, and then Ayano and I would be thrown out with nothing but the clothes that were attached to our bodies. So you took Ayano too, hey? I was then recruited by the Imperial Academy Student Council President, Hakayuji, who is located in the next town over, and became the Vice President of the Imperial Academy Student Council. Which Student Council President and which academy was that? Then, I, who cooperated with Hakayuji-senpai, will take over Sirei Academy. No, the strength of your student council is too much. Well, then, what's going to happen with me and Alya? Hey? The two of you will be executed as representatives of the losing school. Wait for what? However, the evil is not gone yet. That's right, all the events that have happened up to this point were orchestrated by Ayano, who was moving behind the scenes. And here it is. Chapter 2, The Kimishima Family Rebellion. It's going to start soon. A great conspiracy involving all of Japan is about to happen. A development that was very drastic has finally been revealed. So, like a bad girl, I decided to use all means to win the election campaign. Woah racking, cracking. Yuki, who was clenching her fists toward the ceiling while striking a victory, suddenly turned her gaze to Masachika, who was clapping his hands in a monotone voice. Well, jokes aside, but thanks to my ruse, it's also good for Ani Ija since Ayano took care of you, right? Don't say that as if it means anything else. I didn't do anything weird with him, really. So it seems. God, even if there was a pretty girl who tried to give you a back rub and sleep with you, but you refused. You are a real boy, aren't you? Why am I guilty? I should be commended for being a gentleman, right? It's a shame when a boy doesn't eat his plate in front of him. Besides, Ayano was wearing a very revealing summer-made outfit, you know? It's a cool design that allows you to reach her cleavage just below the collar, you know. Have you ever put your hand there? It's so warm and so soft, it's really good. Masachika's gaze immediately turned cold when Yuki made a confession of sexual harassment with a refreshing expression, but Yuki was not bothered by his look and shook her head while saying ha yaar. Although I had the best excuse of all, because of the fever it prevented him from making good decisions. With the mysterious theory that a common cold can be cured by contagion, this was the perfect opportunity to have an intense skin-to-skin contact under the sun, the pretext of medication. I am disappointed that you did not squeeze any of her boobs. That statement of yours is very disappointing. Or so I thought, but... You inexpediently brought Alya-san into your home? You really cannot be underestimated. Masachika awkwardly looked away from his younger sister, who was approaching with a mischievous smile. It's nothing. It's not a big deal, really. Again, you still don't want to be honest, a boy and a girl of the same age. Together under the same roof. Besides, there are no other family members. There's no way anything can happen in that kind of situation, right? No, really, nothing happened, just... What were you two doing alone? We were just doing homework for the summer. Hey! Upon hearing Masachika's words, Yuki's expression suddenly turned serious and her body, which was leaning forward, returned to its original position. Then she lowered her head without blinking. Doing homework? Is that why you bothered to bring Alya-san home? Yes. On this summer vacation? During the high school freshman summer vacation, where there are many students from all over the world enjoying their youth. Yes. From the looks of it, you didn't invite her just once, did you? About 3 times, I believe. Bastard, coward. Masachika couldn't help but look away, unable to refute the curses thrown at him. No. To be honest, he was curious himself. After the closing ceremony, on his way home, he promised Elisa that they would meet occasionally during the summer vacations, but when he wanted to invite her to meet, Masachika could not find a reason, for excuses, he would lose out. It was very likely he could not wait for an invitation from Elisa either. In the end, after much deliberation, he asked her to meet with the excuse of, "Do you want to do the summer homework together?" For the next 3 days, the two silently went about their respective tasks inside the Q's residence. Nothing resembling a romantic comedy happened. Thanks to this, their summer homework was able to finish quickly, but on the other hand, Elisa's attitude seemed to get more and more complicated, whether it was just his imagination or not. I don't think so, besides, since you didn't bring her into the room, that means you two are studying in the living room, right? Well, that's the way it is. When Masachika gave a half nod, Yuki's eyes widened and she hit the mattress. You stupid bastard! The home study group event should be held at a table in your own room. No, that's assuming the parents are home. You must bring her even if they are not here. And when Alya bends over and you see her breasts, it makes your chest burn, and when she kneels down, the line of her hips makes your groin burn. Don't say my crotch is hot. And then after you poured the tea on her and made her clothes transparent, you went into panic mode and cleaned her up and made a natural feel on her body. Also, you told her to take a shower and dry her clothes, and then she brought her own t-shirt as a temporary replacement. Seeing Alya-san in her own clothes after showering makes your heart race and your groin throb. Clothes. Burn. Masachika throws a pillow at her sister, who has been babbling nonsense since morning. She then calmly walked over to Yuki, who was bent over after being hit in the face with a pillow, and wrapped her in the nearby blanket, tying the ends tightly together. Then he threw her onto the bed. After rudely forcing his sister to shut up, Masachika left the room with a yawn. His eyes then met Ayano, who was wearing a maid's outfit and was clearing the table in the living room. Since it was summer vacation, Yuki and Ayano had been at Kyuza's residence since yesterday. Good morning. Masachika's breath. Gee, good morning. Masachika raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Ayano, who straightened her posture and bowed to him. Did you bother to change your clothes? We are about to leave soon, so wearing normal clothes is not a problem either. Today, thanks to Yuki's insistence, they are going to visit the amusement park. As they were planning to leave home in the morning, Masachika thought he could stay in normal clothes until the time came, but Ayano responded as usual. No. It's natural that I have to wear formal clothes when I do housework. That's the way it is. Masachika thought it would be very difficult to change twice, but according to herself, when she combed her hair and put on her maid uniform, she could activate her maid mode, so Masachika nodded without saying anything else. To be honest, unlike Yuki, who tied her hair in a ponytail and went into Imudo mode, Ayano didn't change much when she combed her hair and went into maid mode, but surely only she herself could understand. Convinced by this, Masachika went to the bathroom. After finishing his business in the bathroom, washing his hands and then washing his face to rid himself of sleep, he returned to his room to change his clothes. However, zzz. Wow! Masachika dropped his heels on Yuki, who was sleeping, pretending, on the mattress wrapped in a blanket. But in reality, he was not kicking with his heels, but with a light push on his abdomen with his thighs. Then Yuki said, She opened one eye while yawning. What's going on? Is it time for breakfast? You still act arrogant even when you are confined like this. Hey, director, no sake. Ah, that's the kind of person who will slowly give you information. Oops. I don't know. I've forgotten all the events of the past. However, you can't honestly say that. That's the bar I used to go to. Try checking out the second floor. You might find something interesting. But if you try to walk away in anger, she will usually give you a clue. Laughing happily at her brother's tsukumai, Yuki opened her arms and tried to free herself from the blanket. Yeah, it's hard to get out. Yuki kicked her legs while still wrapped in the blanket. Masachika, who had been watching her gently for a while, started to crouch down and untie the blanket. Then Yuki immediately smiled and stood up while making a warming motion on her neck. Yaar, you finally came to. Well, now might be the time for me to make a move. And when she escaped from prison with the help of her men, the one who was considered a supporting character turned out to be a strong enemy character. No, what kind of farce is that? After saying this tiredly, Masachika pushed Yuki out of bed and lied down on his bed. Oi, are you tired so early in the morning? How come you're not very excited? Instead, why are you so excited? Don't make me tell you everything, because it seems like Onija just had a bad dream, so I was just trying to cheer you up, you know. Oh? Nightmare. Masachika lied on his back and traced his memories when he heard Yuki's words. Then, somehow, he remembered that he was dreaming of memories from the past. Yuki put her hand on her chest and said to Masachika, who by reflex changed his face, with a flirtatious look. If it's really so hard for you, you can cry on my breasts. Masachika felt both grateful and embarrassed at the attention her sister had hidden in her playful manner. She even bothered to come home with Ayano. Because she was worried about the brother, who practically lived alone and was rushed to Ayano. The person herself said, because I was very late, but in truth, she probably came because she was worried that her brother would be lonely. Well, I guess it's too much to try to involve Ayano and force me to sleep with her. Laughing as he recalled the conversation from the night before, Masachika wanted to tease Yuki a bit for her always playful attitude. It is useless for you to pay attention to such small breasts. There's at least enough to rub together, you idiot. Hey! You can't take a tit that you can't hold, don't you recognize that as a tit? Facing Masachika, who was looking at her delicately, Yuki held up her own breasts from below. Masachika corrected the misunderstanding as he narrowed his eyes at the lack of sex appeal in her sister's ridiculous behavior. No, it's not a matter of getting caught or not, it's just that since your body in general is so thin, I was afraid that your ribs would hit my head. Then why don't you try it yourself? You will surely fall asleep in my maternal aura. Oi ay 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 ay. Guha. As soon as he screamed, Yuki was already on top of Masachika, directly holding Masachika's head and pressing it against her own chest. A soft, supple sensation covered Masachika's face. On the other hand, the tip of his nose, he felt the sensation of touching her sternum. Hee, how about it? Can you feel the motherly aura from me? If it's paternal, then I felt it. You should eat a little more. I like it a lot, really. Eating a lot won't make me fat either, you know. Exasperated, Yuki turned her head away from Masachika and babbled. She then rode on Masachika's stomach, put her hand on his forehead, and shook his head with a yar babble. Ah, I get it. As expected, when it comes to breasts, I really can't compete with the Kyujao sisters. Don't say breasts. But I also have a hard time competing with my hips and legs. Also, when it comes to hips and legs, there is a dark knight named Nano-san. No, I don't know anything about that. Don't you know those stunning hips? TCH, you boob lover. Hey, is this going to be a long story? If it's still long, can you wake me up when it's over? When Masachika tried to sleep normally, although his sister was on top of him twice, Yuki put her hand on his forehead and said ha while smiling. Well, don't jump to conclusions yet, my brother. I really can't compete in terms of breasts, hips, and legs with those three who have foreign blood in their veins, but... Then Yuki suddenly pulled up the hem of her shirt. She spoke with a sweet face while showing off her cute navel and slightly protruding ribs. I decided to compete with my stomach. Phew, what do you think? This soft, plump belly makes you want to rub your cheeks, doesn't it? No, not really. Hee, you don't have to hide anything, a new gate will open soon, right? Unfortunately, there is no womb fetish gate before it can be opened. If it doesn't exist, let's make it, fetish gate. What about that old line? Hey, did you casually treat me like crap? I'm surprised you noticed. Of course I did. Because we both have the same mentality. Especially if you think of things that smell like otaku, it makes it easier to read. Well, that's true. In fact, Masachika could read Yuki's thoughts to some extent, so he understood her feelings. However, Yuki's eccentric behavior is unpredictable, and Yuki's sensitivity to Masachika's otaku mentality is on the level of an esper. So, what do you think? What do you mean by that? Are you starting to tease a belly fetish? For nothing. TCH, as I thought, you prefer breasts, don't you? You want breasts? Here are my little boobs. Yuki pulled her shirt up while smiling and swaying his upper body from left to right. Faced with a sight that would make most of the boys at school red-hot and happy, Masachika actually. Zzz. Oi, you idiot, don't sleep like that. There's a fan service scene with no bra. That bastard. What the hell, even though I'm already so sexy. Saying this with a sullen tone, Yuki lifted her smartphone, slightly adjusted its bottom position while looking at the screen and took a quick selfie. The photo taken. I mean, in the picture she appears with a shirt rolled up to her belly, while riding on Masachika's belly made Yuki swallow dryly nervously. This is... I'm totally into it. Hey, idiot, what are you doing? Yosh, I will send it to Alya-san. The message is, this morning too, Masachika-kun is very excited. You really are a demon. Ah. I have to pretend to be wrong and send, Masachika-kun, you were amazing last night. Okay, give me that. When he quickly stood up and took the smartphone from Yuki's hand, Masachika wrapped Yuki in a blanket again. This took only 4 seconds. It was a very bright technique. Okay, delete. Ah. Hey, don't touch your sister's phone without permission. Cynically ignoring Yuki's protests, Masachika deleted the photo his sister had taken. You are mean. I will definitely protest against you. When his sister was still screaming and squirming like a small caterpillar, Masachika picked her up and... Yes, it's time to get back under the bed. With a soft tone of voice that seemed to be returning a protected animal to its natural habitat, Masachika pushed her under the bed. Ah, tight. Yes, let's put my noisy little sister under the bed. Wait, that's too tight, you know. Besides, a blanket like that looks even tighter. Don't be shy about it, you like tight spaces, don't you? Ignoring Yuki's screams, Masachika kept trying to push Yuki under the bed. Then Yuki suddenly began to make a flirtatious, rousing voice. Please stop, Unii-chan. It hurts so much. It's really painful. Don't push so hard. More than that, it won't fit anymore. Do you really want to do that? This really hurts, you know. Help me, Ayano. She called me Yuki-sama. Why do you carry those weapons? Get rid of them quickly. Ayano, who burst into the room equipped with 3 sharp-pointed metal pencils in her right hand, blinked slowly when she saw the situation in the room. Yuki was wrapped in a blanket, with the right half of her body under the bed. And there was Masachika crouched beside her. Faced with such an incomprehensible situation, Ayano lowered her head inexpressibly for a few seconds, before returning her head to its original position. Oh, you got stuck there? Masachika-sama, I will help you. Saying this, Ayano crouched down beside Masachika and began to pull Yuki up. Now I know exactly how Ayano looks at me. It's your own routine's fault, you know. Misunderstood by her most trusted personal servant, because she was thought to have sneaked off on her own again, Yuki was pulled by the two and her gaze drifted away. So what's with that look? Of course it's a fantasy, Ani Yui. Yuki received Masachika's gaze calmly as she lifted the brim of her hat. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Ayano, the 3 of them gathered in the living room after getting ready to leave, but, the clothes Yuki was wearing was a t-shirt with an anime character of a high school girl playing guitar. Guitar and shorts with suspenders. Her long black hair was tied up in a ponytail, she also wore a beret on her head, and most importantly, she wore large sunglasses. Because of her small body, she doesn't look like a high schooler. From any point of view, she looks like a high school student, or she looks like a big elementary school girl. However, she didn't seem to mind this and put her hand on the brim of her beret with a narcissistic smile adorning her face. Hey, even this costume can't hide my cuteness. Is that cute? Beautiful, of course. Yuki replied with a proud expression Fufu while showing a peace sign, and Masachika scratched his head while thinking to himself, she looks like a tramp. Besides, why are you in disguise? Just like the last time we met Alya-san, there's a chance we'll meet someone we know, right? Now we are both enemies in the election of the student council president, so we should dress up so as not to cause unnecessary speculation. Isn't that okay? After all, you know we are childhood friends, right? Well, just in case. Better be careful not to cause confusion, right? Well. As he thought to himself, wouldn't it be more problematic if her poor disguise were exposed? But it was annoying to say so, so Masachika just gave an indifferent nod. And when he turned his gaze to Yuki's side, he saw a girl with a wild appearance and emitting a landmine aura. Needless to say, this girl was Ayano. She was wearing a simple blouse and a simple skirt. Her black hair, which had been arranged in a maid's mode earlier, was now hanging down in front as if to hide her face, and her large glasses covered her face even more. She had the typical very beautiful woman style. Ayano. Yes, Masachika-sama. I won't say anything bad about it. But please change your clothes. More. Okay. How can a beautiful schoolgirl go out like that? Hearing Masachika's words, Ayano looked confused and turned to Yuki. Naturally, Masachika knew this would happen, so he asked Yuki to change her mind as well. It's up to you if you want to disguise yourself, but this is too much. That's not the right outfit for a pretty girl, you know. No, if she wasn't a pretty girl, that would be bad. Make a quick apology to all ordinary women across the country. After looking at Yuki and saying that, Masachika looked at Ayano. Beautiful girl. Ayano then placed both hands on his cheeks with her usual flat expression. Subconsciously, she could feel his cheeks blushing. However, once she realized that Masachika was looking at her suspiciously, Ayano quickly lowered her hand and straightened her posture. There's no way. You can go change, Ayano. Understood. So she obeyed Yuki's words and made his way to Yuki's room where she kept her luggage. After a few seconds of looking at her back, which was moving away, Masachika shouted. Ah! Just now, did I feel her blush? No matter how you look at it, she was blushing. No. I didn't expect Ayano to be embarrassed by my compliment. Well, that's true. Masachika, who thought she would be indifferent with a direct expression, was confused by Ayano's embarrassed reaction. Then, when Yuki nodded as if to say I understand your feelings, Masachika timidly asked a question. Hey! Ayano doesn't have any romantic feelings for me, does she? Hey? She already said she doesn't, right? So it is. Ayano's feelings toward Masachika and Yuki are the respect a maid shows her master. The person herself said so, and Masachika accepted it as such. He also thinks that if Ayano's devotion to him is also a desire to serve her master as a servant, he is obliged to accept it. However, if there was even a hint of romantic feeling for him, Masachika had to think about how to respond. Ayano's attitude towards both of them was basically the same, and he had never felt any difference in treatment based on gender. That was why Masachika also took Ayano's words as true, but when she had acted like that before, that made him hesitate a bit. Are you curious? Anyu-sama. Well, that's because. Normally, people wouldn't feel embarrassed when someone in the family complimented their appearance. Well, that's right. Hearing Masachika's words, Yuki also stroked her chin thoughtfully, and her expression immediately changed as if she had a good idea. Then let's find out. How so? This way. Masachika had a bad feeling when he saw his sister's smiling expression. However, before Masachika could act on his hunch, Yuki made a megaphone with both hands and shouted toward her room. Ayano! Come here quickly! Come on, hurry up! You can come directly here in your current state. Yuki's call was immediately followed by the sound of the door opening and closing, as well as the sound of footsteps approaching quickly. Then the door leading into the room opened and... You called me, Yuki-sama. Buffed. Masachika couldn't help but widen his eyes and was surprised to see Ayano's appearance entering the room. Because Ayano was wearing light purple panties. Also, instead of being called underwear, the word lingerie is more appropriate to describe it, and it looks more elegant and sexy than expected. Her breasts formed a deep cleavage in her bra, and her waist was so thin that it looked as if it was about to break. Her small butt and long legs are clearly visible. Although she is not as slim as Yuki, Ayano also has a slender body and is quite elegant. The appearance of her black hair hanging over her white skin looked so sexy that it made Masachika sigh. Okay, Ayano, right on the spot. What are you talking about? I mean Ayano. Quickly cover your body. I have nothing to hide from Masachika-sama and Yuki-sama. Well, should I have it? Masachika averted his face as he screamed. He could not hide his panic when seeing Ayano's half-naked state, with its slender but curvaceous feminine curves, no matter how much he considered Ayano his own family. That was so different from the naked Yuki, so completely different. On the other hand, Yuki walked over to Ayano and called Masachika after her. Come on, look, Ani-chan, it turns out Ayano has a mole there. So sexy. I don't know which part you mean, but for now, Ayano should change clothes immediately. Yuki-sama. Well, never mind, sorry for calling you here all of a sudden. I'm done, so you can come back, okay? Okay. The sound of the door opening and closing finally brought Masachika's face back to the front. He then looked at Yuki. What was your plan? Hey? You just wanted to confirm whether Ayano saw Ani-chan as the opposite sex. See, well, there's a saying that if a girl doesn't see guys as the opposite sex, she won't feel embarrassed even if they see her in her panties. Oh, I see. That reason turned out to be better than he thought, and Masachika couldn't help but feel calm. In fact, Masachika could also understand that his shyness would be reduced by being with someone who was already like a family member. So, what is the result? Hey? I don't know. Hey? I think she felt a little embarrassed, but the expression on her face didn't change at all. Is it too ambiguous to say that she thinks of you as the opposite sex? Give me back the impression I gave you earlier. When Masachika looked at Yuki with a cold stare, Yuki looked at him with a look full of intent. But yet? At least I can understand that Ani-chan thinks of Ayano as a girl. At Yuki's statement, Masachika was speechless. In fact, he was aware that he was sexually attracted to Ayano's panties, so he couldn't say anything. Yuki smiled a comforting smile as she looked into the eyes of the silent Masachika. By the way, I like Ani-chan more than anyone in this world, but it's just family love and brother-sister love, so isn't it embarrassing for Ani-chan to see me naked? Sorry. I'm not the little sister who screams while throwing things when you see me changing. I don't know why you are apologizing, but on the contrary, you should at least feel ashamed of it. How can a teenager not feel ashamed about it? Oi, oi. Do you really think a JK, who has the same shyness as most people, would come off looking so crazy? T/L note, Gyoji Kusei, JK, means high school girls in Japanese, and JK. Business is an umbrella term for commercial activities done by high school girls to provide male customers with sexual arousal. Don't say that out loud. Wait, so you've realized that your appearance is really crazy? Ani-ha. Be honest, will you? Ponytail hairstyles are too much for a 15-year-old girl. All I can say is, of course. When Masachika replied with a straight face, Yuki looked away with a rather sad smile adorning her face. But did you know? When I looked in the mirror, I was shaking and screaming. Really? That looks really good on me. It's hard to deny. Isn't your reaction too weak for that? As I thought, if it wasn't a ponytail, you wouldn't be happy, right? Why do you think that? Hey? Unai-chan prefers the ponytail style, right? Yowu, I won't deny it, but you are a bit naive, Imuto. What? What does that mean? Yuki quickly noticed Masachika's strange theatrical attitude. Seeing his sister's serious demeanor as she raised her eyebrows, Masachika just laughed and said, "Sure, ponytails are great, but what's really cool is the gap when someone who used to let their hair down suddenly ends up in a ponytail." Yes, we're leaving now, we can catch the train that leaves in 25 minutes. By the way, don't you think the announcer of the train underestimates the walking speed of humans? Don't blatantly lose interest. Also, I think the train announcements are based on the walking speed of the elderly. No elderly person takes 8 minutes to walk between platforms. Yes, that's because it's based on our overly energetic grandparents. I mean, old people in general, okay? They're not the kind of grandparents who run fast to catch a pet dog that escapes over 200 yards, okay? That's right, you normally use a bicycle. It's not about that either. Oh, no, it's not that either. In Masachika's field of vision, who was a bit exhausted from responding to Yuki's eccentric comment, he saw Ayano, who had returned from changing clothes for a while and was calmly pinning her hair into a ponytail. Ayano? Why are you doing a ponytail? Long hair can be very flashy at the amusement park, so I thought I'd pin it up in a ponytail just in case. I see. Yoei-ith, Unai-chan's shyness is excessive. I'm so embarrassed. Almost. Yuki immediately pointed at Masachika's face with both hands to provoke him, and Masachika exclaimed to cover his embarrassment. Ayano tilted her head with a flat face. In the end, after all this, the train that left 25 minutes ago could not be reached. Chapter 2, Being a Nerd is a Pain in the Ass. The light background music, BGM, flowing from the toys and the thunderous sound of the roller coasters racing down the tracks echo throughout the park. Among the crowd of visitors, the three of them wandered around the area, each looking a little more excited than usual. They had been going to the amusement park for a long time. Yuki, who proposed the idea, looked around with a cheerful expression. I haven't been to an amusement park in a long time. Not since summer vacation in high school. Yes, it's like this. The last time we went to the amusement park was at Ji-chan and Bachan's house, so they took us to the amusement park. Right, at that time we were so excited that the water splashed on us and we both got soaked, right? Yuki nodded and smiled, as if to say, hi we were so young back then. However, Masachika mentioned something with his tsukumai. It sounds like you are pretending to be senile, but just so you know, you were the only one who got really excited, so we both threw water on each other, okay? Hearing Masachika's words, Yuki's smile suddenly hardened. However, Masachika could not ignore this falsification of memories. The slides of the amusement park they visited at the time were designed so that visitors could see the splash caused by the bridge that spanned the pool from the front. Naturally, the bridge area was covered by a transparent dome to prevent the water from splashing into the audience. But I don't know what Yuki was thinking at the time, instead he jumped out of the dome before the roller coaster landed in the water. Seeing that the power of the water splash was too strong, Masachika felt a sense of crisis and said, "This going to blow Yuki's body away." That was exactly what happened. Thanks to that, my pants and socks got soaked. For fear of catching a cold, I decided to change my schedule and go home, even though it was still noon. Stop, you still want me to bite, hey? Yuki frowned like a delinquent, lowering her sunglasses and making a strange threat. Those words reminded Masachika of the pain he felt this morning, and he reflexively held his neck with his hands. Oi, why are you holding your neck? Just put your hand on your chest and think carefully. Put a hand on my breast? Oh yes, I forgot to put on my bra. What kind of idiot are you? I was just kidding, look here. Don't show it, you idiot. Masachika waved his hand dismissively and turned his face away from Yuki, who leaned forward and pulled up the collar of her shirt to reveal her panties. Then Yuki shrugged and put her sunglasses back on, as if she had just regained her composure, and turned her attention to a nearby building. Oh, is that a haunted house attraction? I guess so. Somehow, it has a lot of bloodstains and splatter on it. The battered shack, with bloodstains stuck on its outer walls, seemed to create an atmosphere like this is just a haunted house. Yuki tilted her head as if she didn't like that at all. For some reason, it feels like a cheap, free horror game. Hey, there are no cheap, free horror games. That's true. You're super smart, right? It's not the kind of thing you should be impressed by, right? As Yuki nodded in admiration, Masachika turned his gaze to Yuki. Ayano blended into the air. Yuki then turned away from the haunted house as if no longer interested, turning his attention to the vaulted building in the opposite direction. Oh, there's an arcade. Ah yes, he is attached to the park. Arcade? Hey! By the way, I've never been in an arcade before. Yuki's eyes lit up with interest at the bright and pleasant electronic sound. Then Masachika stroked his chin thoughtfully. The arcade, Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've been there. Oh, you used to go a lot. Yes, when I was dropped off at Jiai-chan's house back then. Well, I was banned from most of the arcades in that area, so I haven't been there again. Seriously, what did you do to get banned from everything? As Yuki looked at him with a serious face, Masachika's gaze wandered to the sky as if tracing his memories. Let's see. I conquered and filled in the game that had a scoreboard with my name on it. I see, that will definitely arouse the suspicions of the officials there. So I used every trick available to me to win the prizes in the crane game. Let me guess, you destroyed the pedestal on which the awards are placed, right? Because I ran out of prizes, so I tried to figure out how many shiny stones I could take at once. No, don't play with the gods, you know. Because of those incidents, I was banned from entering again. Yes, it's reasonable. When Yuki looked at him, Masachika could only shrug. In fact, at that time he was still an elementary school boy and a bit naughty, so he was deservedly banned from there. After a violent incident in elementary school, he stays alone at his paternal grandparents' house, leaving Yuki, who suffered from severe asthma, as if he wanted to get rid of that feeling, and being there bothered him. Because of this, he went to the game center and played all kinds of games that he really doesn't like. Come to think of it, it was at this time that Masachika changed his speech from boku to or. At that time he disliked his mother and grandfather from the Suao family and tried to act against his upbringing for no apparent reason. T/L note, both or and boku mean I in the first person, with the difference that boku is more formal. In fact, in all the memories that Masachika remembers of his former self, this is how he expressed himself. It's how light novel and anime MCs express themselves, signifying a wilder, more casual self. Then I met that girl, and finally started to calm down. Yuki then grabbed Masachika's hand and quickly pointed forward. Well, we'll see how good you are at that later. But first, let's put it together first. The finger he was pointing at was the roller coaster with the rails turning and falling. There is an inscription: the total height difference is the best in all of Japan, written in big letters on a sign near the entrance. Isn't it still too early to embark on this ride? This thrill ride is the most dangerous ride here, right? Wouldn't it be better if we took a more leisurely walk first? Oi, are you scared, my brother? No, I just haven't been on this thrill ride before. Don't worry. I haven't either. Where did that defiant spirit come from? What about Ayano? I will follow Yuki-sama. Well, of course you would say that. Shrugging his shoulders in resignation, Masachika decided to comply with his sister's request. When Yuki took her hand, the three of them headed toward the entrance of the attraction. Hey, it seems that you can't climb if your height is less than 140 centimeters, you know? Isn't that impossible for you? I'm not that small. Don't pretend to be tall, okay? Hey? I'm not. Look. No matter how you look at it, I'm still safe. Yuki ran up to the human-shaped panel and stood in front of it to show her height. If you look closely, it is true that she is an inch taller than the panel. However, Masachika looked at her with gentle eyes, as if to scold her. Yuki? Stop tiptoeing around. I'm not doing it. Ha ha ha, is it also dangerous to wear shoes with very thick soles? They're sneakers. Okay, got it. So shall we go? Oops. You almost loosened your grip, right? Yuki chased after Masachika, who was in front with a gentle expression, a hard smile on his face. A couple with a child in front of them looked at the two with smiling faces. Apparently, they thought Yuki and Masachika were siblings at very different ages. In fact, they were in the same grade, so the age difference was less than a year. Incidentally, the pair did not realize Ayano's whereabouts. Even though she was right behind Yuki as usual. What a rarefied air of existence. Very well, please keep your carry-on luggage and other valuables here. After waiting in line for a while to get their turn, a Oni-san officer came up to them and showed them their lockers. Above the locker with the lock is an illustrated list of items that are not allowed on the roller coaster. I see, it's really bad if you drop it while engrossed in the journey. Smartphone and wallet. Don't forget your hat and sunglasses. Oh, that's right. In addition to the luggage, they put everything in the bag in the closet, took the key from the closet and put it on his wrist. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you untie your hair so your head can press firmly against the chair? Officer Oni-san suddenly called out to Ayano, causing her to cringe in surprise, and she looked at Officer Oni-san with wide eyes. No, you are not a ghost who met a clairvoyant child this time. See, can you see me? Don't react like that. Ayano untied his ponytail while Masachika Tsukamai was dumbfounded. In the end, most of the costumes were removed, well, whatever. After waiting a while thinking about these things, it was finally his turn. Well, of all places, we have the front. Oyaa with that climax from the beginning. Masachika's cheeks twitched as he was led to the front row seats for 4. Yuki also tried to hide it with a slight cry, but her face was slightly tense. Ayano remained inexpressive as usual. So, have fun. The roller coaster began to move as the cheerful voices of the officers accompanied them. The roller coaster turns slowly with a shrill vibration and goes up a slope. Oh wow, the sky is so beautiful. Unii-chan, look, there's a swing hanging there. The siblings chatted idly while the roller coaster slowly ascended to the top of the tracks. Finally, the roller coaster reached the top and stopped when the mouth of the train started to go down a little. No, why are you here? Before Masachika could finish his sentence, the roller coaster slid dramatically down the tracks. The siblings screamed in a mixture of fear and shock. Even their voices were blown away by the wind and it quickly turned back. The roller coaster then made a steeper turn. With the sensation of his internal organs lifting in an instant, he continuously assaulted them. Then, suddenly, the wind hit their faces as they passed through the G-shaped curve. Years. They grabbed the safety bars holding their shoulders tight and clapped happily as they leaned forward. They had enjoyed much of the thrilling ride. The fun didn't last long, however, when the roller coaster finally slowed down with a thud and began to move slowly toward the platform. Then, instantly, the two siblings looked at each other and began to talk rapidly about their impressions. Hey, even though this is my first time on a roller coaster, it is much more fun than I thought. That's right. I seem to have a lot of adrenaline. I think I could ride it one more time. I like that. But you may not be able to ride me from the front this time. He animatedly exchanged views with Yuki, who was to his left, and then Masachika turned to Ayano, who was to his right. How was the ride? Ayano. To Masachika's question, Ayano did not answer as she looked straight ahead. Then, without changing her expression, a tear trickled from his open right eye. Are those tears? I'm sorry, was I so afraid? Masachika and Yuki immediately panicked seeing Ayano, who was pouring out tears without changing her expression like a painting. The two showed concern for Ayano, but she didn't move as she looked forward. The roller coaster then slowly returned to the platform and the safety bar went up automatically. However, Ayano could not get up. She didn't notice at first because of the vibration of the roller coaster, but on closer inspection, Masachika could see that her body was shaking little by little. Apparently, she was so frightened that she couldn't stop shaking. In the end, Ayano was pulled off the roller coaster with the help of Masachika holding her in the middle, and the sister helped her from both sides to get off the platform. Are you okay? Yes, I apologize for the inconvenience. Oh no, I hadn't realized Ayano was so bad with roller coasters. I'm sorry. I put too much pressure on you. No, it's because I'm the weak one. No, being called weak is a little different, you know. Although a little surprised by Ayano's overly serious reaction, Masachika withdrew his hand from Ayano's as the closet where they put their luggage appeared. And as the three of them approached their respective closets. Ah! A familiar voice sounded nearby. Masachika and Yuki reflexively turned to the source of the voice. And there, unexpectedly, there stood Nano, today's two-sided ponytail style, in her casual attire, looking at them with half-closed eyes that were not as motivated as before. Nono-chan? What is it? And next to her, was Sayaka, who was also wearing casual clothes. Her eyes widened when she saw Masachika and Yuki. Yuki's costume item, which she should have brought with her in a situation like this, was now tucked away in a closet. Hey, Suao-san and Q-san? Good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning, what a coincidence, hey? Sayaka-san. The siblings felt awkward about this unexpected encounter, but still managed to reciprocate the greeting. Sayaka didn't mention Ayano. Was it because she was too focused on the siblings or on Ayano's lack of presence? Still, Sayaka's gaze, which also seemed surprised, quickly looked around. Surprisingly, Masachika knew who she was looking for. At the same time, understanding this, Masachika whispered to Yuki with a strong sense of crisis. Hey! What are we going to do? We're screwed. Now is not the time to say that. Meanwhile, Sayaka realized that she couldn't find the silver hair she was looking for. At that very moment, Sayaka's face lost all emotion. Sayaka's glasses suddenly reflected light as she looked down and her eyes were hidden behind them. Sayaka suddenly began to emit an eerie atmosphere, and neither Masachika nor Yuki could move. Ayano had dissolved naturally into the air. I see. And what the hell were you convinced of? Sayaka just muttered a word and looked up quickly. At that moment, the gaze behind her glasses shone with a cold, terrifying light, and clearly, she was on the verge of anger. Looking at them with the corner of his eye, Nano dropped the straw he was holding and ah, wow. Yes, he just mumbled it as if it was someone else's business. A concession stand was set up in the playground. At one of the round white tables that were lined up, there was a group of 5 people seated. The first to stand out is Nano, who has curly, bright blonde hair and does not look Japanese. Combining revealing clothes with fashion items made her stand out, and her flawless white skin was exposed to the summer sun. At a glance, you already know that she is a beautiful beauty with high specifications. And the other 3 girls present were also good-looking. Well, although there was one girl who looked like an elementary school boy. So, among that group of pretty girls, there was one ordinary boy. From an outsider's point of view, it was an unimaginable combination of relationships. Hey, girls! A man about the age of a college student approached the group, or rather, he approached Nano. But he swallowed his words as he felt the terrifying atmosphere emitted by Sayaka, who was sitting next to Nano. Sayaka must have been aware of that man's existence too, but she didn't seem to care about such trivial matters, and looked at Masachika with eyes full of derision and anger. This table alone is the only strange area where you can't feel the summer heat. The man who was approaching them with a friendly smile shuddered at the situation, who was clearly in a state of shuraba. T/L note, the word shuraba means fighting scene or scene of carnage, which comes from a fight between Asura, fighting demon, and Devanam Indra, deity of Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism, between Ashura god and Shakyutan god, because the battle was so chaotic. Yes, how can I help you? No. Instead of Nano, who was unaware of that man's existence, Yuki asked with a bitter smile. The man's gaze wandered with a stiff smile. She then pointed to Ayano's chos, which coincidentally caught her attention. Well, you know, those chos. Sounds great. They sell them there. They taste like cinnamon. Oh sure. Thank you. After saying this, the man turned and immediately ran away. They could hear the faint voice of the man running towards a group of 4 or 5 men who seemed to be friends and say, "Oh my god, things look dangerous there." Well, I have a feeling. Hearing the man's voice, Masachika nodded in his heart without taking his eyes off Sayaka, who was sitting on the front right side. Of course, Masachika was not looking at Sayaka like that all the time. He was discussing quietly with Yuki, who was sitting to his left, about how to deal with the current situation. They communicate under the table by forming letters on the other party's palm with the touch of their fingers. In that case, try to fool her, I'll leave the explanation to you. No, do it yourself. In a situation like this, no matter what the boy says, the girl always responds emotionally and things get more complicated, right? I'm sure the conversation will go more smoothly if it's between girls. The suspect made a selfish statement. Who is the suspect? This cannot be allowed to continue. His every word and action radiates discrimination against women. Hey, stop. Yes, they give each other the responsibility of playing the speaking role. After all, it is scary. Your trusted mate is busy cutting chos since the college student mentioned it a few minutes ago. It looks like a hamster putting sunflower seeds in its mouth. What the hell, why can't anyone be trusted now? And Nano, the only one who could appease Sayaka, was. Oi, stop fiddling with your phone. Well, this is the result, they were both very engrossed in their respective activities. He knew this, but was impressed by the fact that they were not the least bit bothered by this situation. Ha, this time you owe me big time, An-chan. Oh, to be honest, when it comes to reciprocity, I feel you owe me a lot more by now, but I really appreciate it. At that moment, Yuki closed her eyes and then looked at Masachika, who seemed to have given up, probably deciding that there was no way out of the situation. She then took off her 2 braided hairdo, shook her head slightly, and spoke to Sayaka with a gracious smile. Sayaka-san. There seems to be a little misunderstanding, but the reason why Masachika-kun and I played together today was to make up for the events of the graduation ceremony the other day. Even if it was because of the election, we abandoned our friendship and fought with each other. This is just a way to restore our friendship, there is no other purpose, really. Hearing Yuki's explanation, Sayaka's eyebrows rose and she turned her gaze to Yuki with a slightly hostile look. However, she didn't seem to intend on mentioning this, and slowly pushed his glasses up, keeping a cold expression on her face. Liar! Sayaka-san. That must be a lie, right? The whispered statement made Yuki's smile harden a little. Then, for a moment, she pondered what the reason for Sayaka's statement was and immediately decided to ignore it with the conclusion that there should be no such evidence. What do you mean? Sayaka-san. I'm not lying at all. Hey! Why? Hey! Sayaka suddenly shouted loudly, stood up while hitting the table with both hands and leaned toward Yuki. Even Yuki herself was shocked by this. As soon as she brought her face closer to Yuki, who was about to show her true nature, Sayaka said. Why can I smell the same shampoo on both of you? It's not just you two. Even you, Kamishima-san, have the same smell. Sayaka looked at Ayano with a sharp look. Ayano's shoulders shuddered at the sharp look that was suddenly directed at her, and she ate her chaos even faster. That said, don't worry, no one wants to take this away from you. Besides, that shirt. Hey! What? Sayaka then turned to Yuki and looked at the shirt Yuki was wearing, the shirt that had anime characters printed on it, and pushed her glasses up. That was the limited edition Kaifuyo shirt that was broadcast on TV 3 years ago, right? Besides, it's also the most popular final version of Kaname. There was no way Suao-san, who wasn't even an otaku, could have bought it by accident, since the shirt wasn't sold to the general public and wasn't listed in an online auction. First of all, if the shirt had been bought 3 years ago, it would be out of shape. But the shirt looks worn, in other words. As soon as Sayaka said all this, she stood up, looked at Masachika and Yuki and declared. That shirt originally belonged to Q-san. And the shirt was given to Suao-san because the size no longer fits him. That's a good guess. It was so good that it left Masachika and Yuki speechless. No, like you know Kaifuyu, official name, Winter Never Comes to Light Music Club. They couldn't even release Tsukumai. So what? After making a great deduction like a detective, Sayaka said softly as she leaned back in her chair. Wearing Q-san's worn t-shirt and smelling the same shampoo smell as Q-san. Yet you are still insisting that this is just a casual stroll. Sayaka then asked in a calm tone. Her expression really looked like that of a member of the disciplinary committee. Besides, if you want to make peace, you should have come with Kyujao-san too. What's with the three of you looking so familiar, but leaving Kyujao-san alone like this? After asking me and Nano to work together? Does this mean that everything that happened at the closing intercourse? That is an outrageous story that the newspaper clubs would love if they found out. Upon hearing Sayaka's statement, Masachika was speechless. From Masachika's point of view, there was nothing special if Yuki and Ayano stayed in his house, but others would not see it that way. Of course. From an outsider's point of view, if there were 2 girls living in the house of a boy who was a rival candidate, no matter how close they were as childhood friends, it would arouse suspicion. If you look at it to the extreme, few people will think that Masachika tricked Elisa, Yuki, and Ayano into controlling the election campaign at will. Student A, who joined a beautiful transfer student in the election for student council president, this time he has a meeting with 2 beautiful girls who are his opponents. That's a good headline for a week's magazine. Yes. It's true that my sense of vigilance still is not enough. It may not have been a big exaggeration because of the cover. While pondering his own imprudence, Masachika once again thought about how to overcome the problem before his eyes. She didn't think Sayaka was the type to talk about it with other people. However, he doesn't rule out the possibility of reporting to Elisa, who is the #1 stakeholder. And that would be a bit tricky. Besides, even if he could put Elisa's problem aside, letting Sayaka's suspicions continue like that would be a loss. And now what should I do? There was still the possibility of destroying Sayaka's points by making excuses one by one. However, he didn't think Sayaka would fall for such a bad reason. Moreover, with all the circumstantial evidence available, even if Masachika were in Sayaka's position, he would probably conclude that the other party was in an unusual relationship and made excuses to cover it up. What should I do? What is the best solution? Masachika smashed her brain into high gear, maintaining her poker face. Then, suddenly, someone she completely ignored. Nano, called Sayaka while still playing on her smartphone. Sayaki, there is nothing to worry about. Sayaka slowly turned her gaze to her childhood friend. Masachika and Yuki also turned their attention slightly in that direction, wondering if he would join them in helping them. Responding to their glances, Nano then said in a relaxed tone. Because the two of them are brother and sister. For a moment, time seemed to stop for Masachika and Yuki. Soon after, they regained their senses and at the same time began to think frantically. As you know, no, that's not the case now. The thing to do now is to play the fool. The two siblings immediately made up their minds and acted immediately. Ah! Oh yeah? Nano-san? I don't understand what you are talking about. Masachika looked at her with a suspicious expression, while Yuki tilted her head with a confused smile. For the two of them, that was the most natural reaction when they were suddenly told such a thing. However, Nano did not see the performance of the two people. From the look on your face, I hit the nail on the head, right? What Nano saw, was neither Masachika nor Yuki. I know. As soon as they realized this, the two immediately turned their heads towards Ayano. As they turned, their minds seemed to stop when they saw. Ayano blinked as she folded the paper that wrapped the chose. Ahaha, what a good reaction, I see I was right. Nano's cheerful voice reached the siblings' ears. Upon hearing it, the two immediately realized their mistake. The way they turned to Ayano was definitely an overreaction. Siblings? Hey, siblings. So it is. You can see it in his eyes. Look, they look exactly the same, right? Sayaka raised her voice in confusion, and Nano said in her usual relaxed tone. He then told Masachika, who was thinking about how to escape, to give him some guidance. Although I feel bad because you are desperately looking for excuses, but I've known you for a long time, right? Suao Masachika-kun. Masachika's eyes widened and were surprised when she stated this fact. After taking a deep breath and letting her shoulders drop, she looked at Yuki. After confirming that, Yuki shrugged, she turned her head to Nano. Really? Where? Piano recitation. As expected, you completely forgot about me, eh? I even gave you a bouquet of flowers, do you know? Really? Masachika scratched his head and retraced his memories when he had an unexpected connection with Nano. However, as someone who buried his memories of his time in the Suao family, Masachika could not remember even after being told. If I think about it, I feel like I met a blonde girl with a rather strange face? Or not, was all his answer. You don't seem to know, so I'll tell you, Kyuzeki was quite famous among the kids. Who took piano lessons in that area, you know. Ah, why? You know. If there was a second grader who could interpret Chopin so fluently, how do you think he couldn't excel, right? I see. Still, Masachika was not very impressed by this. He had given up playing the piano a long time ago and didn't care what people thought of him at the time. In other words, you knew me when I had the surname Suao, and that was just a catch when you said we were brother and sister. Well, there is a possibility that you two are cousins or distant relatives, right? Look, like I said, her eyes look exactly the same. So I thought maybe you two were siblings. If you were so aware, why didn't you tell us before? In response to Masachika's question, Nano answered with indifference as she turned her attention to her smartphone. That's because I'm not that interested. Oh, I see. Masachika smiled wryly at Nano's very characteristic words. Sayaka, who was watching the situation with wide eyes, let out a cry of surprise. Hey! Seriously? Are you really, siblings? Well, that's right. Yes. Actually, yes. Having come so far, Masachika and Yuki could only nod in recognition. Then Sayaka looked at them seriously and asked for confirmation. The fact that you have different last names, does that mean that you are siblings separate from each other? Hey? It's a bit of an exaggeration when you say it like that, but, well, I guess that's it, right? And no way. When Masachika tilted his head slightly and nodded, Sayaka looked shocked and choked. She held her mouth slightly open with trembling hands, and tears began to flow from her wide-open eyes. Taniyama. Sayaka's tears that suddenly appeared made Masachika panic. What? Did he think we were like tragic siblings who were forcibly separated from each other? A terrible situation where they couldn't even call each other brother and sister? No, we were not a family that was in such a tragic situation until now. To the point of shocking you, facing the confused Masachika, Sayaka said while still shedding tears and with a voice so emotional that it sounded like a choking coming from the bottom of her throat. Hey, calm down. Taniyama. I can guess. Sayaka-san, do you understand now? Yuki leaned forward and asked Sayaka, who was still crying. Her eyes were literally on her hidden otaku companion. As soon as she looked into Yuki's eyes, Sayaka also seemed to realize that Yuki was a girl with the same taste as her. Hey! Yes! She nodded vigorously and took Yuki's hand firmly. At that moment, a strong bond was born between the two of them. It's not a logical problem. It's just that, hearing the word separated brother, there isn't a single person in the otaku world who doesn't cringe at the word. What is it? Masachika muttered in a tone of astonishment at the sudden development. However, it seemed that they were no longer just looking at each other, and they began to talk animatedly about arranging the separation of the two siblings. What should we do with that? Seeing that they formed a very difficult environment to enter, Masachika asked Nano for help. So Nano looked around while saying and looked at Masachika. In that case, would you like to visit the attraction with me? No, because... After answering reflexively, Masachika immediately reconsidered. No, that could be better. He himself understood very well that if fellow otakus talked among themselves about their hobbies, the story would take too long. Instead of waiting for their conversation to end, it would be better to take a ride in the amusement park with people who were unemployed. What about Ayano? Yes. Turning to the right, Ayano looked surprised and quickly turned to Masachika. His gaze looked in the direction Ayano had just seen. There was a stand selling chos. Masachika immediately understood Ayano's feelings. Do you want more? It's not like that, you want to wait here. Right. Because I am Yuki-sama's servant. I see. Masachika kept thinking to himself, you liked these chos so much, well, you don't usually get many chances to eat them. He decided not to worry too much about this because it was not yet lunchtime. Well, then we want to take a walk for a while, okay? Phew, for unexpectedly, Sayaka-san calls Nano-san Nono-chan in her private life. Oh, that's... Ara, you don't have to be so shy, you know. You haven't heard of... Yes, I have. Masachika sighed at Yuki and Sayaka, who were completely engrossed in their own world, and turned his attention to Nano. So. We're going. Okay. Giving a slight nod to Masachika's invitation, Nano also stood up while putting her smartphone in her pocket. Somehow, Masachika and Nano spent the entire morning visiting the sites together. It was a strange combination formed by a completely incomprehensible process, but the fact that Masachika was having a good time, was probably thanks to Nano's friendly and cheerful nature. So, after enjoying various rides for about an hour, he went back to where the three of them were because it was almost lunchtime, but... Seriously, my partner can't navigate repeatedly with the officer. Do you understand my feelings? Why yes, well, if you support a romance with a childhood friend, that's what will happen. Why is everyone more interested in transfer students or colleagues they just met? Instead of that kind of person who is unclear by nature, it is better to choose a childhood friend. A childhood friend who constantly watches over the protagonist. I want him to be happy. Ah ha ha ha. There was Sayaka, who was talking animatedly about the good points of a childhood friend's character, and Yuki, who was listening to her with a wry smile. As for Ayano, she was still eating chos, perhaps the sixth time judging by the amount of packaging on the table, with indifference. While looking away from the chaotic situation, Masachika asked Nano, who was standing next to her. Hey, Mayam. Does Taniyama see me and Yuki as his favorite couple? I think so. Really? Masachika was convinced upon hearing Nano's response. Sayaka's anger during yesterday's debate was due to one of the biggest landmines for otakus, misunderstanding. Otakus are really annoying. Just as Masachika was muttering this, Yuki suddenly raised her face and opened her mouth. By what right do you say that? Oni-sama. Don't read my mind. Omu, using Oni-sama's call, is very valuable. You really are a true otaku, aren't you? When Sayaka covered her nose and mouth as if she were holding something, Masachika felt disappointment and a hint of inexplicable sympathy. Chapter 3, What? Seriously? The sound of turning a book and scratching a pen echoed through an air-conditioned room. Today, Masachika is doing his summer vacation homework with Elisa in the living room. This was the fourth time they had a study session together, even if the current situation would make any pubescent teenager feel uncomfortable being alone with a beautiful girl. Until now, Masachika had gotten used to this and could concentrate on his duties. How could he act like this? This is because as the number of study sessions increased, Elisa's silent pressure became stronger. If you are wondering what pressure means? In short, it's pressure like will you solve this just by studying? Even while silently moving his pen over the paper, Masachika could feel a strange pressure from the person sitting in front of him. No, actually, from the very first day I was thinking that, even though it is only for studying, she is wearing very flashy clothes. However, girls who dress fashionably are not just for others to see, but also to improve their own mood. If you think that girls are passionate about the way they dress because they want to show off for a guy, then you are wrong. Realizing this, Masachika has never worried about Elisa's clothes, but today, she has even put on some makeup. Thanks to this, her already unreal beauty became even more perfect and she looked absolutely stunning. This clearly Masachika could no longer ignore. Yes, she is definitely wearing makeup, even if we are just doing homework summer vacation together. Masachika was used to seeing Elisa's face, but when he saw her like this. Yes, seeing Elisa well armed with her clothes and makeup made him fascinated. No, to be more precise, instead of being mesmerized by it, Masachika actually. Ah, how beautiful! Thank you very much. It's exactly the same as just looking at it makes you happy. That's already at the level of adoration. Then Elisa, who noticed Masachika's gaze, suddenly lifted her face and tilted her head slightly. What? It's nothing. I was just thinking that you are strangely wearing makeup today. Well, just a little bit. Oh sure. No, I think you look better than usual, you know. Is that so? Thank you. Elisa responded casually to Masachika's clumsy compliment, as if she was used to hearing it. However, the tense atmosphere that had enveloped them earlier seemed to calm down a bit, and the slightly loose lips represented Elisa's inner discontent. However, as soon as Masachika looked shyly at his notebook, Elisa's loose lips pouted again. He looked at the top of Masachika's head with a look of disgust, and then muttered in Russian as he played with the ribbon that held his hair together with his fingers. If you want, invite me. Did you say something? Really no? I just said for taking forever to praise me, -1 point. If that's the case, I'm really sorry, Alya-san, who is well dressed today. She looked so beautiful that my mouth couldn't say anything. Not much, just to put on a little makeup. No, how dare you say that? Masachika's gaze softened at Elisa's words. Elisa, who usually doesn't wear makeup, always said, is wearing makeup against school rules? But you don't have to tell me, right? But now she was wearing a little makeup. If the current appearance is not makeup, then what is? Elisa responded to Masachika's gaze, which was filled with such intent, by slightly looking away. That's just practice. After immersing yourself in society, you would definitely be irritated if I couldn't put on even a little bit of makeup, right? So when I'm in the mood, I'll try to practice a little bit. Oh, I get it. What's with that look? Isn't it really? It's very refreshing to my eyes. No matter what angle you look at it, you look beautiful and sweet. I feel like I can see you forever. When Masachika said this in a soft tone, the corner of Elisa's eyes twitched. Then she suddenly thought of something and said with a teasing smile. If you want to watch, that's okay. Elisa made a teasing voice and a slightly tempting look. Masachika's cheeks contracted at the sudden temptation in Russian. What did you say? I said, how do you really know if makeup is good or bad? Saying this in a teasing tone, Elisa crossed her arms under her chest and leaned her body against the backrest. Look, you can touch it, you know? Play what? Masachika thought with a straight face. Then, with a flat expression, he directed his gaze to the twin hills that confirmed his presence in Elisa's arms and she directed her gaze to Elisa's face with firm determination. And her smile. That seemed to say you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Fufu was a little irritating. Damn brat, how about I answer? In that case, I'll gladly accept the offer and touch your breasts. If that's the case, what kind of expression will Elisa show? That puzzled him, and if only Masachika had the option to save and load, he'd like to try it once, but, whatever happens, it's a choice that goes straight to dead end. If he really has it, there's no doubt about it. His life would be ruined, so he just thought about it in his head. Unaware of Masachika's chivalrous thoughts, Elisa continues to say in a provocative tone while brushing her hair back with her right hand. Especially for now, you can do whatever you want, you know. Okay, let's do that. Hearing the permission in Russian, Masachika immediately opened his arms and plunged into Elisa's chest, or so it would be, but Masachika quickly turned his head and looked out the window. Although you had a chance, you didn't even notice. That's sad. Idiot, idiot. I think that's what she's saying. Shut up, I noticed everything, but I still ignored it, you know. You should be grateful that I'm a respectable guy. Idiot, idiot. While pretending not to notice Elisa's slightly flushed cheeks and smile, Masachika at least tried to defend himself in his heart. This was not the howl of a loser, but the bluff of a coward. Then Elisa sighed and continued. Too bad, time's up. What? When Masachika looked at her, Elisa responded with a silly smile, as if to say, Fufu little bit. You just missed a great opportunity. Hey! Too bad, you used up all your luck this month. No, what the hell are you talking about? Who knows? You would understand if you studied more about how women think. Elisa raised her eyebrows and said this with a smile. It was like a woman with 100 years of experience mocking a naive child. In time, Masachika also became irritated by Elisa's superior attitude, and laughed mockingly at her. Hey studying what women think. That is clearly incorrect Russian language. Don't be so level-headed that you can freely make fun of a guy in the safe zone due to the language barrier, you fake bitch. Seriously, I will push you once and rip that top, spare a smile off your face. Yuki in the form of a little demon cheered Masachika, who was furious in his heart when he said, "This is great, let's do this, teach him a lesson." Anaki and Maria in the form of an angel said, "Don't do this. Don't do this to Alya-chan," while trying to stop him. Thanks to this restraint, Masachika suppressed his desire to act out of control and said while feeling his cheek twitch, "Ah! For someone to say that, I guess you don't understand the hearts of men, but what about this? A man's heart? Yes, you have no sense of vigilance to casually enter the house of a man where his family is not around and he practically lives alone, that's what I meant." Masachika laughed wryly, feeling as if he were digging his own grave somewhere in his heart. Then Elisa's eyebrows twitched, then she lifted her chin and smiled provocatively. What would happen, if I casually walked into your house? Do you have the courage to do something to me?" Masachika's cheeks contracted even more at the provocation that could be clearly seen through the smile contained in Elisa's sentence. Phew phew phew. He really despises me a lot, hey. Alright, I'll show you the moves of the Eichmann I developed based on the Otome game. After being continuously warmed up, he could no longer go back. As Masachika barked in his heart, he rose from her seat and walked around the table to Elisa's side. Then, when Elisa looked at him with her arms crossed, Masachika tried to lift Elisa's chin while whispering the deadly words, "Come to my room." Wait a second, since Alya is so proud, she must hate Orsama-type characters, who are wild, right? Maybe a softer version would be better. Just before that, he reconsidered his actions. However, his right hand had already come close to Elisa's face and he could not withdraw it now. If lifting his chin didn't work, where would that hand go? After hesitating for a while, Masachika immediately grabbed Elisa's hair and pulled it up to her ear, and she said with a smile on her lips, "I will be waiting for you in my room." Then, laughing, he turned and went into his room and closed the door. Then Masachika smiled in a nihilistic way as if to say, "I really said. That definitely sounded like a song." Masachika covered her face with both hands and collapsed on the spot. She squirmed on her bed with itchy fingers, then buried her face in the mattress and screamed silently. "What do you mean by I'll be waiting for you in the room? Words like that are only said when someone leaves your seat. Or when you suddenly get up and say, I'll wait for you in my room, which, if you think about it calmly, makes a lot of sense." Masachika squirmed uncontrollably as he held the blanket as tightly as he could, as if he was adding it to a list of his black history. He put all his strength into his body and began to relax. Well, if you look at it from a different perspective, you could say this is a good thing. I'll have to wait a minute and then leave the room with a "Why didn't you go?" as a joke, then the atmosphere between us will probably return to normal. As Masachika calmed himself with this thought, a deafening thud sounded in his ears. "Yes." When he turned his face away from the bed, Masachika calmly replied as he hurriedly sat up in bed. Then the bedroom door slowly opened and Elisa entered with a calm expression on her face, then looked diagonally at Masachika. "You really came?" Masachika's cheeks contracted at this completely unexpected development. Elisa didn't seem to notice, though. She folded her left hand under her chest and played with her hair with her right, as if to say, "Well, it's a good invitation, isn't it? I came, but what?" while she looked away with a strong glance. The attitude of Elisa, who is still in good girl mode, rekindles a sense of competition within Masachika, as she complains in her heart, "If you want to keep doing this, I'll go all the way." When he controlled his facial muscles with all his strength and smiled, he patted the spot next to him and gently invited Elisa. "Hey, come here. Make me." And he immediately regretted his own actions by acting like an Eichmann. Masachika felt like dying because he had to bear the shame of his own humiliating behavior. Staring at Masachika, whose expression was frozen and writhing with pain in his heart, Alya snorted indifferently and then, "Why are you sitting? Why are you really sitting?" She gently sits down next to Masachika. Alya then casually crosses her legs and plays with the ends of her hair, still looking away. "That's when you should have commented on no yento. Then I could have jokingly replied how cruel. Are you okay with that? You really won't say anything?" Sitting next to each other on the bed in a man's room, especially in a situation where the house is empty, Masachika could only think of a possible future development that could occur from this situation. "WOW, what's going on? How about I play a trick on you?" "No, since I've come this far, I'll surely be considered a coward if I give up now." "You think I'm a cowardly bastard? Although it may not seem like it, that is the fact." In truth, Masachika didn't have the courage to take down Alya, nor did he have the carnivorous nature to eat the girl he brought into the room. However, admitting it here was the same as admitting defeat, and it was quite annoying. "If I come back here?" In his imagination, Masachika could see Alya teasing him with a silly smile. "Ara? Won't you teach me about a man's heart?" It is in Masachika-kun's manly nature to be afraid when it comes to that moment. That's what it sounds like. Masachika was irritated by Alya's prodding, even though he knew it was only his own imagination. If it was said by a Oni-san who had many love experiences, I could understand. But I don't want to hear this from you who have almost no friends, much less boyfriends. Motivated by his fierce rebellion, Masachika takes things a step further. After slightly raising his hips, Masachika walked to a distance where his feet almost touched Alya's. While smiling slightly, he then whispered something in Alya's ear as she turned her face away. "You're nervous, hey? You are very pretty. Someone please stop me." Masachika was doing his best to keep his expression calm as he screamed in his head and kept updating himself with Black history one after another. He felt like he was in hell, he couldn't escape from there. "Yokin. I know. Even my father would be fine. Someone please come to my room. Don't you have a family member or someone to intervene in a scene like this?" Masachika hoped that the cliched scenes in anime would overcome this situation, but the reality was not as he expected. "No, or can you say it's not getting worse?" In any case, Masachika's words reached Alya's ears undisturbed by any unforeseen events. So it was Alya who received these words. He turned with a glance, and after correcting his expression of having been frozen for a moment as he looked closely at Masachika's face, he smiled provocatively. "Nervous? Not at all. On the other hand, it's not Masachika-kun who is highly tense." After lifting her chin and saying this, Alya lay down on the bed. "Come on, you said you were going to teach me about the hearts of men." Alya's cheeks flushed slightly as she snuggled lightly next to Masachika and invited him provocatively from below. Coupled with his abnormally stiff shoulders, he was clearly trying too hard. You, pretending to be strong also has its limits. If you do that, I have no choice but to cover it up. There is no other choice, okay? The situation had already turned into a kind of race. The person who breaks first is the loser. Damn it. At this rate, I don't care if we're in a magical circle of summoning from another world. All in an ice sky. Although there is a heroine here. Wait a minute, in that case, am I going to be the summoner who gets involved? I mean, if that's the case, I don't care if you are a space visitor or an invader from another dimension or whatever, just get me out of this situation. Whether it was because Masachika's wish was immediately granted or not. But suddenly, Alya realized something as she grabbed the blanket that was on the bed, and then, her expression disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Oh, Masachika-kun. Masachika felt some confusion and some relief at the cold tone that suddenly escaped Alya's mouth. Without paying attention to his reaction, Alya slowly got up from the bed, then picked up something with her right hand and pushed it in front of Masachika's eyes. "What's that?" What Elisa showed was long black hair. "Ah, that's it." Masachika remembered the time he wrapped Yuki in a blanket yesterday and began to break into a cold sweat. At the same time, he was running away from reality as he said. Yuki also did the same, ha ha ha. However, he soon found out. This was the bomb he had been waiting for to destroy this hellish situation. After that, if he could play his cards right, he could finish this race that is not good for the heart. Masachika, who realized that, was not wasting any more time and played with his bangs in an exaggerated manner. "Hey? Oh, that's... It's probably because Yuki's hair came to visit me yesterday and played a bad fight with me. Ah, I get it." Masachika tried to light the fire with the words of an idiot, expecting a slap on the cheek. Elisa then smiled a terrifying smile and quickly grabbed Masachika's neck. "Ah, my neck will be grabbed." Immediately after feeling such a premonition, Elisa's hand tugged at the collar of his polo shirt. However, it reached not the top, but the sides. Then Elisa's long white fingers caressed Masachika's exposed neck. "Ah!" Masachika inadvertently let out a small sigh as shivers ran down his spine. He was embarrassed by this and almost looked away by reflex, but he couldn't take his eyes off Elisa. Elisa's charming and terrifying smile gave him a sense of danger and at the same time a strong attraction. This made Masachika swallow dryly. Elisa's unusual makeup exuded a more mature beauty than before, which caught his attention so much that he couldn't look away. Could this be the so-called charm of such a seductive woman? She has a mature charm that compels her to get closer, even though she knows it will bring her closer to destruction. Wow, there's an adult Oni-san. Masachika is completely stunned by the unexpected sight of his classmate, who he thought was a fake slut. Then Elisa runs her fingers down Masachika's neck, which leaves him stiff and unable to defend himself. Then, words accompanied by a grim smile from her thin red, flushed lips. "What are those bite marks?" "Hey!" That statement brought Masachika back to life. It brought him back to his senses, so he repeated the question in his brain, and immediately, cold sweat ran down his spine. "Ah! Oh, I didn't know there was any marky." The pain from when Yuki bit him yesterday morning flashed through his mind again, and at the same time, Yuki, who was in the form of a little demon, laughed mischievously in his mind. This scene is similar to a guy who was caught having an affair with his girlfriend because he found a hickey mark on her neck. Actually, this is not far from the truth. What should I do? Masachika's survival instincts loudly warned him of the possibility of a much larger explosion than he had anticipated. Elisa's fingers around his neck seem strangely frightening. Somehow the thought, if I'm not mistaken, the neck is a vital part of the body, right, suddenly appeared in his mind. Masachika tried to find some kind of excuse, but he couldn't think of any reason for the bite marks on his neck. Masachika felt that if he could reveal that Yuki was his little sister, he could minimize the damage to some extent, but that would not be possible. In fact, Masachika also thought about revealing this fact to Elisa after Sayaka and Nano recently found out about his relationship with Yuki. He thought it would be better to tell the truth to Elisa, who had close ties to both of them. However, I stopped. Not for anyone else, but for Yuki herself. Sometimes secrets can be a burden to those who know them, you know. Burden. Yuki continued with a serious expression while Masachika seemed confused by the unexpected words. Revealing our secret, Oni-chan will probably be relieved. However, Alya-san, whoever finds out the secret, will be forced to keep it a secret from then on, right? He will still have to keep it a secret from Masha-senpai, who clearly was his own sister, right? After all, how will Alya-san, who is participating in the student council election campaign, feel when he finds out that Oni-chan and I are siblings? Are you sure he has a lot of willpower when he finds out that his rival is his partner's younger sister? Masachika was surprised at the question asked. It was all true, just as his sister had said. I see. I guess so. Secrets can be a burden sometimes, eh? Well, I understand. Masachika nodded repeatedly as if he was sorry, and Yuki nodded with a serious expression saying, Yes, I read it in some manga. After all, they happen to be words of wisdom from a manga. After such a discussion, they came to the conclusion that they would continue to defend the fact that the two were Elisa's siblings. At least, until the election of the student council president finishes. However, he panicked at the situation he was now in. Even though he had desperately thought of an excuse, his brain was still stuck due to a sense of danger. That, hey? While we were fighting, Yuki, who was about to lose, suddenly bit me. God, there's no cheating, right? As a result, what came out of Masachika's mouth was not an apology, but a repetition of history. Hearing the disturbing tone in his voice, he tried to look at Elisa. Elisa removed her hands from Masachika's neck with a terrifying smile on her lips and clenched her fists. Hey! Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Apparently, the bomb disposal failed. As soon as Masachika guessed this, he prepared himself again and once more responded in a playful and futile manner. Ha, of course I know, because I am a gentleman who can understand a girl's heart. After saying that with a hard smile, Masachika lay down on the bed and looked at Elisa with a cute girl expression. Please be kind. And then Masachika seemed to soar into the sky. Whether it was done carefully or not, he couldn't remember himself. Then let's go. Use. I will gladly study a girl's heart. Use so. Suddenly, without Masachika's knowledge, he stopped doing his summer vacation homework and went out with Elisa. When he looked at the time on his phone, it was 3:20 p.m. So there was about 20 minutes of his memory exploding somewhere. In addition, for some reason Masachika found himself in the hallway of the apartment and answered Elisa in a tone similar to that of a member of the baseball club. Hey, what's with that weird tone? I don't even know Sue. Yes, he didn't know anything himself. But somehow, when Elisa looked at him, his back straightened itself. It seemed that something had been implanted in his memory as his consciousness drifted off somewhere. Or would you say recorded? You know, I feel uncomfortable, go back to your usual tone of voice. USS. Why yes. Getting Elisa's cold stare, Masachika slapped his cheek once and returned to his usual behavior. Then, when he looked back on his current situation, it seems that Elisa is asking him out under the pretext of studying the heart of a woman. When he thought about it calmly, there were many things that Masachika Tsukumiya wanted to do well, but since he had already left home, what could he do? Masachika then bowed respectfully to the princess's request. So what? What should this servant do? Elisa said to Masachika, who was behaving like a butler or something, with a slightly annoyed expression. First of all, will you come with me? Yes. As ordered, Masachika then raised his elbow a little and stood beside Elisa, and she put her hand on his elbow a little awkwardly. And then, he raised his eyebrows brazenly. No, don't make a face like I don't know why it looks different, when you told me to do it yourself. I didn't make that face, really. Oh sure. After all, since it's usually hot, that should be enough. In fact, as they got closer, the temperature of their bodies increased the summer heat, so Masachika raised his hand forcefully to free himself. Well, Alya is not the kind of person who stays silent when she is being accompanied by a guy. While thinking this internally, Masachika turned to Elisa, who seemed a bit dissatisfied about something. So where are we going? Isn't it your job to think about it? Hey? I mean, there's a place you want to go, and I'm going to accompany you, right? No. Didn't I tell you it was a date to study a girl's heart? In other words, should I do my best to guess where you want to go? Well, that's kind of the case. After making an unreasonable request while combing her hair, Elisa slightly puffed out her chest and began to speak with a somewhat pretentious expression on her face. Listen carefully, okay? It is not necessary to get the correct answer. As long as you do your best to please and entertain the other party. That feeling is what makes girls happy. I see. Are you talking about your knowledge of shoujo manga? That is not true. When Masachika's gaze softened, she asked, "You're just quoting a shoujo manga, right?" Elisa's voice became smaller and smaller and her eyes wandered everywhere in a way that was easy to understand. Nevertheless, Masachika turned to the elevator without further question. So let's go, superficially. Hey, wait, what do you mean by superficial? It's just a figure of speech. Don't worry, I'll think about it straight. Really? Okay then. Elisa immediately recoiled at Masachika's words, who said this without the slightest joke, but Masachika's thoughts were, well, if we take a walk around the station area, and see if there is any place that Alya wants to visit, just go in there, many compliments. It is shallow in the easy, bad sense of the word. But, as soon as he started walking, Masachika started to get a bad feeling. It's because I am being watched. I am really being watched. Surprisingly, Elisa did not mind the atmosphere around them. The two of them walked toward the station as they talked, but Elisa's gaze only alternated between looking forward and looking at Masachika, not at the stores around her. Alya-chan is actually a very nice girl for looking people in the face when talking to them, hey. Masachika was running away from reality thinking about this when he could feel Elisa's gaze beside him. I wonder if I should rewrite it. Masachika tilted his head inwardly at the Russian murmur he suddenly heard. Not quite understanding what she meant, Masachika unconsciously turned to Elisa. What did you say? It's nothing, I was thinking it looks painful. Gently, Elisa looked at the neck sticking out of Masachika's neck. Finally Masachika began to realize why Elisa kept looking at him. Oh. So you're not looking at my face, you're looking at the bite marks on my neck, hey. My god, I'm being too narcissistic. Masachika, who thought he was being watched, was very embarrassed by his own misunderstanding. Oh wow, that's what it looks like, hey. But wait a minute, what does substitute mean? As soon as he casually considered the meaning of the word, Masachika was struck by great embarrassment in another sense. Feeling unable to contain his blush, he looked away from Elisa's face and looked at the display case that was there. Oh, no. What kind of feeling are you talking about? What's that? Like the spell that was popular for a while, where you write the name of the person you like on an eraser. It was said that if they didn't find out, love would come true. They purposely throw away the rubber casing to make it obvious. Ha! Oh! Unable to look directly into Elisa's face, Masachika was looking through the window of a clothing store, but suddenly, a familiar figure entered his field of vision, causing Masachika to recoil in surprise. What are you? Hey, Mayami-san! Elisa, who turned around following Masachika's gaze, was also surprised. There was a wall behind several mannequins that flanked the window. And there was a poster of Nano among the foreign models. They both stopped unconsciously when they saw their colleague posing gracefully towards the main road. Oh wow! This is great! I seem to be on a different level of reading a magazine. If I'm not mistaken, she became a model for her parents' brand. Yes, but when I see pictures of her like this, I feel like I'm looking at a celebrity. The appearance of Nano, who wears fashionable clothes and has a mysterious appearance, is comparable to that of other professional models. On the other hand, she looked so stunning that Masachika mistook her for a professional model. Masachika's cheeks suddenly lifted as he looked in awe at Nano's appearance. What? Masachika-kun? Do you know why I pinched you? When he turned around, he could see Elisa's disapproving face. Faced with this question, Masachika remembered that they were at a meeting to study the hearts of women. While internally thinking oh shit, Masachika responded while holding his cheeks tight. Because I was fascinated by another girl during a date. Correct answer. If it was a real date, you'd lose a lot of points, you know? Well, fortunately it's not a real date, and I really don't care anyway. After saying this, Elisa suddenly turned around and walked forward. Masachika then followed her while rubbing his cheek, which Elisa pinched. For those who say they don't care, that pinch was pretty strong. Or was it just my imagination? Even walking like this, the look he felt on his cheeks was sharper than before. Was it really just Masachika's imagination? Why don't you want to see me? Ah, it turns out that this was not just my imagination. You said you would look at me all the time. She's angry. She's really angry. Masachika began to break into a cold sweat as Elisa played with his hair and muttered her complaints in Russian. Masachika didn't have the courage to look directly into Elisa's face in this situation. The angry face of a beautiful girl is frightening. Well, even if that sounds like an excuse, but, when I said I was fascinated earlier, it doesn't mean that I fell in love, okay? I was simply impressed. Don't I care? You can't help but be fascinated when you see a beautiful girl, so what can you do? After all, it's called attraction, right? I think so. Sometimes my gaze will follow you, too. What are you saying? When he answered in a very serious tone, Elisa immediately turned her face away shyly. Masachika was also inadvertently impressed by her cheerful reaction. I also do that. And then he gulped, vomited blood, at Elisa's constant easy reaction. Masachika thought it was unfair that he suddenly staged an ambush while he didn't know. I see. Even Alya loves cute boys, hey? Maybe Hikaru. While wiping the bloody vomit from his imagination, Masachika ran away from reality to defend himself. He also ignored the significant stares directed at him. Because he doesn't care one bit. Well, leaving that aside. To tell you the truth, there's no way Mayami fascinates me. Even if she is, I'd be on alert. Alert? Oh, no, I mean. Masachika immediately kept his mouth shut when he accidentally let slip his true feelings, which he didn't need to say. It was hard to explain Masachika regarding Nano to others, and even if he did, he would receive no sympathy. To most people who knew her, Nano was a quiet girl, or rather, a girl who always seemed lethargic and harmless, contrary to her appearance. Masachika agrees with the assessment, and since he is also a person who does not want to be bothered, he believes that Nano basically avoids trouble and will not do anything that will lead to bad things. However, on the other hand, he also knew that there was nothing binding Nano's actions other than her nothing to be bothered about nature. Not because it is forbidden by law, and not because it is against morality. He just didn't do it because it was too much trouble. However, if Nano finds it necessary instead of problematic, she does not hesitate to ignore the law and morality in order to act. As he understood this through his experience and instincts, Masachika could not help but feel fear and distrust towards Nano. However, he had no intention of telling Elisa. He didn't want to sound like he was speaking ill behind her back and thought it was not a good idea to instill bad thoughts. Because of this, Masachika quickly betrayed her. I mean, when she was talking to me, I got looks from her friends. It's not that she's to blame, but, when I just casually greet her, her friends always stare at me, so when I see her, I get cautious by reflex. So that's what it means. Yes. And well, also because she stands out with her blonde hair. Without realizing it, my eyes will be drawn to see her. Does it stand out more than my hair? Oh no, of course, I think your silver hair is beautiful too. Don't lie. With a small smile on her face, Alya curled the ends of her hair and continued. Besides, my hair used to be blonde, you know. It used to be? That's it. Ah, can that be it? The kind of thing where foreign children would change the color of their hair and eyes when they grow up. Wow, that's true. Alya blinked in shock as if somewhat overwhelmed by the emotion in Masachika's eyes. Why yes. Although it seems to be rare for someone to have bleached hair color like me. Hee. I see, blonde Alya, hey. What? Are you interested? Well, to be honest, I'd like to see it. I see, so, I'll show you the picture next time. Oh, are you serious? I really want to do this. Even now, Alya has the beauty of a fairy, but as a child, she must have been as beautiful as an angel. Masachika's cheeks slackened at the thought. Yuki used to look like an angel, but now. In his imagination, Yuki, who was in the form of a small demon, let out an evil laugh. Kikik. Masachika felt the cruelty of the flow of time and her eyes looked away. He missed the days of his younger sister who was still pure and innocent. Well, if he left again, Masachika would probably be digging up his old wounds. What about Masachika-kun? What kind of child was Masachika-kun in the past? Suddenly, Masachika found his expression frozen with the unexpected question being asked in a somewhat reluctant manner. What up? Suddenly asking that. Unable to answer quickly, Masachika asked a question in a voice as loud as her expression. Alya then seemed to notice that Masachika's demeanor had changed a bit, and she let out a small ah, before continuing to ask in an increasingly reluctant manner. Well, I recently found out when your birthday is, didn't I? Come to think of it, I might have caused trouble if I didn't know a lot about my own campaign partner. Ah, that's right. Alya's shrunken appearance makes Masachika regret creating an awkward atmosphere during their meeting. Then, on purpose, he replies in a bright voice. Well, back then it was much more serious than now, you know? I never fell asleep during class time and I never forgot anything. Is it true? Yes, after all, I wasn't an otaku back then. Hey, the otaku hobby I enjoyed during high school was driving me crazy because I still had a serious attitude. Oh sure. Alya's gaze cooled a little at Masachika's teasing tone, and she pretended to think for a moment. So, what's your favorite food? Masachika clucked his tongue inwardly at the sudden question, but felt Alya's concern and thanked her honestly. Well, I think you know this, I really like spicy food, okay? Well, the foods that most people like ramen or curry. Spicy food. Alya, you don't like spicy food, do you? And no, really. I haven't had spicy ramen before. Oh yes. Although Masachika asked if she didn't like spicy food based on the current situation. Apparently, Alya still doesn't think she was caught almost dying over a bowl of super spicy ramen. But hey, if she insists that she likes spicy food, I won't ask any more, Alya kept asking Masachika, who inside was inclined to wonder why she was still being so stubborn about it. So, on the other hand, what food don't you like? Nothing in particular. I was always told not to be a picky eater. It's like this. Ah, but I don't like my grandfather's borscht. It smells like dirt. It smells like dirt. Maybe the beets were undercooked, but Alya's borscht the other day was pretty revolutionary. It was really good, you know. Really? Is that so? You're welcome. Hearing Masachika's direct compliment, Alya shyly looked away. Then, lifting her chin while playing with the ends of her hair with her fingers, she said. Well, if it's you, I can make you another one, you know? Maybe in the next study session. No need. I feel bad about that. It took you 4 hours last time, right? To cook it. Of course I'll ask you to help me. You can do that, right? Cook. Oh, sure. Then it's settled. Next study session, okay, would you like to help me with the shopping? Ah, yes, everything is fine. When Masachika nodded with a wry smile, Alisa laughed good-naturedly and suddenly realized something. She turned her face slightly. We are like a couple, aren't we? That's right. Alisa then looked at him sideways and fiddled nervously with the ends of her hair. Because it became a common sight, Masachika looked at her with a distant look. He didn't mention it, didn't ask, and didn't do the tsukamai either. As a couple, hey. However, it seems that they do look like a couple. When you think about it, shopping together, cooking together, and sitting at the dinner table together are common things for couples who live together, although it is a bit of an exaggeration to say husband and wife. And as I imagined that scene, Masachika surprised himself that he naturally thought it was not bad either. Well, the time I spent with Alya. I don't hate any of it. A girl who is always serious, arrogant, always commenting on everything and complaining about things in a weird way, but he doesn't find it a bother. This kind of seriousness and the fact that he is faking it a little is very cute. Masachika even finds it adorable. Ah, somehow, the feeling of something soft and smooth. Masachika found herself smiling at the feeling that quietly lifted her heart. Then, as a soft, warm feeling welled up in her heart, she gently took Alisa's hand. What? Masachika's sudden squeeze stopped Alisa in her steps, and her hands shook with a jolt. Alisa's eyes widened and her expression froze for a moment, but Masachika turned to her with a gentle smile. I just wanted to hold your hand. Can't I? Alisa turned her gaze to Masachika's blunt statement, and after a few seconds, she looked up and raised her chin as she said it. Well? Girls don't mind even if it's a little forced, really? Of course, this is just a general opinion, okay? Yes. I will make a special exception this time and allow you to hold my hand. After all, it was me who suggested this trip, right? Masachika laughed at Alisa, who gave her permission, but always made excuses. Thank you for that. So shall we go? Right. Receiving a gentle nudge, she was gently pulled by his hand. Alisa became even more reserved. Where did her arrogance go? She calmly walked with Masachika, alternately looking at their entwined hands and Masachika's face. Then, turning her head for a moment, she murmured something in Russian. Oh my God! Alisa murmured this and lightly gripped his hand tightly. Moreover, Masachika laughed softly, unflinching with the pain inside. For some reason, he now feels very calm and can accept Alisa's right side without being moved. Alisa then looked at Masachika's figure, who was smiling in a friendly and gentle manner without stopping. The two walked slowly hand in hand to the shopping area near the station, where tenants' stores lined both sides. There was no conversation between them, and they only felt the warmth of each other's bodies that was transmitted from their entwined hands, but after about 5 minutes passed like this. Alisa, who seemed to be used to holding hands, looked around and opened her mouth with a slight frown. I understand. Is it just me, or are we walking aimlessly? Suddenly being mentioned, Masachika's heart leapt and cold sweat dripped down his back. Right on target. Alisa's words hit the mark. More importantly, Masachika himself didn't even know where they were. At first, Masachika was just wandering around with the thought that if they walked through a place with lots of stores, Alisa would end up saying oh, that store, or something like that. Also, he was now walking and thinking I think walking like that would be enough with a feeling lightly flowered. But before he knew it, they were in a place he had never been before. Seriously, where exactly is this? Damn, since I was walking around feeling flowery, I had no idea. Once Masachika arrived, they were completely lost. However, if he honestly said that kind of thing, Alisa's mood, which was buoyant because she was delighted, would suddenly change and fall to the bottom. However, it was he himself who said, "Don't worry, I'll think about it," at the beginning of the meeting. Masachika didn't dare to say that he really had no plan. So, as an act of desperation, Masachika accepted the bet while sweating on the inside. He then responded with a calm expression instead of a worried expression of doubt. "Nothing like that? Don't worry, I've thought of a very suitable destination to go to." "Really?" "Yes, we just have to turn the corner from there." Masachika quickly pointed to a corner not far ahead of him, but of course he didn't know what was behind that corner. But that's not a problem, because he didn't say that the place of destination was there. "There are stairs, there are signs. Is it on the other corner?" Any excuse is allowed. You can make as many corrections as you want after you pass the turn. However, Masachika's idea of being so crafty was instantly shattered when he actually turned a corner. Unexpectedly, the road they were on was a dead end just around the corner, and there was only one store at the end of the street. And that store turned out to be a lingerie store. "It's over." Masachika stood up with a rigid expression due to the power of his own assumption. Then, next to him, a violent blizzard broke out, and his hands clenched, as if to suggest, "I'm not going to let you escape." "I understand." "Yes. Is this the store you were looking for?" The terrifying sound that echoed from deep within the ice cap made Masachika realize that this was the last question he had to answer. Masachika, who realized that his future fate would depend on his answer to this question, began to turn to Elisa with a sincere expression and looked her straight in the eye, then said, "Lately, I have a suspicion that the size no longer fits you." With those last words, Masachika seemed to have ascended to heaven for the second time today. Although he couldn't remember it, but he was sure it wasn't a good thing. "How do you know that?" Chapter 4, No, I don't think so. Too hot. Throwing a large Boston bag, tote, over his shoulder, Masachika walked into the blazing sun. Although it is just after 8 in the morning, the August sun seems very energetic. While walking, he still felt fine. However, when he stopped at the crosswalk, he began to sweat, and this made Masachika very uncomfortable. "Well, I guess it's more fun to go out to sea when it's so hot." He couldn't help thinking that. Yes, today is the departure day for the student council training camp that Tuya had planned. They arranged to meet at the station near the school at 8:30, and from there they would take the train and bus to the Kenzaki family village. Even Masachika, who was more of an indoor type, was looking forward to swimming in the ocean for the first time in a long time and was feeling a bit excited. However, as soon as the meeting place appeared in his vision, Masachika's steps naturally stopped. "It's so hot." Not because of the temperature problem. No, maybe in terms of atmosphere, I was not wrong. There is only one reason. Tuya and Chisaki had already arrived at the meeting point, but the atmosphere they both exuded was warm even from a distance. It was clear that they both looked happy and embarrassed to be out with their loved one. Because they were holding hands while looking at each other, in fact, with both hands. Oh, now they are starting to intertwine their fingers with each other. Things being like this, I find it hard to approach. So he wondered if he should keep waiting until another member arrived. His gaze met Chisaki, who suddenly turned around. "Impossible, can you feel my gaze? At this distance? I guess I have no choice but to approach." As their whereabouts were discovered, Masachika approached them while raising his hand slightly. Then a familiar foreign luxury car passed Masachika from behind and stopped at the terminal in front of the station. Then two people got up from the back seat and joined Tuya and Chisaki first while holding their handbags stored in the trunk. Needless to say, the two were Yuki and Ayano. What a great moment, Yuki! Now I don't have to feel trapped between those two. With an internal thumbs up, Masachika joined the four. "Good morning. Ah, good morning too, Q's. Good morning 2. Good morning, Masachika-kun. Good morning, Masachika-sama. As they greeted each other and talked briefly about their plans for the day, the last two members finally showed up before the meeting time. Sorry for making you wait so long. Thank you very much for waiting for us. An older sister who walked while waving her hand with a gentle smile, and the younger sister who walked while bowing seriously. With the addition of the Kyujao sisters in stark contrast, all the members were finally assembled. No, what the hell is with that row of pretty faces? Masachika shouted to herself when she saw all the girls gathered in their casual clothes. Seriously, are you all into fashion? For Elisa it was fine since he saw her at his house when he visited. Yuki and Ayano seemed very fashionable, but Chisaki and Maria were no less cool. Even when they were gathered like this, Masachika knew that his group attracted a lot of attention from the people around them. If I listened carefully, I could hear admiring voices like, "Oh, is there some kind of photo shoot? Celebrities? Some idol groups? They're everywhere. We are all members of the student council." No, if you look closely, this really looks like a celebrity photo shoot. Masachika, who was wearing only an unmarked shirt and pants, felt a little strange in front of pretty girls. Elisa then turned to Masachika and she greeted in a loud voice. "Masachika-kun, good morning to you too." "Gee, good morning." In a situation where all the other members of the student council were present, she boldly addressed Masachika by his first name. As expected, Yuki instantly took the bait. "Era? Alya-san. Did you change the way you call Masachika-kun?" "Yes." When Yuki asked while hiding a condescending smile behind her gracious smile, Elisa answered without the slightest apprehension. Stopping to think about it, it was a little strange for one of us to call only by our last name when we were both running for election as student council president, wasn't it? Also, it is strange to call my partner by his last name while Yuki-san, my opponent, calls him by his first name. Therefore, I decided to call Masachika-kun by his first name as well. Elisa said this without hesitation, as if standing on a podium. No doubt she had prepared his answer in advance, anticipating that she would definitely be asked. "So that's it." Yuki, with a slightly proud smile on her face and feeling that she had said all that needed to be said, surprisingly agreed with Elisa. Then, with a somewhat mysterious face, she continued. "It's true. I might not be so sensitive for acting so friendly with Masachika-kun even if he is already my opponent. Hey! And no, you don't have to worry about that, right? Why, you two are childhood friends. So it's only natural that you two act familiar with each other. But considering Alya-san's feelings, it is true that I did something insensitive. I really don't care." Elisa was quick to respond to Yuki's unexpectedly apologetic reaction. Seeing the state of the two, Masachika had a bad feeling. "You really don't care?" "Yes, because I had no intention of interfering with the friendship between you two." "Really? Cool." After saying this in a happy tone, Yuki's face suddenly lit up and she grabbed Elisa's hand with a smile. "We are rivals vying for the position of student council president at school. But let's forget about that during this training camp, okay?" "Yeah, something like a ceasefire agreement." Why yes, well, let's do that." Yuki's smile widened when Elisa interrupted with a bit of confusion. Masachika clearly sensed a mischievous smile behind her elegant smile that seemed to say, "I have your promise." And in his heart, he thought, "You always start a fight." He dared not say anything, because he did not want to interrupt the conversation. "Okay, then it's time to go." It was then that Tuya spoke and turned toward the station. Then Yuki turned around in a good mood and said, "All right, Masachika-kun, let's go." As she ran towards Masachika, she tried to grab his hand, but Masachika, who was expecting this to happen, raised his hand and stopped it. However, Yuki kept trying to hug his arm tightly through the force of half a blow. "All right, Yuki-chan, let's go. Masha-senpai. However, Maria, who narrowed the distance on the other side, easily caught his arm. Hey, what's really going on? Well, Alya-chan doesn't want to stand by with me. Maria answered Yuki's question while inflating her cheeks. No, then why did you take Yuki's arm? Not only Masachika, but Yuki was thinking the same thing, but the moment Maria hugged Yuki's slender arms tightly, she immediately dispelled her doubts. Masachika didn't miss the moment when Yuki's gaze turned like that of some perverted guys and she looked at Maria's breasts touching her arms. By the way, Masachika clearly heard Yuki's inner voice saying, wow, they are really big. Phew, I'm really looking forward to this training camp. Hey, Yuki-chan, do you think octopus sumi is tasty? Well? Octopus sumi, Masha-senpai, do you have experience eating it? No, I wonder what their taste is. Then Yuki was dragged directly to the station by Maria. After looking at her for a few seconds, Masachika called the rest of Elisa and Ayano. Let's go. Yes. Okay. Then the three of them followed behind. There was only one thought that came to mind. Masha is so strong. 2 hours of train travel later, Masachika boarded a local private train. Masachika, who had boarded a private train in a particular region, was somewhat shocked by the scene inside the train. Boy, it's amazing. It's like traveling on an old train. And the chair, or boxes. I don't know what it's called, but the seats are facing each other. If I'm not mistaken, in the city, you can only see it on some express trains. Wow, look at that. The doors are not automatic, they are button operated. That really. I wonder what happens if you press while running? I don't think he will open it, but don't push him, Masha. I'll take a picture. Ayano, try to stand next to Alya-san. Are you sure you want to come here? Everyone looked around the inside of the train with interest and excitement at the lonely old train. Everyone posed as they wanted in front of Yuki, who was in charge of taking souvenir pictures with a digital camera for publicizing the student council activities. But then, Tuya noticed that there was an old lady who seemed to be a local. She was looking at them with a smile and he coughed slightly to hide his embarrassment. Okay, after we finish taking some pictures, let's sit in groups of 4 and 3 with members who don't normally meet. This is also an opportunity for student council members to get to know each other. What a great idea! So, you want to separate each member of the first years from each other. At the suggestion of the student council president and vice president, the exchange would be divided into a first round and a second half for a 40-minute tour. They sat separately in 2 sets of chairs across the hall. So nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. No, isn't that a blind date? Yuki sat next to Masachika for the first 20 minutes. And in front of them were Tuya and Chisaki. Although they suggested that the student council members should meet, which they don't see very often, shouldn't the president and vice president? I guess I shouldn't comment on that, hey. Masachika silently swallowed his criticism of the atmosphere of Tuya and I as a couple. Chisaki was broadcasting and was sitting opposite him. After all, his position was only a general matter. He couldn't go against the power of the fists, no, he couldn't go against the power of the vice president of the student council. What is your hobby? No, as I said before, this is not a blind date. Because Yuki immediately became silent, she sort of started a conversation, but Tuya just replied with a wry smile, and Masachika raised his head foolishly. That's right. So how did you two meet? Has this turned into a wedding interview? Yeah? Do you really want to ask that? Hey? You're unexpectedly so excited, hey? Chisaki. Chisaki held her cheeks with both hands and smiled shyly, while Tuya raised an eyebrow with a half-smile. However, Chisaki didn't seem bothered by her boyfriend's reaction and her gaze wandered as if she were reliving her memories. That's the reason I'm attracted to Tuya? I guess I should start talking about my childhood first to talk about that. That's a good idea. I want to hear Sarashina-senpai's story. When Masachika leaned forward with interest, Chisaki's mouth slackened as if in dissatisfaction. Then, as she looked out the window of the train, she spoke in a melancholy tone. That's right, that was when I was still a shy girl who couldn't kill an insect. Oops, the memories have started, The unexpected opening of the story made Masachika make rude comments with a straight face. However, Chisaki continued without paying much attention to him. At that time I was, if I may say so, a very calm, sweet and pretty little girl. The kind who looked like a little animal. I see. Even a fierce beast is a small animal when it's a baby, isn't it? I was always a scared little girl, with a low voice and a small heart, and of course I suffered bullying at school by boys who bullied me, and when I went out, suspicious men would talk to me, harass me, and almost kidnap me, and at one point I even stopped going to school because of my distrust of men and my phobia of other people. Hey? Really? Even Masachika hesitated to make fun of the content of such a serious story and retracted his joking attitude. Then, when Masachika turned his gaze to Tuya, he replied while shrugging with a serious expression. Apparently, it was not a story made up on the spot. Well, fortunately my mother always protected me and I didn't go through that much trauma, but that was enough to make me become a hikikomori. T/N note. Hikikomori is a Japanese term for the phenomenon among teenagers or young adults in Japan who withdraw and isolate themselves from social life. Then one day. You know the anime called Flaming Sword? Hey? Oh, I know what it is. They said it was a classic anime, so I watched it on my computer. Flame Sword is an original anime that aired several years ago. An anime that tells the story of a boy who begins his journey to save Kamiko, a heroine who holds the fate of the world in her hands, who was kidnapped by an enemy country in her childhood. On his journey, the main character meets his companions and fights against his enemies, until he finally gets close to the secrets hidden by the heroines and the truth of the world, or more or less it is a story from a fantasy realm. At that time, I saw it in real time. It was really shocking. Do you remember the scene where the Emperor, who was the last enemy, and the heroine talked after the battle in the frontier fortress? The scene in the throne room. Yes, that one. Ah, that was really a very good scene, wasn't it? It was the first scene that gave the impression that the heroine was not a helpless girl who was just waiting for the main character's help, but a strong woman with a clear will and a high sense of justice. The heroine comes face to face with the emperor who tries to rule the world by force and speaks of her own ideals without regard to her personal safety. The emperor, who was the final boss, just snorted when he said these are just the naive ideals of the weak, but he also changed his mind about the heroine. In that scene, Masachika unconsciously also cried out in amazement, the heroine is very cool. I see, so Sarashina-senpai changed immediately after seeing the heroine. Before Masachika nodded, Chisaki, who also seemed to remember those days, nodded with touching emotion. When I saw that scene it made me think. Ah, I get it. In the end, it's all about strength. Since I had no power, men despised me and almost kidnapped me. I am beginning to understand that in order to convey your desires, you must first be violent enough to silence the mouths of others. Oh, you unexpectedly made a bad example of the heroine. So you were influenced by the final boss, hey. After that, I cut my hair long and trained my mind and body not to be despised by men. I trained hard for a year at the martial arts dojo run by my relatives, and this is the result. Just as you said, that means they were all destroyed, bitterly persecuted, and demonized. Masachika gave an honest impression as he looked at his little sister, who nodded with a face like the last boss. That's great. I totally understand him. Chisaki smiled bitterly at the poor assessment. No, how to say? There, you should have said that I grew up normal. Well, thanks to that, I now have the courage to replace the aura of a beautiful weak girl. What a tragic change before and after. Isn't that funny? Since I had a past like that, I couldn't believe it was someone else's problem when I saw Tuya striving to change. Oh, you suddenly turned to the story of how you two met. I couldn't keep up because there was such a sudden development. Chisaki suddenly began to look at Tuya shyly, Masachika's cheeks contorted in resignation, and Yuki couldn't help but smile dryly. However, the lovers began to look at each other passionately, oblivious to the reactions of their coeus. Although, I was surprised that he suddenly confessed to me after almost meeting me for the first time. Oi, don't say that. Yes, but thanks to that incident I can also feel Tuya's change, right? Yes, well, I could tell I was getting very excited. That really, but I think it was because I was so nervous. Oh, yes. I told you not to say that. Tuya looked shyly at Chisaki, who sneered at him while smiling. However, there was no feeling of embarrassment between them. Instead, there was a slightly sweet atmosphere. Masachika and Yuki, who were looking at the scene before them, had distant eyes in their eyes. I can't stand this environment anymore. What are we going to do now? Should we start flirting too? Let's do that. Come on. I don't need it. Asterisk. The two siblings whispered as they looked forward, but the lovers in front of them didn't seem to notice. Meanwhile, 20 minutes passed and the members changed. Ayano replaced Yuki, who was sitting next to Masachika, and Maria sat opposite them. Please, let's get along. We'll get along too. Time. As always, Maria had a gentle smile on her face, and as always, Ayano instantly blended into the expressionless air. Why doesn't anyone want to talk? Maria, who usually acts as a listener, and Ayano, who is often mistaken for air. Masachika was irritated at the combination, making conversation difficult. Then, although it could still be called a conversation, Masachika directed his gaze at Ayano, who was already about to turn into the air, with a look of disapproval. Ayano, once in a while, why don't you start talking about something at a time like this? Okay, I'm sorry for my negligence. Perhaps she thought what Masachika said was true. Ayano's shoulders shook slightly and she bowed her head. She then lifted her face and let her gaze wander a bit before opening her mouth with a blank expression. What kind of maid clothes does Maria-sama like? First pitch, a straight pitch. If you ask me what kind of maid dress I like, I prefer the classic kind, you know? The maid's dress with the long skirt looks cute, doesn't it? Our release returned. It's like that, hey. Yeah, but I think miniskirts are cute too, right? Besides, I also like anime songs. Oops. The ball I thought was hit flew diagonally upward. Really? I'm also studying anime music to some extent. And the ball was picked up as if it was a natural thing. This is a conversation of a different dimension. Study? Ayano-chan, do you want to be an anime singer? No, I didn't put it that way. Is that so? Yes. No, give back the ball you took. See correct too. Masachika looked at Ayano as she ended the conversation with a very short answer. Ayano's shoulders shuddered and she began to look around the train in a hurry. Phew, you don't have to be in such a hurry, just relax, okay? No, that's, well. Maria consoled Ayano, who was clearly looking for a topic of conversation at the moment, with a wide smile on her face. However, when Ayano shrugged her shoulders as if afraid of her senpai's attention, she began to blink repeatedly while looking for topics of conversation. Well, do you like trains? The eye sees what the eye sees. I don't usually take the train, you know. And Senpai answered immediately without the slightest pause. Is that Madonna? What about Ayano-chan? I'm like that too. That's why you threw it away, hey. Masachika patted Ayano on the head in surprise and thanked her for trying to start a conversation that made no progress. So he decided to change the subject to replace his childhood friend who was not good at starting this conversation. Senpai said earlier that he doesn't usually take the train. Does that mean Senpai rides a bike or bus more often? Yes, I like to walk, but yes, I use my bicycle when I go out. Somehow it seems a bit surprising. I can't imagine Masha-san riding a bicycle. Ara, serious? Look, am I very good at that? I can usually walk if I'm about 3 train stations away, and I can even go further if I go by bike. That's extraordinary. But I think it would be faster to take a train than to ride a bicycle. Senpai hates trains, right? It's not like that, but I like seeing the city. The most important thing is that you can see the city in a new light, just by walking down a street that you wouldn't normally pass through. Ah! Masachika nods as if he understands what Maria is talking about. As he walks around town in search of a suitable store for his birthday date with Elisa, Masachika is surprised to find that there are many places he has never been, even though they are close to the area where he lives. When Masachika agreed with her words, Maria lowered her eyebrows slightly and continued. Besides, traveling by train is dangerous, right? It's dangerous. You see, sometimes people get caught in the rope hanging from the handrails and hurt their wrists. Hey? Hanging rope? Masachika turned to Ayano for never having heard of such a story, but Ayano also shook her head as if she had never heard of it. Stopping to think about it, Ayano usually uses a car, so she doesn't usually take the train for different reasons than Maria. Doll caught in the dangling rope? Maybe because of the sudden push when the train jolted. I don't know, I haven't tried it myself, and it seems Chisaki-chan hasn't either. I wonder if that only happens to boys, hey? Hey? Sarashina-senpai. Does that only happen to boys? The excerpt from Maria's words caught Masachika's attention, and his cheeks twitched at the thought of something vaguely appearing in his mind. Masha-san. Did this phenomenon occur? When you were with Sarashina-senpai? Hey? Yes, that really. When I traveled with Chisaki-chan, maybe 3 or 4 times. Could it be on a crowded train? I don't know. But it was very crowded there at the point where the handrails were full. The injured guys were next to or behind Masha-san, right? Yes. How do you know? In contrast to Maria, who widened her eyes in surprise, Masachika narrowed his eyes. In other words, the injured guys could. Come to think of it, Maria was probably the target of those people. Elisa has a very cautious nature and, whether good or bad, is too eye-catching to be a target. For example, when the 2 of them boarded the train together earlier, almost all the passengers in the same car looked at Elisa. No one would dare commit a criminal act in such a situation. On the other hand, Maria's appearance is not as eye-catching as Elisa's in terms of color, and tends to attract bold or similar people. And as a result of being attracted to it, the wrists of these kinds of people get screwed. Guessing the general situation, she looked away with a shudder at Chisaki, who was on the other side of the room, and continued asking. How did Sarashina-senpai react back then? Hey? If that's the case, Chisaki-chan is really amazing, you know? He would always take the initiative to accompany the injured person and take him to the station master's office. I also wanted to try to help, but since I am an amateur when it comes to treating wounds, I did not. I can stop leaving everything to Chisaki-chan. I see. No, what do you think that means? Kyu's-kun, did you understand anything? Oh no, it's just, yes. It's true. From now on, I think it's best if Sarashine-senpai accompanies Masha-san when she wants to board a crowded train. Oh, Chisaki-chan also told me the same thing. Well, without being told, I rarely travel alone on the train. Then, suddenly curious about something, Masachika asked Maria if she wanted to change the subject as well. Oh yes, by the way, what about Masha-san's boyfriend? For example, when you two go out together. Hey? Oh. Right now, I'm in a long-distance relationship. So, we haven't had a chance to hang out together. Ah, Masha-san's boyfriend is Russian? Even though I only found that out through the rumors that were circulating. No, hey? Ah, the name, that's right. What's up, how are you? Alright. More importantly, what about you two? Hey. Is there someone you like? Maria interlaced her fingers in front of her chest, then leaned in a little and asked cheerfully. They both turned to the girl who liked romance stories, but at the same time lowered their heads. No, I'm a guy who only lives in a 2D world. So, I'm not really interested in the 3D world. When Masachika said this jokingly, Ayano, who believed in such a thing, blinked curiously. Is that so? If I'm not mistaken, I heard that you were in a relationship with someone when you were in elementary school. No. That's a story from when I was a kid. After all, I wasn't an otaku back then. Masachika frowned slightly as he remembered the past he didn't want to remember. Then, pretending not to notice Maria's curious look, he turned to Ayano. What about Ayano? Is there someone you like? As for me, as you know, Yuki-sama is my priority. So I declined such an invitation. Wait a minute. You said you turned it down. Has anyone ever proposed to you? Yes, about twice in the past. Really? Masachika was surprised by the shocking information that unexpectedly appeared. The information that a boy confessed his feelings to his childhood friend made Masachika's heart ache for no reason. You're curious, right? Well, maybe a little. If Masachika-sama is curious about it, I can tell you the names of those two. Better not. Keep those two names inside you and take them to the grave. After trying to stop Ayano from trying to do something terrible, Masachika scratched his head. Well, I was curious, since I've known you for a long time, I don't think you would ever engage in colorful love. I got a little emotional. I have no intention of getting involved in that. Yes, please be careful with that, because if you're wrong, what you said before sounded like you were bragging about your popularity, okay? After saying this and letting out a slight sigh, Masachika looked at Maria and shrugged. So here's the thing, neither of us has a romantic history. So you two have no intention of falling in love? I don't have anyone in mind. I think so too. I see, it's a feather. After saying this, Maria sank her body slightly back in her chair, and Masachika felt relieved inside, but it seems that it is still too early to feel relieved. No, wait, give me a break. Shaking his head, Masachika looked at Ayano as if asking for help. Responding firmly to the look in his eyes, Ayano nodded and said, To be honest, I'm curious too. Why? Masachika screams uncontrollably at the unexpected betrayal of her childhood friend. In the end, for the next 10 minutes, Masachika becomes the target of pursuit by two girls interested in romance. Chapter 5, That's Not Sumo Wrestling. Incredible. Masachika let out an astonished voice when he saw the white sandy beach and the sea stretching out in front of him. It takes about 3 hours by train from the station near the school. After lunch and shopping at the station, they took the bus for 30 minutes. After walking 10 minutes from the bus stop, they finally arrived at the Kenzaki family villa, a 2-story building with stunning walls. They were amazed by the elegant and spacious villas, which could accommodate 10 or 20 people, not counting 7 people, but the most surprising thing was the presence of a private beach. The second-floor living room window, or rather, by opening the sliding glass door, you can go directly to the beach through the terrace, which felt more private than I expected. If asked why it felt that way, first of all, the outskirts of the villa were covered with trees, except the side facing the sandy beach, so it was hard to see outside. And on both sides of the sandy beach about 80 meters wide, there are rocks. Or rather cliffs that are also inaccessible to outsiders. In other words, this 80-meter wide and 15-meter deep beach is isolated from the outside world by trees and cliffs. To be honest, Masachika thought that his private beach would be connected to a beach used by ordinary tourists, but was shocked when he saw the unknown beach stretching out in front of him. Really, it sounds very private. No, that way of saying it sounds weird, right? Haha, well, I know how you feel. Standing next to Masachika, Tuya also looked around the beach and nodded. By now the group of boys had put on their swimsuits, went to the beach first, and waited for the girls. By the way, the villa has 2 rooms with 2 beds and 1 room with 3 beds, but from the discussion, they decided to divide their group into the first for the 2 boys, the second for 2 sophomore girls, and the last for the 3 freshman girls. Masachika was a little worried that Elisa would share a room with her opponent, but since Elisa herself wanted to share a room with Yuki and Ayano, or rather, she refused to share a room with Maria, so they decided to share a room this way. Still, when I look again, Kaiku, you look quite muscular, don't you think? Masachika said this with a tone of astonishment while turning his attention to Tuya, who was wearing a swimsuit. Masachika had always thought that Tuya had a very muscular body, but when he took off his clothes, Tuya was even more muscular than he imagined. His chest looks hard, with thick arms and legs. At over 180 centimeters tall, he wears disposable contact lenses instead of the glasses he usually wears. At first glance, he looks like a professional wrestler. Tuya laughed shyly at his coward-haze look of admiration. Well, I'm not as muscular and macho as I look. I've always had big bones. People used to say I was chubby. Chubby, hey. Masachika is convinced that otaku style resembles a dwarf in style. His interpretation was not at all rude, but Tuya didn't seem to notice and looked at Masachika with a shocked look. You seem to have trained very well yourself. You have a very good abdomen. Eh haha, thanks, well, I just do muscle training for about 20 minutes every day. ABS can be easily shaped if you want to develop them. Masachika gave a lukewarm response to his senpai's compliment. In fact, he noticed a decrease in his muscle strength and endurance when he joined the student council while doing physical tasks, so he resumed muscle training more than a month ago after a long time. Masachika realized that his own muscles were not well developed, so he could not respond to Tuya's praise. Oh, that's right. First I have to put up the umbrella and the beach bed. Does Kaiko have a beach bed? I mean, since the terrace is already shaded, why do we need a parasol? Well, it's just a matter of humor. Wait a moment. I'll do some research first. Oh right. Right after saying that, Tuya climbed up onto the terrace and went back inside the village. Masachika wanted to help him, but felt reluctant to look for something in someone else's house, so he decided to wait for Tuya while he felt confused. But a minute later, the window of the living room opened again. The person who appeared was Yuki, who was wearing a pink checkered bikini. As soon as she saw Masachika waiting on the beach sand and confirmed that there was no one else around, she ran towards Masachika while throwing her flip-flops. Ani-I-tan-sun, Ani-I-tan-sun, Ani-I-tan-sun. What's going on? Your tone of voice is even more annoying than usual. Masachika smiled wryly at his little sister, who ran up to him, while whispering, calling her a series of strange names. Then Yuki stopped in front of Masachika and shuddered, as if she had just seen something terrible. There's a monster has appeared. Hey! monster. She is very amazing. A real Japanese person can't compete with that. Just as Masachika was about to examine the meaning of Yuki's words, the monster in question appeared from the living room window. Her white skin dazzled in the summer sun. Hair silvery in the wind. Her plump breasts encased in a light blue lace bikini and her slim waist looked very charming. She had a sarong wrapped around her waist, but that transparent fabric could barely hide the curves of her beautiful hips. And then her curvaceous thighs and long legs peeked through the openings of her sarong. Bonky Yuban. Your words are so old. And then that's what they call a voluptuous body that looks like an hourglass. This time it's a little too new for me to keep up. Well, I understand what you're trying to say, but it's not that your curves are too dangerous. Besides, those curves from your waist to your butt. What did you eat and do to have such a voluptuous body? She doesn't do anything. Look, she's the same age as you. That one there is in a different dimension. How many 15-year-old girls are there with such curvaceous bodies that could make a great idol cry? No, you don't stay either, right? I mean, you have some good ribs. Masachika sneered at her while looking at Yuki who was trembling beside her. Then Yuki gave a teasing smile. You think? But you know what, Alya-san also has a bit of volume in her ribs despite her appearance, you know? It's really amazing, isn't it? Even though she has such big breasts. I seem to have fat where it should be. No, don't take it seriously either. Besides, I don't think ribs are attractive. While the siblings were talking about these things, Elisa, who turned her gaze back to them, tried to leave the terrace, but suddenly she looked back as if someone had stopped her. Then, behind her, Maria and Chisaki appeared. From the window overlooking the terrace. So big. Hey, stop. Yuki's cheeky reaction to looking at Maria made Masachika look at her with a frown. Then, as he turned his gaze to the two senpais, Masachika added to himself, well, I understand how you feel. In fact, Maria in a white bikini looks more impressive than her sister in a different way. In contrast to her innocent childish face and gentle smile, she had a figure that looked like an engraving idol. She has a very glamorous body and would look perfect if she appeared on the cover of a seinen manga magazine. T/N note, in Japanese, the word seinen literally means youth, but the term seinen manga is also used to describe the target audience of magazines like Weekly Manga Times and Weekly Manga Goriko, which cater specifically to men's interests, and are marketed towards a demographic of young adult men between the ages of 18 and 40. Boing boing. Hey, don't make a sound effect next time. G-cup. No, could it be an H-cup? Oi, stop it, stop it. No, I shouldn't rush to conclusions. I have to make an absolute judgment, but also a relative one. That's right. At first glance, Masha Senpai has them bigger than the others in terms of balance, but because of the height difference, Alya-san also has them quite big in terms of shape and flexibility. Enough, stop it, you idiot. Masachika slapped the back of Yuki's head, who was making a ridiculous analysis with a serious face. However, Yuki didn't seem to mind and immediately turned her indecent gaze to the two Kyujou sisters. But looking at the sisters next to each other, it looks like Masha Senpai has more meat around her stomach. She's very thin, you know? Alya just has a curvaceous, slim body. Hehe, but the fact that she has a small slit in her body also seems very erotic. While, on the other hand, bubbly, plated, and blobby. That impression of yours doesn't sound like a schoolgirl. After giving the impression of a pervert with vulgar eyes, Yuki turned her attention to Chisaki. Isn't the last one a broken sound? Besides, you only saw the muscles in his arms, stomach, and thighs. As he tsukumied, Masachika's face contorted as he looked at Chisaki in a turtleneck swimsuit next to Maria. In fact, it was an extraordinary body that developed in a different direction from Maria. Just seen from a distance it would have made anyone feel immediately understood. His body was no longer at the level of an athlete. His ripped abs were even more impressive than Masachika. Overall, his body was more like that of a beast, full of masculinity instead of feminine cuteness. Warrior and priestess. Well, I understand what you mean. Yuki and Masachika nodded as they thought about the Fantasy Heroes party model, and then, with the corner of their eyes, they saw Tuya, who came in holding an umbrella and a beach bed. Oh, Tankor's here. Do you treat Alya as a hero's role? So it is. Regardless of how you look at it, Kaiko is completely unsuitable as a main character in a harem-type hero group. Apologize right now. Apologize to Kaiko. Four people seemed to be talking to each other out of the corner of their eyes as they continued their otaku-style conversation. But it's amazing. Even with those two by his side, Kaiko's gaze is only on Sarashina-senpai. Apart from the presence of two beautiful and very sexy sisters on either side, Tuya's gaze was solely on Chisaki. Masachika raised his respect for Tuya, who was completely in a state of only you I can see, and Yuki snorted as if impressed. Love is blind. No, it's only for the small-breasted faction, eh? Don't say such rude things. After lightly hitting Yuki on the head, Masachika suddenly looked around at the remaining people, and choked in surprise when he saw Ayano standing silently beside him. Were you here before, Ayano? Yes. Since when was she here? Masachika said a bit uncomfortably as Ayano looked at him with his long black hair that was tied up on both sides like a dango and his usual flat expression. You look good in that swimsuit. Thank you very much. Unlike the other girls, Ayano wore a one-piece swimsuit. Masachika honestly complimented her swimsuit, which had frills in some places and looked more beautiful than sexy. Then, on the other side, Yuki moved slightly to Ayano's side and smiled mischievously. Oi, brother. The true value of this swimsuit is not only that, you? Ayano, turn around. Yes. Look at that, it's so woo-ah, isn't it? When Ayano turned around and exposed her back, Yuki raised her voice to increase her sexiness. But, in fact, the swimsuit she was wearing was quite sexy. Ayano's swimsuit was completely exposed at the back, and although it was lightly covered by the rope covering her, the nape of her neck to the top of her buttocks was almost completely exposed. While the rest of her body was less exposed, her open back exuded a strangely seductive atmosphere. Yuki smiled as she pointed at Ayano's beautiful back. What do you think? Staring at Yuki's proud face that seemed to say, sexy, right? Masachika looked at the ropes on Ayano's back, which looked like shoelaces. For some reason, I saw a charsu. T/N note, charsu, also known as Chinese roast pork and barbecue pork, is a Cantonese-style roast pork. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Oh, that's not what I mean, it's like a dress worn by Hollywood actresses, yes. Masachika immediately corrected his speech as his younger sister's gaze was filled with murderous intent. For a few seconds, Yuki continued to stare at Masachika, but when she saw the four who seemed to have finished their conversation begin to approach, her expression became elegant again. So from now on, I'm going to focus on my stomach, while Ayano focuses on his back. I don't know what you're talking about, but do what you want. Saying this, Masachika ran to Tuya's side and the two men worked together to set up an umbrella on the beach. Meanwhile, the female group set up beach beds and spread vinyl sheets. Alright, I think that's enough. Ugh, that was really hard. They both managed to shove their umbrellas into the sand, and Masachika raised his face as he dripped with sweat. Then his eyes met Elisa's, who was looking at him as if to say something. Instantly, he looked away and played with the ends of her hair. Elisa's face seemed to say, I just saw you stick an umbrella in the sand, really. But she didn't change the direction of her body. Masachika smiled wryly with his easygoing attitude and said. Your swimsuit looks beautiful, Alya. Oh yeah? Thank you. Alisa replied dryly without looking at Masachika. Then Maria's arm held his. Phew phew phew, good for you Alya-chan. Hot, it's hot. Ah dot. Alisa let go of Maria's arm which was curled up against her with an annoyed expression and quickly moved away from her sister. Masachika's gaze unconsciously fell on a certain part of Maria that was bouncing a lot with the momentum. It can't be helped, right? Thanks to the string in the middle of his bathing suit, I could clearly see that voluptuous prancing valley, or that's what he thought of as an excuse, but shortly after, Alisa gave him a penetrating look and Masachika quickly looked away. Masha-san too, that swimsuit looks good on you. Phew, thank you. Whether she noticed Masachika's gaze or not, Maria smiled innocently. Her innocent smile made Masachika feel guilty. Masachika-kun, Masachika-kun. Suddenly, a finger poked Masachika's thigh. When Masachika looked down, Yuki was sitting on the vinyl sheet with her back to him. She then said with a tempting look as she put her hands behind her neck and lifted her hair, revealing her back. Can you put some sunscreen on me? Would it be better if you let yourself be baked like this? Era, how cruel! Yuki quickly stood up while shrugging at Masachika's unflattering reaction. Just kidding, I've applied sunscreen before. Then don't do that. I thought we had a promise. No, I wouldn't mind if you made me a promise. Era, does that mean you would be upset if I spread it on Alya-san? Hey! Because her name suddenly appeared, Alisa made a surprised voice. Without knowing it, Masachika also reflexively turned to her, and their eyes met with a glare. Then, curious to know what he was thinking, Alisa narrowed her eyes and half-consciously hid her body with her arms. No. No, I'm trying to apply it. I mean, can Alya's skin turn brown with tanning? For some reason, I get the idea that Russian skin turns reddish and doesn't darken when burned by the sunday. My skin will also darken. Although there are some people who don't, but reddened skin definitely includes sunburn. Well, that's true. Despite his attempts to divert the conversation, he still faced a wary glance. Then Masachika turned awkwardly to Tuya. Well, how about we go now? Ah, that's right, but before that. When Masachika asked him, Tuya looked shy as his gaze wandered all over the place, and then hesitantly opened his mouth. As long as we're here. How about we try facing the ocean and shouting the sea? What do you say? Hey! Masachika frowned at Tuya's unexpected proposal. Immediately, Tuya looked a little disappointed and Chisaki quickly helped him. Well, since it's a pledge, right? This camp is also an opportunity for student council members to get to know each other, so come on. Let's do it together, okay? Let's. Judging by Tuya's behavior, everyone guessed that it was something he wanted to do, so they all decided to accept his proposal with tender feelings, while exchanging glances with each other. Ah, then how about we all take a picture? Use a timer. There's a place where I can put the camera. Ah, let's use that table on the terrace. Do you want to take a picture too? When Yuki took the digital camera, Alisa looked a little embarrassed and hid her body with both hands. Seeing her behavior, Yuki smiled gently to reassure her. It's just a memory. Don't worry about it, okay? If you want, I won't give your swimsuit picture to anyone but yourself. I see, so it's okay. Alisa agreed with Yuki's explanation. Masachika was a little irritated by the way she said it, but he didn't dare to ask any more about it. After the camera finished setting up, everyone took off their slippers and lined up next to each other on the beach barefoot. And then, simultaneously following Tuya's rhythm. Oh sea! Hey, the sea! The sea! 5 people shouted with joy. One person who couldn't shout followed the atmosphere. So did a person who shouted in a monotone voice. An indescribable atmosphere flowed on the summer beach, and the sound of a digital camera shutter echoed in the air. Soon after, Elisa shrugged her shoulders absently and Ayano tilted his head expressionlessly. Good. Then let's go. No, what are you going to do with this strange atmosphere? Okay, Tuya, let's have a competition. Let's race to those rocks on the beach. Are we going to, Ayano? Understood, Yuki-sama. Ignoring Masachika's tsukumai, the four immediately ran toward the beach as if to say, how can I stay in this place any longer? I'm going to the sea. All that remained was the awkward atmosphere between Masachika and the Kyujao sisters. How about we go too? He called Elisa reluctantly, but Elisa uncomfortably turned her face away from Masachika. Reluctantly, he then turned to Maria. Masha-san? Don't you want to go? When Masachika turned and called her, Maria sat down on the vinyl sheet and smiled casually. Don't worry about it, can you go first? I'll go after I inflate that. After saying this, she took out a small folded floating balloon from inside her purse. While transmitting, Maria made a surprising confession with a bright smile. I can't swim. Hey! Masachika turned to Elisa with a shocked expression on his face at the shocking confession. Swimming is not so common in Russia? Because the sea freezes, right? That is not the case. Swimming lessons are usually given in schools, and in Vladivostok, where I lived, you could swim in the sea in the summer. Still, you can't swim. Without knowing it, he almost let slip even though it seems she can float, and quickly swallowed his words. However, Elisa seemed to somehow guess what he was going to say, and narrowed her eyes at Masachika with a look of contempt. That's because we both don't swim very often. I see. Oh right, even some Japanese people can't swim, right? It turns out there are also some things Masha-san can't do. I think it's okay, it's about individuality. As he shouted this to correct the situation, he then muttered, so, without further ado, and Masachika tried to move toward the sea, but suddenly, his wrist caught behind him. Alya-san. Feeling a bad premonition, Masachika looked back in fear. Looking back at Masachika, Elisa said. First of all, I have to warm up. Oh yes. Masachika swam freely in the relatively calm ocean. The sea water was clearer than Masachika had imagined, and through his swimming goggles he could clearly see the bottom of the sea 10 feet below. Oh, there are so many fish. It's amazing, I never get tired of watching it. Although he regretted not bringing a snorkel, Masachika enjoyed the underwater scenery by swimming slowly. Get out! As his breathing was getting weaker, he decided to go back to the shallow area first. So he swam back to shore with a breaststroke, and after swimming for a while, Masachika was shocked by what he saw. Because he saw Ayano, who seemed completely submerged, was shaken by the waves with her neck and back exposed to the surface of the sea. Hey, Ayano! Yes. When he called out hurriedly to her as he approached, Ayano raised her head as if nothing had happened. She pushed a few strands of hair away from her face, took the tube from her mouth, and looked at Masachika with a curious look. Are you okay? What's going on? Nothing. Masachika, who thought she was not drowning when he saw her and seeing her reaction that she was not, asked with a hard smile. Are you enjoying it? Yes, very much. Oh, I see. All right then. I'm sorry I bothered you. No, you are not bothering me at all. So, I'm going back to the beach first. Yes. After bending down a bit and putting the tube back in her mouth, Ayano began to float again. Instead of swimming under her own power, she simply let the waves rock her body. Feeling a little curious about Ayano's unique way of enjoying the sea, Masachika returned to the shallow water. Then he laid down on the beach and enjoyed the feeling of the waves and the sand coming and going. Ah, that's good. Above the sky, the sun still shone red on his eyelids, even with his eyes closed. The scorching sun burned his bare skin, but on the other hand, the sea water touching his legs and pelvis was cool and comfortable. As the waves broke, he could feel his body being pushed against his head and splashing against his cheeks. And when the waves retreated again, Masachika felt his body being pulled into the sea, and he also felt the sand under his body being pulled in and his back slightly buried in the sand. While he was immersed in this indescribably pleasant feeling, he suddenly heard the sound of water bubbling nearby. Immediately after that, a stream of seawater flowed down Masachika's face as he laid there. "Get out! Wow, what?" Gasping heavily, he lifted his upper body and wiped his face with his hands while exhaling through his nose as best he could. When he managed to keep the seawater from entering his nose, Masachika turned to the thunderous noise. "Ue! Did you like it, my brother? You." Needless to say, it was her little sister with a smile on her face. "Hey, are you sure? You're showing your true nature like this. No problem. Besides, the others are all far away." Yuki looked out to sea as she said this and tilted her head curiously. "Approximately, when will the giant octopus appear, eh? I've been waiting a long time." "No matter how long you wait, this kind of thing will never come out, okay? Impossible." Speaking of the sea, a giant octopus, a giant jellyfish or a giant anemone will surely appear, and then a shout of "Areoia" is the beginning of a cliched scene in an erotic tentacle game. That only happens in fantasy, okay? If such a creature appeared in the real world, all there would be is panic. I am possible, so why on earth did I come to the sea, then? For swimming, don't you think? Masachika calmly responded to the words of his sister, who fell on all fours and made a face of disappointment. Then Yuki stood up and said with a sigh. "What can I do, anyway? If the cliched erotic events don't happen, I guess I have no choice but to create another show to the best of my ability. Let's do it, come on." "That one? What's that?" "Idiot! If we're going to do this at sea, it has to be a water fight, right? How the hell should I know that?" "No, well, I know it's a common thing anyway." As he imagined the scenes that are often seen in manga and anime, such as, "Get this! Kaie, so cold! You started it!" Masachika also thought, well, this is a cliched scene. Yuki immediately bent down and dipped both hands into the sea water and splashed Masachika vigorously. "Feel this!" But his cries were a little different from the cliched scene. "Uff! Psu!" Masachika turned his head away from the splash that hit his face. His cheeks. They twitched slightly from the splashing water, so he turned and threw the water at Yuki as hard as he could with his right hand. "Wow!" Yuki gave a strange scream and covered her face with her hands when the splashing water hit her. Then she immediately turned her arm and began to defend herself. The fight continued several times and finally turned into a merciless water fight that ignored the turn system. The two siblings continued to fight the water splashes at close range. "Don't expect me to be defeated with such a small hand. Abhwa, Dorya. T/N note, ignore the words directly above. They have no translation. Wait, you were using your feet, right? Ahaha. Ah, ha ha ha. Aha, ahahaha, ha. Don't stop just like that all of a sudden, please." Masachika stopped her hand as she turned her gaze to Yuki, who suddenly stopped smiling brightly and sighed. When the splashing stopped, the drops of water dripping from her hair and chin somehow began to look melancholy. "No, it's more boring than I expected. You started it yourself, but you were also the first to come to your senses. I'm getting upset, you know. Only a few idiots in love could go on like this. The way you talk, watch the way you talk, yes. My head, it feels hot. Who says that taking a bath makes your head boil? It's just a matter of expression. Close. Do you understand, then? Suddenly, Yuki closed the distance and jumped on him with all her might. Masachika's legs got caught in the sand and waves, causing him to fall on his back. His back hit the water hard, causing heavy splashes of water. Play. The water depth around here is at most up to your knees, but if you lie down hard, you can sink normally. Hurriedly raising his upper body with his hands under the water, Masachika exhaled sharply through his nose and looked at Yuki, who was clutching his neck. What are you doing suddenly? Feel this. Sink, sink. You. However, when Yuki hugged him, he pushed him away with a scream, and Masachika, who had not stretched out his arm, lost support and was pushed down without hesitation. He fell back again and his head sank into the sea. You idiot! This time Masachika's nose really got watery, so he stood up and pushed Yuki back with all his might while holding back tears as the pain began to stab the back of his nose. Yoo-woo, phew, how naive! In any battle, the side that takes advantage of the opponent is the stronger side. But, it looks like you're already out of breath like that? I'll show you that a little sister can beat her big brother. Masachika tries to fight his little sister in a childish way, taking advantage of the difference in size and muscle strength. He vigorously raised his upper body and tried to push Yuki in the opposite direction. Yuki also tried to defend herself by stretching her legs, but it was difficult to fight back after being pushed so far. Convinced of his victory, Masachika smiled, but at that moment, Yuki shouted close to his ear. Ian! Do it now! I won't let you play that hand! Excuse me, Masachika-sama. Why are you here? Hearing Ayano's voice that should have choked by now. Just then, Masachika was quickly embraced from behind. In addition to this fact, Masachika was very shocked by the soft, supple feel of a thin piece of cloth pressed against his back. Suddenly I was in a sandwich between two beautiful girls. Well, he really didn't mind his little sister in front of him, but Masachika couldn't keep his cool with his childhood friend behind him. Yuki took the opportunity and pushed Masachika's body aside. Masachika landed unbearably on his shoulder, his face contorting as he felt the water enter his ear. I hear you. Ian. Right arm. Pardon my cheek. If you want to apologize. Masachika was repeatedly strangled by two girls who grabbed his arms and legs, locked him up and pulled him down. It is a dream situation for every guy to be embraced by two beautiful girls in bathing suits, but he can't enjoy himself because what they do to him is no different than bad boy behavior. Seriously, he tried to get out of the sea. A few minutes later, Masachika managed to escape from the bonds of the two and fled to the beach, breathing heavily on all fours. Why, down to the sea. We have to fight. All over the world. Okay, sorry, I overreacted. No, Ayano, you're not wrong at all, it's all Yuki's fault. Hey, don't poke me. After turning his attention to Ayano, who was crouched beside him and stroking him on his back, Masachika looked at his sister, who was crouched on the other side, with a smile and flushed cheeks. It's not wrestling, you know, it's a swimsuit sumo full of pretty girls. What the hell are you doing at sea? Yuki, who seemed completely satisfied with her older brother turning his gaze away as the water dripped from his hair, raised his eyebrows to the side and shrugged without a trace of guilt. Even if you say that, you were making the most of the feeling of our smooth skin, weren't you? Look, your face is turning red like this. No, it's just a lack of oxygen. Yuki cleverly ignored Masachika's calm tsukamai and stood up. Okay, since I got tired of playing with Unii-chan, I'm going to the sea again, ah. Oh yes, if I'm not mistaken, there's a big float in the shape of a table, right? Let's inflate it. Inflate. Oh, Ayano, you can go accompany Yuki. I want to get some rest. Is that so? Then, if you'll excuse me. After seeing Yuki running happily towards the village and Ayano following her, Masachika sat on the beach and looked out to sea. Oh? Kaiku and Sarashina senpai are not around. Only the Kyujou sisters were visible in his eyes, and Masachika tilted his head slightly. He pressed his eyes to the rocky area where the two should be, but there was no sign of them either. Well, as far as the two of them are concerned, I don't think there's any need to worry about them. As long as these two people are not drowning, there is no problem. Maybe they were both taking advantage of the opportunity to be alone on the other side of the rock. So there is no point in interfering in their affairs. With this in mind, Masachika casually turned his attention to Elisa, who was swimming on the left side of his field of vision, and continued to look away. Then, a little way offshore, Maria, who is wearing a life jacket, is seen floating. Floating? She's not being dragged away? Hey, is she going to be okay? Remembering Maria's words that she could not swim, Masachika immediately swam toward her with a little impatience. Masha-san. Oh, Kyu's-kun. You are a very fast swimmer. That took me by surprise. Ah, not much, but leaving that aside. Are you okay, Masha-san? You weren't washed away by the waves. As usual, Maria greeted him with a friendly smile and Masachika asked her as she got up to swim. Then Maria put her right hand on his cheek and tilted her head as if she was a little worried. As expected, you must think so, right? So she really was being dragged along. I've been trying my best to get back to the beach, but, for some reason, I'm getting further and further away with time. Ha ha ha, that's weird, right? No, that's not something to laugh at. But crying is useless, right? Besides, seawater can be sweet. Hey! Ah, but if I do that and become like a seal, could I be saved? Masha-san. I'm sure Alya-chan will be surprised. Why are we suddenly losing the conversation, Masha-san? Hey, what? When Maria tilted her head with a shocked expression, Masachika slapped her forehead. Then he stopped trying to understand Maria's strange comments and returned to the subject. Anyway, since Masha-san can't swim, if you turn in the middle of the beach and drop your buoy, you might die, you know. During that time, I wonder if anyone will notice and help me. Masachika thought, is this person really okay? I'm a little worried about Maria, who doesn't seem the least bit upset and just shows a worried smile. Please get help faster. Sorry, but regardless, Kyu's-kun came to save me, right? It was just a coincidence. Phew, still, thank you very much. For saving me. Masachika was embarrassed when Maria thanked him with a smile that seemed to show that she trusted him completely. Well, it's okay. Maria's smile widened even more when Masachika quickly looked away and replied dryly. His smile was as if he was looking at something captivating, and it made Masachika feel uncomfortable, as if he could see through her inner thoughts. So let's go back to the beach, okay? Please? Still. When it was time to take Maria to the beach, Masachika was not sure how to take her. If the other party was a man, he would put his hand on the float and pull it out, but he hesitated to do it with a woman. It would have been easier if the float had a rope attached to it, but unfortunately he couldn't find anything like that either. In that case, please escort me. Ah yes. Maria held out her right hand in front of the confused Masachika. Then he reluctantly took her hand. Hands that were smaller and softer than his own. Such delicate hands, and if he held them too tightly, there was a great chance they would break, but somehow it felt quite comforting. Phew. What's wrong? It's nothing, really. Looking away from Maria's face, which was wearing a meaningful smile, Masachika began swimming towards the shore. To avoid hitting Maria's legs, he tried to keep his feet low and pulled Maria with him in a breaststroke with one hand. Great, so fast. Kyuskun, you turned out to be very strong. Maria's voice, which was full of admiration and applause, sounded from behind her back, and he could feel his back warming up. Masachika is a boy. If there was a pretty girl innocently clapping like that, anyone would definitely feel like okay. I guess I have to do my best. However, Maria suddenly raised a voice that sounded a bit worried. Are they? Kyuskun, you have a shoulder contusion. Ah. In response to Maria's words, Masachika looked at her while thinking there is such a thing. It's an old bruise. Besides, it doesn't hurt anymore. Is that so? Maria still looked worried, but the bruise was not that painful, and because it was on the back of his shoulder, Masachika often forgot about it. That there was a bruise there. Have you ever had an accident? No, it was not a big deal. I was only bitten by a dog when I was little. Masachika was a little confused when he turned around and said this. He felt that his hand that had been holding Maria's hand was firmly gripped. No, it's not really a big deal. It's all because I didn't heal properly because I was trying to look cool, so it left a scar. The incident occurred while Masachika was spending time with this girl. As usual, when the two were playing together in the park, a large dog that seemed to go crazy suddenly appeared and attacked the girl. Masachika immediately protected her and grabbed the dog, but as he struggled to restrain him, the dog bit his right shoulder. Fortunately, the dog's owner immediately rushed to the scene and pulled the dog as hard as he could, so that the scar would not be too deep. At that time, Masachika was just trying to look good and did not want to worry the dog, little girl. He was also afraid that his paternal grandfather and grandmother would be blamed for Gensei, so he only gave it the satisfactory amount of attention. At the time, doctors said his scar would gradually become less visible as he got older, but he ended up with a small grayish hematoma on the back of his shoulder. Masachika himself didn't care anymore. Unlike girls, having a few bruises is no big deal for guys. On the other hand, my grandfather even laughed happily and said, "This is just a male medal." Oh, in case Masha-san is curious, these are scars from protecting friends. Ah sure. Sensing the discomfort in Maria's unprecedented low tone, Masachika kept looking forward and kept swimming without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Then, when the distance to the shore was shortened for more than half in an uncomfortable environment, he thought his feet would soon reach the bottom. But suddenly, Maria's hand trembled and stiffened as if in Masachika's hand. Masha-san? Is something wrong? As he laid on his back, Masachika looked at Maria who was standing behind him. However, Maria did not answer his question, but looked over her shoulder into the water. Masha-san. Kaie. A small cry, like a jolt. Soon after, Maria let go of Masachika's hand, put the hand on the float and started trying to pull her body off the float, kicking her legs and stretching. Wait, what are you doing? It's dangerous. The surprised Masachika warned her, but it was too late. Due to the weight on the front of the float, the back of the float suddenly lifted and Maria flipped forward. There was a great noise and Maria's feet kicked the air hard into the overturned float. Then it sank into the sea as it was. Wait, are you okay? Maria's arms reached out from the sea, immediately wrapping around the neck of the confused Masachika. Before she could think Maria with her hair stuck to her forehead and cheeks, jumped out of the water and hugged him. No, she clung to Masachika with all her strength. What? Maria's cheek with her sticky hair touched his. Maria's soft arms touched his neck and shoulders. And on top of it all, there was a soft, supple feeling pressed against his chest and stomach. The overstimulating sensation caused Masachika to feel heat rising from the depths of his body. However, soon after, the surface of the sea came close to his mouth and he quickly continued to swim afloat. Careful! Jellyfish, there's jellyfish! Hey, jellyfish! Masachika immediately turned his gaze to the sea when he heard a scream in his ear. So it was true that there was a white object the size of a half ball. floating in the water, and Masachika was straining his body, but on closer inspection, it didn't seem to be swimming by itself. Instead, it was just swaying unsteadily with the waves. Hey? Masha-san, that's not a jellyfish, but a plastic bag. Hey? Plastic. Maybe. Don't be so sure. As soon as Masachika said this in a suspicious tone, Maria, who had already let go of his arms for a moment, began to hug him tightly again. Wow! If so, sure. It must be a plastic bag. Ah! Help! It stung me. Oh! When you panic, you speak Russian, right? Masachika was very impressed by Maria's panicked cry. Masachika himself was in a different state of panic. But naturally he reacted like that. Maria's bare skin was very warm in the cold sea water. It feels soft. Seriously, very soft. Especially the maternal symbol crushing Masachika's chest. Also, the smell of Maria's own body filled her nostrils, mixed with the smell of sunscreen. Damn, seriously, I might drown if I let this go on. Not because of Maria's maternal symbol, but because of the sea, of course. Feeling a sense of crisis as his body slowly sank, Masachika quickly looked for the float and immediately found that it was floating several meters away. Perhaps he had been pushed there because of Maria's frantic tantrum. Please calm down first, okay? I'm afraid of jellyfish. So, help me. Masachika put his hand on Maria's back to calm her down, who was still babbling about something, and tried to get the life jacket off her. Then, just as Masachika managed to catch the float and let out a sigh of relief, he heard a stunned voice nearby. What are you guys doing? When Masachika turned his face to the source of the sound, he saw that Chisaki looked dumbfounded as she raised her glasses from her forehead. The expression on her face made Masachika impatient as she saw the state in which Maria was hugging him. Oh, no, that, a jellyfish appeared. Jellyfish? Oh. With a suspicious expression, Chisaki looked around and suddenly reached out to grab something. You mean this one? After saying this, Chisaki picked up the object in her hand. It was actually a jellyfish. Not a plastic bag. Definitely a real jellyfish. Without knowing it, Masachika immediately felt anxious, and Maria's arms that were around his neck also hugged him tightly. However, Chisaki's expression became even more perplexed when she saw the reactions of the two. No, you don't have to be so cautious. After all, she is dead. Dead. After being told, the jellyfish didn't move, and stayed there. It looked like a piece of jelly. I saw some of them while I was swimming earlier, and I killed them. Quickly, it looks like dead living water came through here. After saying this, Chisaki threw away the dead jellyfish like a pile of garbage. What an overwhelming feeling of strength. So what? How much longer are you going to keep hugging him, Masha? And that's... Maria turned her gaze to Chisaki's cold stare and laughed uneasily. My waist comes out of the floating ring. Isn't it because your legs are cramping? You're not very skilled in the water, are you? As his eyes warmed with Chisaki, Masachika handed Maria the life vest. Lives and cooperated with Chisaki to get Maria to a shallow place. When she finally reached the point where her feet could touch the bottom, Maria stumbled a bit and started walking towards the beach. Sorry, Kyu's-kun, thank you very much. No, I'm glad Masha-san is okay. So, I want to swim again. It cannot be helped, because Masachika is also a healthy teenager. Are they? Where did Alya go? Chapter 6, I Want to Be a Turtle. When Masachika finished cooling his head in the sea and returned to the beach, he found only the second-year group. Turning his head, he saw Yuki with a large buoy and had just come out of the sea with Ayano, but saw no sign of Elisa. If you are looking for Kyujao Imuto, she just borrowed a fishing pole and went to the rocky area over there. Fishing rod? Hey! By the way, do I need to comment on this photo? Masachika looked at the area below him. Tuya, who answered Masachika's question, was being buried in the sand by Chisaki. More and more sand was piling up on top of Tuya, who was lying on his back on the beach, and for some reason Maria drew a strange pattern with a wooden stick around him. Is this some kind of ritual? If you can, just ignore it. Understood. Masachika, who somehow felt that it would be problematic if he touched the subject, nodded slightly at Tuya's request. Then Yuki walked over to him. She then stopped for a moment at the sight in front of him and thought for a few seconds. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she muttered softly that only Masachika could hear. Don't tell me, if you start leaving here? Tentacles. It won't come out, it's not Thulhu. Really? If you don't want to go out, you'd better call that giant octopus, that's how it works. Don't come, don't come. Looks like Senpai is doing something interesting, hey? Can I join? Aira, is everything okay? Yuki happily joins Maria's drawing activity after brilliantly ignoring Masachika's Tsukumai. Yes, Ayano. Ayano. He searched for the whereabouts of his little sister's maid, but Ayano was not there. Looking all around, he could see that Ayano's back carried the float that Yuki had just worn when she brought him to the village. Really, what a good servant! Suddenly, with nothing to do, Masachika thought for a moment and then decided to go to the rocky area to which Elisa was going. Along the way, he put his slippers under the umbrella and walked along the sandy beach to the rocks. As soon as he put his foot on the rock to climb, one of his feet slipped and Masachika stumbled slightly. Sigh, the rock is quite unstable. The rock itself is quite brittle and crumbles easily, and the surface is very slippery due to the presence of wet algae. In addition, Masachika was wearing non-slip slippers. If he did not pay attention to his steps and did not walk carefully, he would probably slip and fall. After walking with caution and vigilance, Masachika finally reached the flat part of the rock and found Elisa there. Hey, there! Hey, have you caught anything yet? Masachika approached while shouting this, but everything is clear on Elisa's face, who was looking at the surface of the sea with a gloomy expression, since there was no has nothing. What? No, I just wanted to see how you were doing and see what you were doing. Seeing Elisa so focused that she didn't even bother to look at him made Masachika stop and scratch his head, wondering if his presence was just distracting her. Well, let's look at the situation for now, and Masachika also saw the fishing float on the sea surface that Elisa saw. However, his interest immediately disappeared about a minute after seeing the fishing float not move. He was bored and his gaze wandered everywhere, so Masachika casually turned his attention to Elisa. Ah! It's true what Yuki said. The ribs can be seen faintly. Masachika remembers what his sister said while looking at Elisa's ribs, which are barely visible under her bikini. Looking at her lower body, it's no wonder Yuki is shocked, because Elisa's waist is so thin it makes him think he can grab half of her with both hands. What are you looking at? When he turned his face to the cold voice, Elisa looked at him with a cold stare. He just looked at her with pure admiration, and not for any other reason, but a man's heart made him feel guilty when they looked at him with cold eyes. No, I just thought you had such a thin waist. Oh, that's right. At the very least, by flattering her honestly, I could make it seem that I have no ulterior motives, really. I only see her waistline, not her ass, but Elisa's reaction was still cold. I thought you already knew, I mean, we danced together last year, didn't we? Last year? Ah, school festival season. Masachika is embarrassed to remember that he put his hand on Elisa's waist during the dance folklore on the night of the festival. At that moment it was already dark and he was desperately following the rhythm of Elisa's dance, so he didn't even notice, but when he remembered that he was embracing those slender hips, Masachika felt that he had done something very brave. Well, that's right. When you look at it again, you really did feel it. Alisa also looks a little annoyed when she says this, as she looks away. Wait, don't react like that, please. It's just a dance, right? No, well, even if it is just a dance, was it quite innovative just dancing thanks to someone getting out of control? That was, because it was your fault for provoking me. After looking a little strange, Alisa suddenly narrowed her eyes as she thought of something and looked at Masachika with a slight blush on her cheeks. Just so you know, I only gave you special permission because we were dancing at the time, but if you touch me now, I won't forgive you, okay? Of course I won't touch you. I wouldn't dare commit such an act of sexual harassment. Masachika raised both hands to show that he wasn't looking at her like that, but Alisa snorted suspiciously and turned her gaze forward, then said mockingly. Humph, I don't know, it doesn't sound very convincing. You seem to be delighted with mashes. Those beautiful breasts of yours? Masachika responded instinctively in his heart, but immediately denied it. Don't take all of Alisa's Russian statements seriously. Instead of just now, she looked at him with a cold stare and scolded, where were you looking? You have to listen to half of Alisa's Russian, no, you have to listen to about a third of what she says. Which means, right, that means that Alisa meant that Masachika just needed look at her instead of squinting at her sister. Yes, it is a form of affection for a sister who tries to protect her reckless older sister. Well, just a few minutes ago, her older sister in a swimsuit hugged me tightly. Masachika shook his head as he remembered the previous incident, or one could say the event of perverted luck in a chain reaction. Then he turned his gaze to the surface of the sea and suddenly changed the subject. Is the sea so much fun? After saying that, he immediately thought, what the hell am I talking about? Masachika had just asked the question that came to mind, but Alisa nodded without paying much attention to him. It's very nice. Even though this is the first time I've traveled with friends like this, I think it's pretty fun. I see, the friends in question are Yuki and Ayano. Yes. Masachika was a little moved by Arisa, who nodded a little awkwardly, but seemed natural at the same time. This classmate, known as the lonely princess in school and a stubborn person, referred to the two students as friends without hesitation. The once sassy Alisa now has someone she can call friend without hesitation. Well, it's not that she hates people. She just keeps her distance from the people around her so she doesn't get hurt. In fact, she is just a kind and loving girl. Masachika was strangely pleased that his kindness was directed at someone other than himself. He nodded his head repeatedly as if chewing on that fact. Oh sure. So it's like this. What? No, actually it's nothing. Seeing Alisa's inquisitive look, Masachika confused his words, and coughed slightly before saying. Can we talk about something serious or not? Okay. Yes. I just want to talk about the election of the student council president, right? Actually, I was thinking that you should improve your social skills. Because if you keep being mean and cold to your followers, they might not choose you, you know. When he was told implicitly that you are not very sociable, Alisa was silent. Even if she had noticed, when he told her so bluntly, his heart still ached. But, I thought it wasn't necessary. However, Masachika said cheerfully to Alisa, who was still speechless. Masachika then looked directly at Alisa, who looked at him with a questioning look. Even without my intervention, you can expand your own friendship. When I think about it, somehow I feel a little relieved, and also happy. Alisa quickly looked away from Masachika who was laughing shyly. Then she said a few words. That's because Yuki-san and Kamishima-san are very kind. Yes, you are too. Alisa was speechless when Masachika immediately replied without pause. Her mouth dropped open and she tried to rebut. But before she could do so, Masachika added. Everyone in the student council has been aware of this for a long time, and so, Taniyama and Mayami. Just so you know, what I said at the closing ceremony last semester was my sincere feeling, you know? The more people know you, the more people will support you for sure. So, I think you should have more confidence. You know, because you are loved by people more than you think. So it's like that. Alya nodded slightly at Masachika's words, and then there was silence for a moment. Only the echo of the waves could be heard as the two looked out to sea. You too. It's nothing. Hearing the Russian murmur that escaped her mouth, Alya shook her head and covered her mouth again. In a rather somber mood, Masachika scratched his head and said, I don't think that's a subject to talk about on a trip. Then he raised his voice a little. Ah, but still, you didn't catch anything? What did you catch at the moment? Alya turned around with a slight scowl as Masachika reached out and stared at the fishing buoy floating on the surface of the sea. Fishing what? Hey? What kind of bait have you been using? I haven't used anything. Hey, don't tell me you fished with lures. It's not too hard for a beginner. Oh wait, you are a beginner, right? I am. Masachika, who is also a newcomer, used his knowledge of the manga to give advice to Alya, who seems a little dissatisfied with his suggestion. You won't be able to catch any fish if you keep waiting, you know? You have to move the bait up and down to make it look like a live fish. Is that so? It is still not enough, you must move it a little more. If you say so, you should try it. Alya, who seemed a little upset, handed over the fishing rod, and Masachika, who received it, murmured, I'm a beginner too. Then, while recalling the scene of a celebrity fishing on TV, Masachika waved his fishing rod. After that, a few seconds later. Oh, it looks like something is coming. Masachika pulled lightly on the rod with the slight vibration that was transmitted to his hand. Then the weak reaction turned into strong resistance, and Masachika immediately spun the ropes. Shortly after, a small horse mackerel appeared breaking through the surface of the sea. Once you try, you succeed. Whew, I'm afraid of my own talent. Masachika smiled like a narcissist in front of the stupefied Alya. However, when the horse mackerel was uprooted and lifted onto the rocks, his smile suddenly hardened. So what should I do with that? What to do, why don't you let him go? How? Don't you just let go of the hook? No, that's why I asked, how? Masachika bowed slightly with a rigid face to the horse mackerel, which squirmed noisily as it floated in the air. At first, he couldn't do it with one hand, so he threw the fish along with the stick to the ground, but the fish kept squirming. The two of them stepped back a bit. Unexpectedly, neither of them had ever touched a live fish. Help me, quickly. Hey, what if he bites me? It definitely won't bite you. Really? Where am I supposed to get that from? I don't know. Both were surprised by the fish they caught. However, even as they were both panicking, the fish's death was approaching, so Masachika apologized in his heart and stepped lightly on the horse's body to hold it. He then quickly let go of the hook and threw it back into the sea. I don't know why, but sorry. A spontaneous apology escaped Masachika's mouth when he saw the horse mackerel fall into the sea. He felt he had done something wrong and apologized. It seems that Alya also felt the same way as she looked at the sea with a complex expression. Are we going back already? Alya herself had not yet caught a single fish, but was no longer in the mood to continue fishing. After confirming that Masachika had taken the fishing pole, she walked along the rocky shore toward the shore. Masachika followed her closely, and as they approached the final descent, he alerted Alya, who was walking in front of him. It's a little slippery there, so be careful going down. Just in case, Masachika tried to warn her. But at that moment... Listen! Alya's sandal slipped as she tried to get down and her body staggered forward. Damn, if she falls on the rock, everything would be a disaster. If you only have blisters on your knees and hands, all the better. At best, he could never swim in the sea again. However, if she falls into such a defenseless swimsuit, she could be seriously injured by the sharp stone. Ew! Sensing danger, Masachika quickly reached out with his left hand, put his arm around Elisa's stomach, and tried to restrain her from behind. Even though he had just been told not to touch her, Masachika had no time to worry about it. But he made some miscalculations. First, because they were both in swimsuits, the left hand holding Elisa's body couldn't hold onto anything. Second, bare skin with salt and sand from the dry sea water, looked more slippery than Masachika had imagined. Third, the stone that was under Elisa's feet suddenly crumbled with a loud sound as she slipped. Only the surface collapsed, but Elisa, who was standing on it, lost her balance. Careful! Elisa's body slid at a steep angle. However, there was nothing to hold it, and Elisa's stomach, whose friction effect had been reduced by salt and sand, slid down Masachika's arm. Influenced by the urgent situation, Masachika dropped the fishing rod in his right hand and put his right arm around Elisa's stomach. Then Masachika looked for a place where he could hold on with his left hand while putting his weight on her back. Your armpits! Immediately making up his mind, Masachika raised his left hand and tried to place his hand on Elisa's right armpit. At the same time, he turned around and inspected the area behind her back. No rocks or bumps. Of course. In fact, if you just want to lift Elisa's body, putting your hand under Elisa's armpit might be the best solution. However, Masachika forgot one thing. Before he could do that with women, he had to overcome obstacles. Yes, he had to overcome a big obstacle before his hands could get there. When Masachika raised her left hand, her thumb sank into something soft and she could feel something stuck against her fingertip. Then something immediately reversed following the movement of Masachika's hands and Elisa's body. Immediately after this, Masachika's left hand was buried in the soft flesh and a rope-like object was caught between his fingers. At this point, Masachika still did not know what was happening. What was on Masachika's mind was confusion at the unexpected touch and impatience at not being able to reach Elisa's armpit. Masachika was upset because his left hand was caught on something and wouldn't move, but after checking the safety behind her, he gripped the thing firmly with his left hand to ensure Elisa's safety. At that moment, Elisa let out a weak cry, but Masachika gritted his teeth regardless and pulled Elisa back with his body. As a result of putting all her weight on his back without a second thought, Masachika fell hard to the ground. Even though he was prepared for it, because there was no padding in his thin bathing suit, the pain he felt hit his brain and caused his vision to blur for a moment. In addition, the weight of someone falling on his thighs made his legs feel like they were crushed. ECA. Ha, ha, ha. Alya, are you okay? While screaming with pain in his legs and buttocks, Masachika looked at Elisa who was in his arms, and finally realized the situation correctly. His right arm wrapped tightly around Elisa's stomach. This is not a problem. Elisa's butt and thighs are on top of his thighs. That's not a problem either. There was a soft, supple sensation in close contact with his bare skin, but that was tolerable. The problem is really what? It was his left hand that gripped Elisa's right breast firmly. Her smooth, bare skin clung to the palms of his hands. The sensation of soft flesh writhing along the shape of his fingers, and a flexible yet firm sensation that touched the base of Masachika's hand. Sorry. Once he realized the situation, Masachika quickly pushed his left hand away. She pulled off the swimsuit that was stuck on her thumb and forefinger and took it from his hand. Thanks to him, Masachika could see everything. Well, it was natural. As if replacing her swimsuit, Elisa's breast was hidden by Masachika's hand. Elisa screamed silently, her mouth open and her arms covering her chest, then stood trembling on Masachika's legs. Die! Die! Then, her face red with anger and shame, she kicked Masachika's leg that was on the ground. Ouch, it hurts. Sorry. No matter how soft the slippers she wore were, it would usually still hurt if she kicked as hard as she could with her bare feet. However, Masachika had no choice but to apologize because now it was completely his fault. Although it would be enough if he touched her lightly on the outside of her shirt, even if it was unintentional, Masachika had already put his hand inside Elisa's swimsuit and then squeezed her breast as hard as he could. Looking from anywhere, that was enough for him to be reported. Police, this man did it. Idiot. Pervert. I said it hurt. But you, on the other hand, grabbed it so hard. Sorry, ouch. My knees hurt, you know. Perhaps her anger and embarrassment were increasing. Elisa kicked and stomped on Masachika's feet with watery eyes. In our industry, that equals gifts. Masachika tried to be masochistic as he screamed stupidly in his brain at the flood of violence that kept falling on him, but unfortunately he was not enlightened enough to feel any pleasure in this situation. Instead, Masachika wanted Elisa to do something about her incompatible swimsuit before venting her anger by kicking him. Because seeing Elisa with her hands on her chest was so exciting, it was hard to see which way. Looking at her from below, he couldn't hide more than he imagined, you know? I really didn't mean to. No, yes. I'm sorry. Phew, ugh. No, I'm sorry. Masachika apologized to Elisa, who looked down with watery eyes as she made a sound that could not be described as a moan or a sob between clenched teeth. Then Elisa suddenly turned around and took a few steps back before turning her back on Masachika and crouching down. He almost made an excuse, but quickly remembered that it was unethical and that he could only apologize repeatedly. However, not knowing what else to say, Masachika's gaze wandered all over the place. Masachika-kun. Why yes. I want to fix my swimsuit first, so hurry up and turn around. Oh yes. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Masachika silently turned his back on Elisa with a strong sense of guilt and sat cross-legged on the rocky ground. What hurts most, of course, is the fact that he touched Elisa, but now that he has realized this fact, Masachika really feels excited rather than sorry, and that hurts a lot. Without realizing it, he tried to remember the feeling he just experienced, and this is due to the uncontrollable nature of his brain. Hey, seriously, stop. If my friend reacts even wearing these shorts, it won't be funny. Masachika was desperately trying to get rid of his anxiety when she hit his forehead with her left hand, which, he said, still had that feeling. The pain Masachika was feeling forcefully stopped her insolent thought, would that flexible, tight feeling be, and then inside his brain, he crushed the image of Yuki in her little demon form after shouting, "You were able to squeeze them. You were rubbing them. You were squeezing the breasts of the boobs that I couldn't touch. So at that moment, take responsibility." For some reason, Masachika heard a frightening word. He heard the number 1, in the deep sense, word order that would make any man nervous when said by a woman. In Russian. I whisper it too. And, as usual, Masachika was very surprised. In a nasty sense. Responsibility. Should I take responsibility for touching her breasts directly? Should I go out with her? Should I confess? Yuki's little demon form reappeared and shouted, "Responsibility, responsibility," his brain as Masachika screamed desperately. Because it was too boring, he ignored it for a while. Don't panic yet? Yes, I have to calm down. Don't worry about it. Alya definitely doesn't mean that either. Whenever I say those otaku lines, am I always serious? I'm just joking about something that comes to mind. Really? The current situation is the same. Alya too, at least she just said the words that randomly came to mind in Russian. Take responsibility, marriage. Did I tell you, calm down. Masachika's forehead quivered when he heard those words with overwhelming destructive power coming from behind, and he began to massage his temples. Calm down. Unexpectedly, my initial assumption has been proven right. Do you really think that Alya really meant marriage? Yes, it was precisely those words that proved it was just a Russian joke by Alya, although no one, ever, touched them. No one had ever touched them. A series of 3 deadly combos pierced Masachika's heart. As a last attack, Masachika was hit by a rock with the words responsibility on its head, and Masachika drowned. Inside Masachika's brain, Yuki's little demonic form walked sideways like a crab, and circled his head in a mocking tone as it said, "First smack her breasts, first touch her breasts." Ha ha ha. This girl is very loud. Don't tell me it's endless. No one. I have never taught it to anyone. The final attack also hits Masachika. A throwing technique aimed at a weak area is an instant death combo. Masachika had no choice but to hold on to his head and crouched down in front of the Russian, who said to himself in a trembling voice. The little demon Yuki laughed heartily inside his head, but Masachika didn't care anymore. I am a turtle. Only sea turtles get trapped accidentally. Now it's time to go back to the sea. Masachika-kun. Alisa finally stood up and looked at Masachika, who was curled up in a small ball, heading toward the edge of the rock. Hey, what are you doing? No. I just wanted to try to do a little purification ceremony. Purification? Aamu, get up quick, it's embarrassing. Being hit hard by the word shame on his lifeless body, Masachika stood up languidly. Seeing his extremely depressed figure, Alisa frowned in anger and confusion, then let her gaze wander for a few seconds before raising her voice to clear her doubts. Aamu. I don't want to create an awkward atmosphere, so I'll say this. First of all, thank you for helping me. Masachika-kun, aren't you hurt? Yeah, well, I'm fine. Yes, thank God. So I apologize for kicking you. But even though it wasn't intentional, you touched my chest, so it's only natural that you should be punished, right? Oh yes. I understand. I'm sorry. So, try reaching out with your left hand. Yes. When Alisa told him and looked at him with a red face, Masachika obediently held out his left hand. Alisa then took his hand with her left hand and pinched the back of Masachika's hand as hard as she could with her right. That hurts. That's a punishment. For having seen my. Saying this with all her might, Alisa gave the final punishment by turning her pinch and then releasing her hand. Okay, with that you are done. After that, we can no longer worry about what just happened. Do you understand? Yes. Look, let's go back to the others. After saying that softly, Alisa turned her head and began to walk away. This time, Alisa carefully walked down the rocky area to the sandy beach. Masachika also returned with a fishing pole and chased her with a heavy heart. Then, after going back to the beach and walking a bit, Alisa looked at Masachika, who was standing behind her diagonally. Then Alisa's lips puckered slightly as if in a bad mood. When she saw Masachika, who was still depressed and carrying dark clouds behind him. You don't have to be so depressed. Masachika suddenly raised his face when he heard the unexpected phrase in Russian. Then he realized that Alisa was looking at him with a sort of frustrated expression on her face as she put her hand on her own chest. What, was it something strange? My breasts. Anyway, there is nothing strange about it, it is a beautiful and valuable experience. Alya's breasts are the kind you can pick up and hold, that's great. Oh wow, I just want to die. Masachika wanted so badly to die because his own brain was imagining insolent thoughts. Masachika's virile side, instilled in him by the Suao family. During his childhood, he makes a great effort to kill his indecent thoughts. Ahumu. As Masachika became more and more depressed, Alisa turned irritated and looked at Masachika while crossing her arms. I said before that we shouldn't worry about it anymore, right? If you continue like this, it's equivalent to being rude to me. Yes. Masachika suddenly raised his face as if he had just woken up from a nap because of the rude words that Alisa said to him. Come on. Answer firmly. Yes. Alisa's sharp voice made him step back and straighten his back. Assenting with a firm look, Alisa stood beside Masachika and patted him on the back. Then let's go. It hurts, ouch. Masachika couldn't help but smile at her somewhat manly behavior. He looked at Alisa and quickly apologized. Oh, no. I just thought Alya would turn out to be big-hearted. Humph. When Masachika said it with a wry smile, Alisa turned around with a snort. Then, playing with the ends of her hair, she said bluntly. What does that mean? Masachika looked up at the summer sky with distant eyes in his eyes when he heard Alisa's sudden tsundere comment. Chapter 7, I think I was floating. Ah, how refreshing. Chisaki looked happy as she washed off the seawater and sunscreen that stuck to her body with shampoo and liquid soap. Then, after making her way to the tub, she dipped her feet in the warm water and narrowed her eyes in delight. It's hot, it's great to shower right after getting out of the ocean. This is like being in a luxury hotel, right? Chisaki had a happy expression as she plunged into the large tub that could accommodate about 6 people at a time. Maria responded to her words as she washed her body. This was the bathroom in the Kenzaki family home, but unlike the normal bathroom, there was a connecting door to the outside, in addition to the connecting door to the inside, allowing direct access to the bathroom on the beach. Thanks to this, they can wash their bodies immediately after leaving the sea and do not suffer from itching and discomfort from the sea water on their bodies. A bath after a battle in the sea is the best, isn't it? It seems that all my fatigue is gone. A battle? With jellyfish? No, with 2 sharks. How wild. Because there are only 3 showers in the bathroom, and 5 people can't use the shower at the same time, they have to wait their turn to use it. Actually, the 2 senpais were trying to let their Kaohei use the showers first, but as Yuki refrained from saying. Because we have long hair, it takes longer to wash them. Chisaki and Maria also had time to think. You can't wash quietly if you think your senpais are waiting for you, so they decided to go in first. The 2 men took a quick shower before them and left. As a respectable boy, this is one way to take care of the girls. Senpai, may I come in? Oh, please, enter. Then Yuki's voice came from behind the door outside, and Maria, who had just finished washing her body, left the place while answering. Excuse me. As soon as Maria entered the bathroom, the 3 freshmen entered the bathroom. Then they all took off their swimsuits on the spot and put the swimsuits they had taken off on the shelf where soaps and other items were kept. Colorful bathing suits that had been removed lined up next to bottles of shampoo and liquid soap. Yuki looked at her seriously and thought. I don't know why. It looks so erotic. Behind the mask of an elegant woman, there contains only obscene omens. The pervert secretly chose the middle of the 3 baths and, while washing, looked at Alisa's naked body with a leering look. Amazing! She saw an incredible sight. Even without taking it off it is incredible, but when she took it off it became even more incredible. Yuki's elegant female mask almost fell off when she was presented with a naked body that was so artistic it could make people of the same sex swallow dry. Hey, no. If I look for a long time, Masha senpai and Sarashina senpai who are behind me might notice. With that thought, Yuki turned forward. Then, looking through the mirror, she confirmed the 2 senpais behind her. No, that one over there is so cool. Her gaze was fixed on the naked bodies of her two senpais reflected in the mirror. I would say, both seem to match if you are describing muscle mass and fat mass. Both have amazing bodies in different directions. Both are residents of the romantic comedy world and residents of the fantasy world. Yuki made an otaku assessment as she looked through the mirror at the curvaceous bodies of Maria and Chisaki. While holding her washed hair with a towel, Ayano, who had tied her hair with a clip, approached her. Yuki-sama, do I need to wash your back? There's no need, Ayano. Yuki-sama. Once she casually turned around and saw Ayano's body. Somehow it seems a bit relaxing. Yuki thought this in her heart. When Masachika left the room for the hallway to go to the bathroom, he ran into Yuki and Ayano who had just left the dressing room. Yuki then quickly looked around, handed the plastic bag in her hand to Ayano and whispered some instructions. Following Yuki's orders, Ayano quietly moved to the side of the room's door and peeked out, then went up the stairs and peeked there as well, then sent a circular signal with his finger from above. After confirming this, Yuki smiled innocently. Ani ija, Ani ija, Ani ija. What? What's going on? Yuki ran to him and whispered, and despite having a bad feeling about it, Masachika still listened with a wry smile. Then Yuki stood on tiptoe and whispered something to Masachika. There are amazing breasts floating around. As expected, you would say that. As he expected, the contents of the report were simply somewhat incompetent, and Masachika held Yuki's head with both hands. As he thought about continuing to rub Yuki's temples, he looked at Yuki's face with a serious expression. By the way, whose were they? Alya-san and Masha-senpai. Besides, they have a shape that is so beautiful and precious. It's already on a different level with one round, tight and. I didn't ask for you to go that far. What the hell? You're the one who asked, you're totally irrational. Yuki cried out when the base of Masachika's palms pressed against her temples on both sides like a vice. Damn, you're a. After pressing his sister's head for about 5 seconds, Masachika released his hand with a stunned expression. Yuki then rubbed her temple, which was still sore, and said in a bitter tone. Ouch, after all, it was too much of a spectacle to watch, so I wanted to share that joy. Unbelievable, although I shouldn't say it like this, but didn't you get a chance to see something similar on your school trip? No, well, that's true, but still, how shall I put it, the boobs are different? Very different from the real Japanese. Although it's hard to put into words, yes, it is different. Maybe they are too thin? I don't know though. When it comes to thinness, the two are equal. Both of them, despite having thin waists, their hips look voluptuous. Even though they are big, they don't sag. I think their hips are different from the Japanese. Well, I don't know about that. When Masachika looked at her with a condescending look, Yuki turned her head the other way with a faraway look in her eyes. Aji-chan once said. The boobs that float on the water are the real big boobs. You old pervert, what have you taught your own granddaughter? Also, he once said that the crown of hair that cannot be seen and the breasts that do not lose their shape even in sleep are fake. What the hell is with that knowledge? I shouldn't need to know. He, don't worry, master. Both are really valuable natural products, you know? I can guarantee that. No, I really don't care about that part, okay? Really? Well, because their shape was so pretty that I thought they were fake, but judging by the way it bounces and the texture, it's definitely genuine. Plus, it feels very soft. You really had a previous life as a middle-aged guy, right? Yuki gave a thumbs up with a serious, unhelpful expression, and Masachika looked at him while inwardly agreeing, well, they really are. In fact, you have just experienced the tenderness of those breasts in question. Oops, that's bad, I can't. Almost accidentally remembering what happened back then, Masachika quickly changed his thoughts. However, it was too late, and the younger sister, who was very sensitive to her big brother's thoughts, looked at Masachika with a suspicious look. By the way, Ani-ija. Did something happen to Alya-san? What? Masachika tilted his head, desperately trying to remain calm in the face of the difficult question. Then Yuki crossed her arms and nodded knowingly. A man and a woman in bathing suits. Behind a rock on the beach. How could nothing have happened? Nothing happened that you imagined, okay? It might be a rocky place, but not behind a rock, you know. Hey? In other words, that means nothing happened, nothing happened. As her older brother continued to deny it, Yuki still looked at him with curiosity, but unexpectedly, he didn't ask any more questions after saying, "It's true. By the way, I have good news for Ani-ija. Hey! Right now, only Alya-san is still in the bathroom. I won't watch, okay? I don't recommend it, why?" Yuki put her hands on her hips with a disappointed expression for her brother who refused to look first. "God, who the hell do you think I am? I consider you my dear sister. Kaie, I love you too." Your attitude changed immediately. After turning away from his little sister, who was hugging him in a spoiled voice, Masachika, tired, insisted that she continue. "So. Well, it's kind of easy." Then Yuki suppressed the volume of her voice that had been low all this time, and whispered to Masachika with her right hand over his mouth. "Don't you want to see the appearance of Alya-san who just took a shower? Fresh skin, moisturized, and shiny hair. Don't you want to see it?" Whispering like a demon, Yuki stepped back without waiting for a response and patted Masachika on the shoulder as she walked past him. "Well, do what you want. I will take care of Kaiku, and Ayano will take care of Masha-senpai and Sarashina-senpai. No one will come here for a while. So, what you do next, it all depends on Anyudano's decision." After saying that, Yuki quickly went into the room. Looking up, Ayano was also heading to the room where Maria and Chisaki were. Masachika stood there for a few seconds after seeing them go, and then went to the bathroom as planned. My god, Yuki's otaku brain is really a nuisance. As he relieved himself in the bathroom, Masachika sighed to himself as he thought of his sister trying to reproduce the event even at a time like this. There's no way to agree to such an arrangement and say, well, feel free to do it, right? Teenagers are shy, you know? If someone blatantly pretended like that, I'm really not that interested, right? Really, then there's even more resistance. After washing his hands, Masachika went up to the second floor and shook his head. But good. Then, when he reached the top of the stairs, he stopped and turned around with a serious expression on his face. As an otaku, I have to collect triggered events. Masachika hid at the top of the stairs and pointed at the chance of, oh, what a coincidence when Elisa came up the stairs. No way. Masachika, he is an otaku boy before he was a teenager, so it can't be helped. Why? Why? Meanwhile, on the other hand, Elisa, who had just come out of the bathroom, was confused and panicked in her dressing room. Because the dressing room was not that big and there was only one hair dryer, the girls had to alternate between two when leaving the bathroom. So Elisa, who usually takes a long bath, decided to let Yuki and Ayano go first and be alone until the end. Clothes, she was surprised. Before leaving for the sea, she had put a change of clothes in a plastic bag and taken it to the dressing room. But on the plastic there is no bra or panties. Even though her shirt and shorts were there. Hey? I brought it, right? I should have brought it, right? No matter how many times she remembered, Elisa was sure that she had put her panties in a plastic bag. However, in reality, there were now no panties in her plastic bag. Faced with this unbelievable situation, Elisa searched the entire dressing room in the hope that she could leave them somewhere, but no matter how hard she looked, she could not find her panties. Really, did I forget to bring it? Or maybe I dropped it when I got here? Impossible. Judging that she had made a mistake, Elisa grabbed her head with a bath towel. The kindness of Elisa was shown back into reality, as the thought of someone somewhere foolishly taking her away did not occur to Elisa. However, if she did not know the true nature of a person, she would definitely refute such thoughts, even if the idea occurred to her. What do I have to do? To the bottom, she was still fine. All she needed to do was endure a little discomfort. But, the top should be down. If you don't have a bra, you are sure to drift. It took her 10 seconds to get to her room, but if anyone had noticed her during that time, especially if the two boys saw her, she would have had no choice but to die. Although now, Masachika-kun had seen her. Ugh! Elisa's cheeks warmed as she recalled the recent series of events. Yuh! She covered her face with both hands and squeezed her bangs between her fingers. Even though she had told Masachika not to worry about it, and Elisa herself was trying not to think too much about it, but once she remembered, it was useless. Elisa is very reserved. By the standards of the general public, being reserved was too strict for them to be called fastidious. For Elisa, who prided herself on being self-sufficient and not depending on others, giving herself to others was tantamount to defeat. Never having a boyfriend. I get goosebumps just imagining pampering someone, flirting with them, begging for their love. Although she had calmed down a bit recently, she really thought so until about a year ago. This is why she never gives anyone a chance, and stubbornly rejects any guy who approaches her with a flirtatious attitude. Well, precisely because I have maintained this position, daring to show Masachika an opening in Russian is a thrill I have never had, and has become a bit of a habit, but this subject is not very important now. In any case, she didn't want such reckless people to touch a single hair on her head. Even if someone tried to touch her in a friendly way, she wouldn't hesitate to push them away, and if they still persisted, she wouldn't even hesitate to slap him. That's why she put up such a firm guard as a real princess. Still. She was touched. Or rather, squeezed. Her chest. Moreover, kneaded directly. In the end, he was able to see everything. Thinking about it calmly now, he hugged her on her bare belly and set her on her feet. At this rate, the only solution to this problem is to get married. She had to hold the other party responsible for the rest of his life. Phew, yes, that was just an accident. That was just an accident. She kept pushing marital matters to maintain her own chastity, and told herself over and over like a spell, but even if it was an accident, her behavior was inexcusable. If this was done by a strange guy she didn't know, Elisa would keep hitting him until his memory disappeared, and then hit her head on the floor until her memory disappeared. Unforgivable. Truly unforgivable. Though it should be unforgivable, but at that moment, Elisa surrendered herself into Masachika's arms. The strong arms around her stomach, the big hard body she felt against her back, made her heart beat uncontrollably. She couldn't even breathe properly. That's why Elisa couldn't move for a while after she fell. As she was embraced from behind, she felt a sense of safety. No. Elisa argued her own thoughts out loud. There was no way she could almost give her body to someone who had done this to her. How could her heart beat fast just because she was saved? He is not the main character in the shoujo manga that Maria likes. She is very different from the character of a weak girl who easily falls in love with the boy who saves her. She was confused because she had an unexpected event. Because of the confusion, her body froze and her mind didn't work. That's for sure. I wonder if, shouldn't I forgive him still? As she thought about this, feeling that her dignity and self-esteem as a woman had somehow been severely wounded, Elisa began to seriously consider withdrawing her earlier statement and applying memory wiping processing, physically, to Masachika. However, this can only be done after leaving that situation. Yes, the situation has not changed yet. A crisis situation in which you have no underwear. With a growing sense of crisis, Alya reorganizes her thought process and begins to think about what to do once again. The safest thing is to call someone in the girl group when they walk by and ask them to bring a panty. This would eliminate the risk of someone seeing her without a bra, but it is very embarrassing. A very stupid act, which will clearly create a dark story. Moreover, even those who have been asked to do so would find it a nuisance. So, another option would be, should I take my chances and run to the bedroom? At this point, are Yuki-san and Kamishima-san in the room? If not, I can change clothes immediately, but if I can, should I take my panties and change in the bathroom? It's a little difficult. But I have no choice but to do it. After all, Alya didn't have much time. If he stayed here for too long, someone suspicious might stop by to check on him. So. Alright. When Alya made up her mind, she pulled the t-shirt and shorts directly over her bare skin, wiped her hair quickly, and put the bath towels and swimsuit in a plastic bag. How about I use this to cover my chest? Suddenly thinking about it, Alya held the plastic bag with both hands. But no matter what, it seemed unnatural. Then, just when she thought about taking only her bath towel off, Alya blushed because her swimsuit could clearly be seen in the plastic bag. First of all, she usually doesn't like to hold a wet towel against her chest. If that's all, she certainly didn't get into the habit of exposing her body. Absolutely not. There is no need to worry. I just need to get back to my room before anyone can see me. Alya muttered to herself, and then, holding a plastic bag in her right hand, she silently opened the sliding door and peeked out. Then she looked left and right down the hall to make sure that there was no one there. Then Alya was shocked when she heard the voices of Tuya and Yuki's conversation coming from the living room. Good. If Yuki-san is in the living room, that means Kamishima-san is also there with her. And if Kaiko-san is there, that means Masachika-kun is also there. Great, I can definitely do it. Alya ran out of the dressing room, glad that her greatest anxiety was gone. While waiting for no one to leave the room, she put his foot on the staircase that led to the top floor and... Oh Alya! Can we talk for a minute? Alya's mind went blank when she heard a voice from above. Alya? Is something wrong? And nothing, really. While casually creating a situation by chance, Masachika walked up the stairs, but he had a bad feeling when he saw Alya, who looked a bit confused. She fiddles with a plastic bag full of bath towels, her eyes wandering diagonally downward. Alya wore a simple t-shirt and plain shorts, clothes that some might find frivolous, but when Alya wore them, her appearance really looked very fashionable. Is this what you call home style without makeup? You have a pretty face, that's really not fair. While feeling this way, Masachika went downstairs while being suspicious of Alya's behavior, who seemed to be preoccupied with something. Then he looked up from the plastic bag Alya was playing with and suddenly stopped in the middle of the stairs. Masachika then frowned, looked back a second time, a third time, and let his eyes wander in another direction. Then he shouted as loud as he could in his heart. This girl, why isn't she wearing her underwear? Glancing over, he could see the reflection of his sister's face showing her tongue maliciously. Although he had no proof, Masachika was sure that all this was Yuki's doing. Then Yuki's words that said, "It was a very fascinating vision, so I wanted to share this joy," resurfaced in Masachika's head. The way of sharing is very upfront, you know. Masachika gritted his teeth and screamed furiously in his brain while still looking up. Seeing Masachika's state, Alya also seemed to realize that she had been noticed. Come here. Hey? Wow! His hand was suddenly caught and forcibly lifted. Masachika then followed Alya as she went up the stairs. Then they took him to the room where the first-year girls were staying. Lie down there. Hey! Do it! Why yes! Masachika felt uncomfortable with this forbidden atmosphere for boys, but when Alisa pointed to the bed in a high-pitched voice, his shoulders shook in surprise and he immediately climbed into bed. Then, just as Masachika reluctantly laid on his back, he heard the sound of the bedroom door closing. Alya-san! He raised his head and called out to Alisa, who was standing in the doorway, but Alisa turned without answering and walked slowly toward him, covering her chest with her right hand. She then climbed onto the bed with her mouth closed and unexpectedly, she mounted Masachika's stomach. Oh! A closed room. A boy and girl couple in bed. Although this sounds like an erotic situation, Masachika's heart is not beating, in fact it is embraced by the terrifying aura that Alisa emits when she looks down. Masachika-kun! Why yes! At this moment, Alisa finally opened her mouth and slowly lifted the face that was looking low. She showed a weak smile with a dangerous atmosphere. Her whole face was bright red, and she looked at Masachika with a hard smile at the corner of her mouth. Ah, it feels like déjà vu. Alisa said while exhaling irregularly, to Masachika, who was thinking, a few minutes ago, something similar happened, as if I were running away from reality. I want to apologize to you first. I'm sorry. Apologize, for what? I understand. I understand perfectly, why? It's not your fault. Yes, I know. But please, are you willing to be an outlet for my uncontrollable emotions? As she said this, Alisa's voice shook because she really couldn't control her overflowing emotions. Masachika then looked up at the ceiling for a moment, and decided to prepare herself. Oh, leave it to me, because you and I are a couple. Besides, this is all a joke from my stupid little sister. When Masachika gave a thumbs up as he silently added this in his mind, Alisa said the word thank you softly and then humph. Suddenly, his vision was covered by a pillow, and the next moment he thought this, Masachika was startled by a thud on top of the pillow accompanied by a voice of suppressed anger. Phew, hmmph. After that, the impact of the blows continued with 2 or 3 blows. Apparently, she hit the pillow. But it doesn't hurt much. The impact he felt was not as strong as the sound he heard. Perhaps Alisa was trying not to overdo it by using a pillow in someone else's house. Besides, her striking posture deliberately avoided Masachika's face. Because the lens shifts beautifully left and right, although there is an impact, but almost no pain. Hmmph. And how I got used to that. Masachika's attention was drawn to the feeling of Alisa's ass riding on his stomach. Is that? What kind of game is that? Every time Alisa lowered her arms, something soft in her stomach shook from side to side, and Masachika began to feel a strange sensation. Many say that when your vision is closed, your other senses become sharper, and it turns out to be true. Masachika gritted his teeth under the pillow when he felt Alisa's ass dancing on his stomach, and the sound of the bed creaking somehow had a deep meaning. No. Please finish this quickly. Masachika hopes to be rid of this torment soon for a completely different reason than pain. He doesn't know if his wish has been granted or not. A few seconds later, the pounding against the pillow finally stopped and the only sound in the room was Alisa's harsh breathing. The silence continued for a while. While Masachika laid in the emptiness, Alisa, who seemed to have managed to control her emotions, began to get up as she made a creak on the bed and seemed to rise from the bed. Perhaps concerned about Masachika's motionless body, a voice with a timid tone called him from the bed. Masachika-kun? Are you okay? I'm fine, really. Masachika, who is unwell in a different sense from Alisa's guess, responds with a voice that slows things down. Then, perhaps thinking she had gone too far, Alisa felt herself shivering uncomfortably. And then, Masachika's nose was lightly pressed against the pillow, and he tilted his head with a sensation he had never felt before. "I beg your pardon." However, his hand immediately pulled away, and the pillow was taken away with a whisper in Russian. Turning away from the light that burned in his eyes, Masachika slowly stood up. Then, blinking, he turned to Elisa, who was holding the pillow in front of her chest with an uncomfortable expression. Sorry. I'm fine now." "Ah yes, well, thank goodness you've calmed down a bit." "No, well, since it doesn't hurt at all, don't think too much about it, okay?" I see. "Ah yes. I'm going now." "I'm fine too, so Alya don't worry too much either, okay?" "Yes." Concerned about Elisa's condition, who was shaking her body uncomfortably, Masachika decided to leave the room immediately. After opening the door, he went out into the hallway without looking back. Masachika closed the door behind him and thought, "I don't know why, but I feel so tired." As he sighed, but he felt someone's gaze beside him and reflexively turned around. "Ah! Sarashina-senpai? Do you need anything?" There, Masachika tilted his head as his eyes met Chisaki, who was spying from the next room. Chisaki then said with a worried half-smile as her gaze shifted upwards. "No, well, the coast is clear, you know." "Coast?" Masachika raised his eyebrows at Chisaki's words and then began to notice the creaking of the bed. Elisa's voice seemed muffled so as not to be heard. "And?" After the noises stopped, Masachika came out of the locked room. "You don't get it." Masachika, who felt he was being misunderstood for something, cried out in denial. However, he also could not explain the somewhat absurd truth that Elisa, who was mounting his stomach on the bed, punched him on the pillow. "Alya-chan? I'm going in." While Masachika was desperately making excuses to Chisaki, Maria sneaked out of the room and visited the first-year girls' room next door. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately opened the door and found Elisa inside, lying on the bed in a small curled-up position while hugging the pillow. Ara, and there? Did something happen?" She then sat up in bed asking this, but Elisa remained silent with her face buried in the pillow and would not answer. As she murmured Maria asked once again. "Did Kyuskun do something to you?" Again, still no answer. However, Elisa turned her face slightly and said, "I don't mean that." Seeing this, Maria made a slightly firm face and clenched her hands into a closed fist. "If he did something strange to you, tell me. I'll lecture Kyuskun." "Don't do it." Elisa finally answered Maria's question, perhaps because she thought Masachika would be subjected to irrational guilt if allowed to continue. "Masachika-kun wasn't wrong at all, it's just..." "Only what?" Looking at her sister's face gently encouraging her, Elisa looked away and answered in a whisper. "Just, by a little accident, he saw the embarrassing part of me." The answer was very abstract, but Maria somehow realized that the shameful part was not the shameful part of her own fault, but the embarrassment of a woman. Despite understanding this, Maria still dared to make a cheerful voice. "I see, actually. It's not so good. Because Kyuskun is the other part. Hey! After all, if it is an accident, there is a chance that someone else is involved, right? Isn't there a possibility that Kaiko is the other party?" As soon as Maria said this, Elisa's expression immediately turned to disgust. Laughing to herself at her sister's easy-to-understand reaction, Maria continued. "Or it could be with someone you don't know. In that sense, if it was with the boy closest to you, it would be a blessing in disguise." "The closest, boy? He? You two are pretty close, aren't you? The thing is, turns out there was another guy I could get along with." Maria spoke softly to Elisa, who was murmuring with her mouth buried in her pillow. "But there's no denying that he's the guy you trust the most, right?" Then it's okay, right? After all, according to Oni-chan, Kyuskun is the kind of person who will consider Alya-chan if you really don't like her. If that's it, I already know. Elisa finally stood up, because she seemed a little bothered by Maria's way of talking. Then she looked at Maria. Let me tell you, don't think anything strange, okay? I trust Masachika-kun and consider him a friend, our relationship is just that, nothing more. Seriously? Really? So don't carelessly imagine the stranger. Just waiting for mom to get so excited is already problematic. Oh, you met Kyuskun at the parent-teacher meeting, right? He seemed very happy that Alya-chan had a boyfriend. Seriously, whenever I go to Masachika-kun's house during summer vacation, he always smiles vaguely, even if I'm just doing homework together with him. But it's just the two of you studying at home, right? I don't think you two dare do that unless your relationship is very close. That's because I've never been friends with other guys, so I don't know how to keep the distance between us. Elisa looked away as she lowered her voice to a whisper, and Maria smiled at her. Alya-chan, how cute. What the hell? Please be the usual Alya-chan, hey? Moo. I won't even give it to Kyuskun. Hey, what a pain in the ass. When Maria tried to hug her with outstretched arms, Elisa pushed her away using the pillow as a shield. As a result, Maria slid off the bed and, after taking a few steps back, her cheeks puffed up. Mao, Alya-chan should do more skinship with Oni-chan. I don't want to. After all, I'm not a child anymore. Even if you are no longer a child, physical contact is important. We kiss each other on the cheek when we say hello, right? Not that it's enough. Sal. Maria looked at Elisa displeased, but Elisa was still looking away with an indifferent expression. After a few seconds, Maria turned and walked toward the bedroom door. Well then. I'll ask Kyuskun to comfort me later. Do as you wish. Okay, I'll do what I want. Elisa just moved her eyebrows slightly and averted them when Maria told her so. Maria replied in a childish tone and left the room. Then, in the empty hallway, she whispered through the door. I'm really going to ask him to cheer me up, you know. After saying this, Maria's expression looked mature and slightly melancholy, a complete contrast to the expression she had shown a moment ago. However, after letting out a slight sigh, she quickly smiled brightly and opened the door to her room. Don't worry, you don't have to force yourself to cover everything. No, I said I didn't want to say. Chisaki-chan? How long are you going to have this strange misunderstanding? Alya-chan herself also said that if nothing happened, you know? Mao, you perverted Chisaki-chan. What? Why me? With her usual smile, she offered to help her Kaoruhei. Kyuskun, come here, come here. After brushing his teeth before going to bed, Masachika, who was about to go back to his room, suddenly stopped when he heard Maria's voice calling out to him. Turning around, Masachika saw that Maria was beckoning to him with her face slightly peeking out of the room where her and Chisaki were supposed to sleep. What's going on? Well, come to the bedroom first. Hey, but... Entering the room where the two girls were sleeping was a bit rude. Before she could say it, the door to his room was already open. The contents of the room in front of her eyes were not very different from Masachika and Tuya's room. There was a large bed on each side and a window in front of it, then there was a small table and two chairs in front of the window. Come on, hurry up, hurry up. Ah! As he bowed his head at the fact that he couldn't see where Chisaki, who was supposed to be there, was, Masachika entered the room waving to her. So. Hey! Two sets of swimsuits that had been dried in the room caught Masachika's eye, and he quickly looked away. Then, when he saw Maria's figure in front of him looking away, he turned away a little. She happens to be in her pajamas, damn it. Chapter 8, Some kind of wake-up surprise? In addition, it is summer pajamas with a thin fabric. Maria's glamorous curves can be clearly seen in her bright cherry red pajamas. Even if it was not revealing, the incredibly seductive and helpless pajamas looked sexy in a different direction than the swimsuit she wore during the day. Isn't that the kind of thing you shouldn't show to anyone but your family or boyfriend? As Masachika thought while looking at her chest area, which seemed to be a little tight there, Maria put both hands in front of her chest and shook her body uncomfortably. Don't look too. I'm sorry. Even if he did it unconsciously, his behavior was really very rude and disrespectful to a girl. When Masachika looked up in embarrassment, Maria said with a slightly shy smile. I usually wear a bra at night, you know? But I forgot to bring it today. Masachika didn't ask about that. He didn't care either. Or rather, please don't carelessly say that you don't wear a bra. I didn't realize it unless she told me. Why are you so direct about it, unlike your little sister? As expected, it's a bit dangly, isn't it? Masachika thought deeply as he allowed his gaze to point higher. He then asked as he examined the area around the top of Maria's head at the edge of his field of vision. So what can I do for you? Well, I just wanted to give Chisaki-chan and Kaiko a chance to be alone. And then, Masachika guessed. Now, in the room where Masachika and Tuya are supposed to sleep. Chisaki is there. So that's what it means. In fact, they had come to the village on vacation. It is natural for a couple to want to spend some time alone together. If this was the case, Masachika had no intention of doing anything insensitive to disturb him. Okay, I understand. Then I'll sleep on the couch downstairs. He didn't know whether Chisaki intended to stay in Tuya's room or sleep in his, and he had no intention of discussing the matter alone. It would be rude to both of them. Therefore, being a chivalrous fellow and a considerate Kouhei, he intended to sleep in the living room downstairs and took the attitude. I know you two talked in the evening, but I don't know anything about what happened after that. I don't know anything about what happened after that. Or so Masachika thought, but... Why? Why don't you sleep here? How could she afford that, right? When his senpai made an outrageous suggestion, Masachika immediately entered the conversation with a straight face. How is it possible for a boy and a girl who are not lovers to sleep in the same room, right? Masha-san's good name could be tarnished. I don't care, do you? I care. When he said this without joking and in a very serious tone, Maria blinked at him and then smiled softly. Phew, if Kyuskun cares that much, I think I'll be fine. Take it easy, okay? I wouldn't even suggest it to a guy I can't trust. Masachika was momentarily speechless at the sheer confidence directed at him with an innocent smile. And then Maria's expression became a little more serious and she wagged her index finger. Anyway, if the other girls caught Kyuskun sleeping in the room, everyone would know about Chisaki-chan's secret meeting, right? I thought it would embarrass Chisaki-kun too. It must be weird for all the Kouhei to pay attention, right? But... even if they don't know that, if Kyuskun catches a cold or doesn't sleep well and can't have fun tomorrow, the two of them will feel like it's their fault, right? So don't worry too much about me and sleep here, understand? Masachika is speechless thanks to his eloquence and strong impulse that is not typical of his senpai, who always seems to have a gentle and friendly personality. While Masachika was still hesitant to nod due to his own ethical standards, Maria leaned forward and looked at him. To-kun. Yes. While placing her fingers on Masachika's chest, who raised an eyebrow, Maria said with an impression as if saying, don't make me say everything. You know, Kyuskun is already sleeping in this room. If she has a reason to, Chisaki-chan can stay in Kaiko's room freely, right? Do you understand? Masachika's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Maria's words. If you really care about the couple, help them by cutting their career short. This was what Maria wanted to convey. Masachika is convinced of an idea he never thought of. No 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 no. As soon as he remembered the serious facts, he immediately shook his head that he was almost nodding. Even if that is true, but... doesn't Masha-san have a boyfriend? I can't allow a girl who already has a boyfriend to do something that makes her suspected of cheating. Masachika tries to reject the proposal because of the presence of Maria's boyfriend. Then Maria slowly stood up and said to Masachika, "Wait a minute, will you?" She then walked over to the bed to the right of the entrance. She picked up the smartphone that was placed on the pillow, played with his smartphone and showed something to Masachika. "If it is here." On the smartphone screen he was shown, there was a picture of Maria hugging a giant teddy bear tightly. "It's not a big stuffed animal, right?" When Masachika tilted his head to ask what she meant, Maria pointed to the stuffed animal in the picture and said, "Let me introduce you. My boyfriend, Samuel-san 3. Hey!" Masachika was surprised by Maria's unexpected comment. It took him a few seconds to realize what was really going on, and he subconsciously patted his forehead. In other words, the rumors that Masha-san has a boyfriend are lies. Well, yes, that's right. So there's nothing to worry about, Kyu's-kun, okay? Ah. The sudden information he received was so shocking that he could not follow his thoughts. While Masachika was in a trance, Maria smiled and sat down on the chair near the window, gesturing for Masachika to approach her. Excuse me. Yes, welcome. To answer the question swirling around in his head, Masachika sat down in a chair when Maria invited him. Then, after organizing his thoughts a bit, he asked directly. Well, in other words, Masha-san is pretending to have a boyfriend as an excuse to reject a boy who is trying to approach you. Without answering Masachika's hunch, Maria looked out the window. The stars look beautiful, don't they? Really? I wonder if it's because the sky is so dark. I can see so many stars. Well, it could be like that. When Maria said this, Masachika also turned his gaze to the starry sky outside the window. After a moment of silence, Maria began to speak. I think this is destiny. T/N note, in the Raw, Maria says "Unme I know 8", which literally translates as the predestined couple. He put the words together without taking his eyes off the window. Without looking at Masachika, he continued his sentence. Someone you love with all your heart. Someone who can make you want to devote your whole life and make you want to spend the rest of your life with that person. Yes, I guess there will always be someone who can make me think that. You mean all the guys who come to you are not the ones you should be with? Well, that's right. Why do you think that? Because, if it's meant to be with that person, you realize it immediately when you see it. Facing Masachika, who was thinking internally, I think she's starting to say something extraordinary, you know? Maria closed her eyes and put her hands in front of her chest. Because it's fate, I think we will definitely meet. Her words sounded like a prayer. The calm part of Masachika simply clicked his tongue as he thought, what an amazing flower garden. No, that's more like a shoujo manga brain. But, faced with Maria's expression that looked like that of a pious saint, he had no intention of ridiculing her. I understand. I hope you find that person. As a result, Maria smiled gently at Masachika, who said something rather harmless. Masachika shuddered when he saw her mature smile and the gentle look in her eyes. Maria suddenly relaxed her expression, tilted her head as she said. What about Kyu's-kun? Hey! On the train, Kyu's-kun once said, right? There's a girl you liked in elementary school, but now you don't want to fall in love again. Yes, that's right. And why is that? Masachika's mouth twisted into a wry smile at the question that dug deep into his heart. When he tried to hide it like always, the look in Maria's eyes that seemed to forgive everything, naturally wiped away his feeling. My parents are divorced. And then he found himself starting to speak. Until now, he had never told anyone about his emotional scars. They fell in love. They loved each other and even had children. But in the end they parted with hatred and avoidance. It's true that they loved each other, but... The voice that his mother was blaming his father resurfaced in his mind. Masachika reflexively frowned at the unpleasant hallucinations that scratched his brain. Actually, what the hell didn't you like? Dad was rarely home because of work, but... He was always kind, and yet he gave up his own dream to devote himself to my mother, but Mom always scolds him. They thought they were careful not to show it in front of their children. However, Masachika, who has been intelligent since childhood, could not help but notice that his parents did not get along. Why did the mother hit father so hard? Did father do something wrong? Masachika had been curious for a long time, but he didn't dare ask such a question in front of his calm mother, but one day. The day his mother yelled at him. He began to understand. His mother was a helpless person who reciprocated affection with irrational hatred. How silly that is! Unknowingly, Masachika found himself spitting at her with hatred. She quickly covered her mouth, but Maria didn't look surprised or frowned, she just tilted her head with the same look. Silly? What thing? Love. It was either driven by the look in her eyes, or by irritation. Masachika raised the corner of his mouth sarcastically and, like a leaking dam, spat out the words he had almost swallowed. Besides, how is it possible to still love a person? No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you give, if your feelings wane, that's the end, right? Once your feelings go away, there's no way to get them back. To be serious about something like that is just stupid. After saying all this bluntly, Masachika suddenly thought that what he had just said was a direct denial of the look of love that Maria had shown him. When Masachika's gaze fell to the ground and he regretted that he had made a statement so carelessly, Maria got up from her chair, walked over to him and gently put her arm around Masachika's shoulder. The soft feel of Maria's hair touching his cheeks and the gentle sensation caressing his head, made Masachika's eyes widened. Don't worry, everything is fine. Maria spoke in a calm voice to Masachika, who was stiff from the sudden embrace. You love her very much, don't you, your mother? Even now? You still love your mother, don't you? In front of such a gentle voice, how could he refute with his remaining emotions? Masachika sank silently into Maria's embrace. Don't worry. Deep hatred is the opposite of deep affection. So don't worry about it. Kyuskun is the kind of person who can love someone well. The words spoken so softly, surprisingly, and easily entered the depths of Masachika's heart. The hand caressing his head seemed to be caressing the young Suao Masachika that he had sealed deep in his subconscious. Why? Why did each of her words touch the recesses of his heart? Why did this person's hand melt his heart so much? If you think about it, it was the same back then. At that time, in the corridor at Sunset Seoul, this person patted himself on the head and admitted that he had fought hard, that he had done well. That was the word he wanted his mother to say when he was little. He wanted her to. He couldn't remember if her mother had said that. After all, he didn't even realize it himself until now. However, that person answered appropriately to a heartfelt cry that Masachika himself did not know. Why, can you understand me so well? Phew, I don't know, why at? Maria skillfully dodged Masachika's direct question. Then, as she hugged Masachika's shoulders, he began to caress her back as if to comfort a child. You can be even more spoiled, Kyuskun. Someone else can spoil you even more. You said that before, right? Kyuskun is cute. Hey, So please love yourself more? Be kind to yourself and you can pamper yourself. I will forgive you. As soon as he heard these words, for some reason, he could not contain his emotions, and tears rolled down Masachika's eyes. Hey! Oh what's that? Despite his own inner turmoil, the tears continued to flow one after another. What the oh, that's a lie, right? He scoffed at himself for crying while being embraced by his senpai, but once the tears started flowing, they didn't stop. What the hell, that's really gross, While Masachika clenched his teeth and tried to hold back tears, Maria held his head in her hands. Maria silently pressed Masachika's face against her shoulder and waited for him to stop crying, not caring if her pajamas got wet. What a feeling that is! With his head slightly clouded by tears, Masachika felt a peace of mind he hadn't felt in a long time. The body heat radiating from Maria's body when she touched him, warmed the depths of her chest. Masachika almost closed his eyes and gave in to the comfortable feeling of the warmth slowly spreading throughout his body, but as soon as he realized that his tears had stopped, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly pulled his body away from Maria. Is that, for some reason, sorry. When Masachika excused himself while wiping his eyes, Maria woke up with a gentle smile. You don't have to worry about that, really. I'm sure Kyu's-kun doesn't have enough kinship. Kinship. Looking over her embarrassment, Maria stewed her chest with confidence. Kinship is important, you know? Although their hearts are connected, if their bodies do not touch, they will feel lonely without even realizing it. Conveying affection through words and actions, of course, is important. But that's not all. Making proper physical contact and letting the other party know you're there for them is equally important. When Maria put her hand on her chest and said these words, Masachika naturally remembered his own circumstances. After hearing that, it's true, when was the last time I kinshipped on someone like that? What crossed his mind was his younger sister, Yuki. Even now, his sister still often hugs and mounts his body. But for some reason, it was Masachika himself who felt embarrassed and pushed her away, and didn't silently surrender his body like before. And when it's with someone other than Yuki? Masachika can't remember. Actually no, if I'm not mistaken. There's that girl. Masachika remembered that the girl was very fond of kinship, perhaps because of her nationality. She always bravely stuck up for him, and her innocent smile made even little Masachika shyly accept her. I understand, since then. Come to think about it, he probably really missed the kinship. Then, feeling very embarrassed again, Masachika tried to look away, but Maria suddenly brought her face closer to his. That's why. Kyu's-kun. Wow, what? I think Alya-chan should skin me more. Is that so? Masachika tilted his head with the corner of his mouth trembling at such a sudden speech in the style Siskin. Then Maria's previous benevolent behavior instantly disappeared, putting her hands on her hips and exhaling furiously. She was a little reluctant to kiss me on the cheek, and when I tried to hug her, she refused. I wish I had more kinship with Alya. Well, please do your best. Mao. At that rate, I'll make Kyu's-kun cheer me up. Why did it get like that? Masachika's eyes widened as he was suddenly embraced. However, Maria quickly let go and smiled happily at Masachika. He didn't understand the reason behind her smile, but, when he saw that innocent face, Masachika somehow didn't care about the details and naturally smiled too. Haha, seriously? I really don't understand Masha-san anymore. Hey? What does that mean? No, after all, our conversations have been disconnected from time to time because suddenly you seem to want to get to the heart of the matter. Ah, how cruel! You make me look like an idiot. No, that's not the case, haha. Masachika laughed at his senpai who was sulking like a child. Then Maria also relaxed her expression when she saw Masachika laughing out loud. I think it's time to go to bed. That's true. In a way, thank you very much. No problem, senpai, no problem. When Masachika bowed his head, Maria waved her hand indifferently. She then pointed to the bed where his belongings were placed underneath. Kyuskun will sleep here on this bed, okay? But isn't that where Masha-san goes to sleep? That's why I said that. I really don't mind, but Chisaki-chan might object if her bed was used by a boy, right? Ah, that's true too. So, excuse me. Successfully convinced by Maria's argument, Masachika slowly climbed into bed. Then Maria also closed the window curtain and climbed into the other bed. So, good night. Yes, good night too. In the dark, Masachika feels uncomfortable hearing Maria's voice and remembers once again that he is sleeping in the same room with a member of the opposite sex. Will I really be able to sleep in this situation? Masachika put on a light blanket with this concern, but somehow he was still tired from the long journey and swimming in the sea? Or maybe he was tired of crying. In a few minutes, Masachika's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile on the other side, in the neighbor's room, 3 first-grade girls are having a slumber party organized by Yuki. By the way, Alya-san, why did you so vehemently refuse to share a room with Masha-senpai? Elisa frowned and answered the question Yuki asked during the conversation. Because then I will be used as a pillow. Hey! Yuki and Ayano's eyes flashed repeatedly at the unexpected response. Masha always sleeps with a very big pillow, or rather, a big stuffed animal? When she travels and doesn't have her big pillow, she sometimes sleepwalks and uses whatever is nearby as a pillow. Era. Well, then, Sarashina-senpai is probably being used as a pillow right now. Elisa laughed when she heard Yuki's guess. Maybe. But if it's Sarashina-senpai, I can try my best to get rid of her. Phew, that's right. Maybe I'll kick her out of bed. That's good. I hope she gives it up and never uses another person as a pillow again. The girls' joyful laughter echoed in the bedroom at night. An hour later, when the slumber party was over and they were fast asleep, in the next room, the flag they had raised was about to be picked up. Masachika woke up slightly with the feeling of something crawling all over his body. What? Feeling a little irritated that his good night's sleep had been disturbed, Masachika closed his eyes and turned his attention to the sensation that touched his body. The long thin arms stretching across his chest and behind his neck, arms? Also, the thin legs interlacing his legs, feet, Then Masachika guessed that there was someone on his right side, playing with him. Then his half-awake otaku brain Masachika immediately understood the situation. What, is it Yuki? A girl sneaking into bed during a vacation trip? This is one of the most cliched events in the 2D world. If it was at boot camp, a sleeping girl might have walked into the wrong room. And if it was on a school outing, the patrol teacher would show up to check things out while the girls quietly gathered in their rooms and hastily hid under the same bed. Well, anyway, how could anyone but his otaku sister try to apply such an event in real life? If he opened his eyes, his younger sister would definitely say, "I've come to you, handsome," while putting on her usual smiling smile. Masachika shook his body with his eyes closed. Under normal circumstances, he doesn't mind serving his cute little sister's jokes. But now, Masachika felt tired from traveling and swimming for a long time. Physically, he couldn't handle his little sister's bad behavior, nor was he in the mood to do such a thing. "Let me go, back off." Masachika muttered incoherently and waved his right arm shakily, trying to shake off the person to his right. He pushed gently with his elbow as if he was pushing something against his arm, but for some reason he just felt his elbow buried in something soft and got no response. In the end, Masachika stopped fighting because he was too lazy to move his hands. "And while I was thinking that if I leave him alone, he will leave later," once Masachika decides that, he goes back to sleep. Early the next morning, Masachika woke up in an unusual sleeping position and was heavy and warm on the right side of his body. When he opened his eyes, there was an unrecognizable ceiling. Moments later, he remembered that he was in a training camp and tried to turn around. But he couldn't move. Because something was on top of him. In the morning, when the temperature began to rise slowly, only the right half of his body, where something had touched him, began to sweat profusely. As soon as he lifted his head and discovered what was stuck on top of his body, Masachika's face hardened instantly. Right in front of her eyes was soft, fluttering brown hair. And her sleeping face was so innocent that it was hard to believe that she was older than he was, and would probably look more lovely than pretty. Further back, the appearance of a villainous presence from her twin hills belied her innocent sleeping face. Phew! After confirming all this, Masachika laid his head on his pillow and let out a long sigh. He understood the situation. He didn't know why this was happening, but he really understood the current situation. Maria's head rests on her right shoulder and Maria's right hand rests on his chest. Maria's soft, plump breasts perched around his right elbow, and Maria's legs were firmly entwined with his. However, since the area under her breasts was hidden under the blanket and could not be seen, he could only glance at her legs. This is just a guess, but... Masachika felt his right hand, which was firmly gripped by Maria's feet, touch the very sensitive spot around the base of Maria's foot. Isn't that already on the table? No, he could barely feel anything, because he was probably under prolonged pressure. In other words, it's the winter's morning scene. Masachika calmly deduced the situation when there was a beautiful girl sleeping next to him in the morning. The image in his brain seemed to be a male man with sexy chest hair, holding a beautiful naked blonde in his arms and wearing a cigar. In fact, next to him was a beautiful brown-haired girl in pajamas, and the two of them were not lovers or anything, just senpai and kaorhei. Well, if we are only senpai and kaorhei, why are we in the same bed? After exhibiting many tsukumai in his brain, Masachika stopped running away from reality. However, even after he stopped running away from reality, he still didn't know why this was happening. Ah, that's why, hey? Is it because I slept in the bed where Masha-san was supposed to sleep, because of his concern for Sarashina-senpai? So Masha-san woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom or something and then went to the bed that she was supposed to use. Although Masachika could guess hard, it was now useless to try to guess why. After all, if he wanted to know the reason, he could simply wake the person up and ask them directly. Masachika turned his head to look up and looked out the window. The attached curtains showed only a dim light, indicating that the sun had not yet risen. He hesitated to wake his sleeping senpai. Besides, isn't this situation too embarrassing for Maria to see her kaorhei? What can I do? I have to escape somehow. After thinking about it for about 10 seconds, Masachika came to the conclusion that he had to run away so as not to wake Maria, and Masachika considered the procedure he should follow. For now, the first thing he had to do was to take care of Maria's head resting on his shoulder. No matter where he went, shaking his head was something Masachika had to avoid. First, he had to remove the shoulders from Maria's head. Sorry. With a whisper, Masachika raised her free left arm and gently placed his hand under Maria's head. He then slowly lifted Maria's head, feeling a little guilty for her brown hair that felt soft to the touch on her palm. But at that moment, Maria shook her head as if she did not want to move and ran away from the hands of Masachika. The difference was only 5 centimeters, but the impact that landed from his palm on his shoulder made Maria cringe. Then he slowly looked up and saw Masachika's face with a sleepy and somewhat distracted look. Gee, good morning. Kyu's-kun. When Masachika greeted Maria with a strange smile, Maria looked at him expressionlessly and called his name in a delirious tone. Then, not knowing what she was thinking, Maria smiled vaguely and dropped her head on Masachika's shoulder in a semi-conscious state. Phew! What is it? Why, Kyuskun is here. No, I should be the one to ask that. She didn't seem to hear Masachika's quiet Tsukumai, and Maria rubbed her head against Masachika's shoulder while smiling wryly. After asking a series of questions in a tone that sounded like she was singing, Maria slowly stopped moving, as if she had found a comfortable position, and suddenly, she began to fall asleep again like this. How dare you fall asleep again and twice with this one? Masachika Tsukumai silently, but Maria had already fallen into the dream world. Really, that? Masachika noticed his senpai's head getting closer each time he tried to escape, and he realized that all his efforts were in vain. So after that, Maria graciously decided to sleep for the fourth time on Masachika's shoulder. After going back and forth from sleep to wake up 4 times, her eyes finally focused. Hey! Good morning! Maria woke up from her dream with messy hair, looked around to see what was going on, and as soon as she understood the situation, she got out of bed pulling the blanket to cover herself. No, please don't hide with the blanket either. You look like a boss who got drunk and spent an exciting night with his subordinate. Masachika threw an otaku-style tsukumai by accident, but Maria didn't seem to hear it and her face immediately turned red, her expression looking stunned with wide-eyed wonder. Gee, good morning. Yes, good morning. As soon as he returned her senpai's greeting, Masachika flashed a small smile and called out to his senpai, whose gaze wandered restlessly. Could it be because I slept in Masha-san's bed? So you somehow unknowingly got in here? Why yes maybe. Well, since this is senpai's first time sleeping here, there are times when that sort of thing can happen. Is it true? As her Kaoruhei looked at her, Maria turned her gaze to Masachika, and noticed that the chest area of Masachika's pajamas looked wet and discolored. As soon as Maria saw it, she immediately stopped moving. Well. As Masachika's words became stuttered as he noticed her gaze, Maria immediately put her hand to her mouth after her body froze for a moment. As you may have guessed, the stain on Masachika's pajamas is the saliva that Maria dripped when she slept 3 times. Perhaps because she found a trace of drool on the edge of his mouth, Maria's already red face turned even redder. And then, when he closed the distance with Masachika, she looked like he was about to cry and held the stain on Masachika's pajamas with both hands. No. Don't get me wrong. I don't normally do that. Oh yes. Really. I don't normally drool like this. Please believe me. I believe you, I believe you. I really believe you, so please don't be so loud. Masachika nodded to his senpai who was clutching her chest and looked up with a tearful gaze, her expression almost on the verge of tears. He nodded and asked to suppress her voice somehow. After all, it was proven yesterday that even the slightest sound could be heard in the next room, and the occupants of the next room had no idea that Masachika was in this room. In terms of time, they could still sleep, but if a girl from the next room woke up to Maria's voice and came to visit this room, things would get very bad. Really? I mean it. On the contrary, it's like a reward, so don't worry about it, okay? Masachika uttered a strange otaku tsukumai due to his impatience. After that, Maria blinked, not knowing what she was thinking as she frowned and quickly distanced herself from Masachika's body. Kyuskun is a pervert. Oh yes. I don't care if they think so. Although he seemed a bit confused as to why he had come to such a conclusion, for the time being, Maria seemed to have calmed down a bit. Then, just as Masachika felt relieved, the situation he had been dreading actually happened. Masha-senpai? Good morning. Did something happen? There was a knock on the door, and Yuki's voice could be heard behind the door. They both turned their heads in the direction of the sound of the blows and immediately thought about what to do. I have to hide somewhere in the closet. Masachika looked around and saw a closet near the bed, so he quickly crossed his legs and tried to stand up. Hide quickly. At the same time, Maria also stood up, shouted in a whisper, and tried to put the blanket in her hands on Masachika. They were on their respective beds and leaning forward. Then their eyes met for a moment. They both said and were surprised by the movement of the other party, and the next moment, Masachika lost his balance and stumbled forward. And to avoid a collision, Maria was forced to lean behind him. Thanks to this incident, the result was careful. Kya. Masachika fell forward, his head landing on Maria's shoulder. By reflex, he reached out and put his hands on the bed, but Masachika noticed that in front of him was Maria's wide-eyed face. Maria's two hands they gripped the blanket tightly, and the scene looked like Masachika is attacking a Maria sleeping. Ha! I smell romantic comedies. At that moment, Yuki sensed something and opened the door excitedly. Then she looked at the two on the bed and was silent. She slowly took her hand off the doorknob with a blank expression and picked up her smartphone while holding the door with her foot. She held the smartphone up to her face and pressed the button. After reviewing the pictures that were taken, Yuki gave a positive nod to both of them, nodded vigorously and simply left the room. Yuki's movements were so natural that they could not move for a few seconds. They looked at the door where Yuki had left earlier, then Masachika quickly moved out of the way above Maria. I'm sorry, Masha-san. Are you okay? Oh yes. I'm fine. Really, I'm glad to hear that. So. I'm going down first, okay? Why yes. Seeing Maria nod, Masachika silently got out of bed and made sure there was no one in the hallway before he left the room. Then, as soon as he saw his little sister downstairs laughing wryly, waving her smartphone and running into the living room. Don't run away, damn you! Masachika went furiously down the stairs. Chapter 9, I don't want to be called a tyrant by you. Let's play the king's game, Sumo game. The second day of training. Contrary to the weather forecast, it started to rain at lunchtime, and when everyone was discussing whether or not to play in the room until it stopped raining, Tuya suggested it. Then, at the same time, shivers ran through Masachika and Yuki's bodies. TO game for normies. The brother and sister thought exactly the same thing in their heads and trembled. There was no particular reason, but somehow their bodies trembled. Not that the two were antisocial, but they were a little surprised when they heard the suggestion. Sumo game, what is that? Beside her trembling siblings, Elisa lowered her head. Maria then raised her voice in surprise. Alya-chan, you don't know it? Sumo game, the Sumo game. Just like I said before, what is it? When Elisa looked at her sister in annoyance, Maria raised her index finger while smiling happily. Fufu, what does Sumo game mean? It is a lottery draw with only one red mark and the rest have numerical marks. The person who draws the red lottery will become the king. This is a game where one person can give orders to other people with numbers. For example, number 2 feeds number 5 or number 4. Kisses no one. After saying this, Maria held her cheeks with both hands while shouting. Kaie. Unlike her own excited sister, Elisa blinked when she heard this explanation. Bibajo. No, you can't give too extreme orders, okay? Just within the limit of common sense. Looking at the surprised Elisa, Tuya added with a wry smile. After taking a quick look around, he said. Well, for example, like. Number 2 tries to tell a funny story or number 3 hits no. 5's forehead, I mean, that kind of light punishment game. Punch me in the forehead. I haven't done that in a long time. As soon as he heard Tuya's words, Chisaki, who was sitting next to him, looked at his own hand and slowly raised his right hand, making a circle with his thumb and middle finger. And when he exerted force on his middle finger practical. Yes, if Chisaki has to hold on, okay. Seeing Chisaki snap her fingers in the air, Tuya smiled gently at her. I thought I heard some kind of unusual clicking noise, but it must have been caused by the friction between the fingers. Sure, yes, of course it wasn't the sound that broke through the air barrier and exceeded the speed of sound. Well, it's all just to strengthen the bonds of friendship. So let's carry out the orders more or less within limits. Let's. Masachika tilted his head and asked internally, okay, but why the king's game? And perhaps sensing Masachika's question, Chisaki smiled and looked at Tuya. In short, you just want to play the normies game well, okay, got it. What? No, that's not the case, okay. Kaohei looked gently at Tuya, whose voice was lowering as his intentions became clearer. As a shadowy exclamation, there must be something he longs for. Tuya awkwardly raised his hand to his Kaohei who were looking at him with a gentle look. Stop. Please don't look at me like that. No, that's right. That's true, too. Let's do that, the king's game. I agree. Then let's set up the lottery first. Don't show your worries. And I've already set up the lottery, you know. I was so excited. Smiling wryly, Masachika and the others got up from the couch they were sitting on, placed a pillow on the carpet, and sat on it. In order, Elisa was to Masachika's right. Over there was Maria, and over there, in other words, Yuki to the right in front of Masachika. Ayano was on Masachika's left, with Chiaki and Tuya in front of her. Then, in the middle of them, there was an empty mini bottle with 7 disposable chopsticks inserted in it. By the way, the disposable chopsticks in question are not square-shaped chopsticks, but round chopsticks that only break off at the head of the chopsticks. They are round chopsticks with the tip of the chopsticks up, and they go into the bottle. Apparently, the head of the chopsticks were marked. In other words, it is impossible to tell the difference because of the difference in cracks. Masachika, with an indifferent expression on his face, immediately wondered whether or not he could cheat before the game started. This may seem like a mere recreational game, but it is a natural preparation. That's because, this game also involves Yuki, who used to cheat. It's such a wonderful game where you can rule whoever you want. How could her younger sister not cheat so that she could rule as she wished? Kaiko, who proposed this game, also has a criminal record in the mahjong game the other day. Is there any chance she prepared some kind of trick with those lottery sticks before the game starts? Well, I'm sure he wasn't lying when he said that, as a matter of friendship, and if he was going to fix something, he definitely wouldn't do anything strange. While thinking about this, Masachika picked up the lottery sticks at Tuya's insistence. After confirming that everyone had taken their share, Tuya began the sign. Shall we begin then? Who is the king? The lottery sticks were thrown in unison at Tuya's command. Ara, am I it? Then Maria blinked rapidly, holding a pair of chopsticks with red painted heads. Apparently the first person to become king was Maria. But Masachika was involved in something else. And that is, as I thought, depending on the direction of the chopsticks, I can see the numbers when I take them out. He hoped that, in the end, this game could still be rigged. Perhaps, or almost to say, even Tuya, who prepared his lottery sticks, did not expect this. However, with Masachika's keen eye that makes rock-paper-scissors an easy game, he can see the lottery numbers whose numbered sides are facing him when the sticks are drawn. And what Masachika can do, so can Yuki, and maybe Chisaki too. Wow, that's bad. I don't know where the numbered side was facing before they pulled it because the chopsticks are round. That's it, if I accidentally pull the numbered side to Yuki, right? Seized at a glance. Feeling a sense of danger, Masachika sneakily tried to make a mark on the tip of the chopstick with his fingernail to see if it could be marked, but he immediately gave up. The chopsticks themselves are quite strong, and because of their smooth surface, he knows that any scratches on the chopsticks will be immediately visible. If so, it's already a game of luck. Let's hope that the bad luck of the numbers Yuki faces doesn't coincide with the bad luck when Yuki becomes king. I am, number 2. Then Maria's voice rang in his ears and interrupted Masachika's thoughts. He then looked at the head of the chopsticks in his hands and reaffirmed that he was holding number 4. Masachika then turned forward and Maria, with her index finger on her cheek, tilted her head and said, the challenge of boiling tea in your navel. Isn't that impossible? Masachika immediately ridiculously interrupted the irrational order after nodding slightly. It seems that Masachika is not the only one who has this impression, because Chisaki asked Maria with a wry smile. What the hell with that order, what does it mean? Actually, when I heard that saying, I thought it was an interesting phrase and I was curious. Can you do that or not? I understand. No, that's impossible. But if everyone tickles you and makes you laugh as hard as they can. As I said, it's impossible. Besides, I have no idea what boiling tea has to do with making people laugh. Masachika nodded deeply at Chisaki's reasonable comment. Then Maria's lips gave a little pout and she tilted her head to the other side. In that case. The bottle cap challenge. I want to see it. Bottle cap challenge. Looking at Chisaki, who seemed unfamiliar with the term, Masachika thought. Why are you trying to give orders in defiance of something? Explain this to him. Was it the challenge to open a plastic bottle without using your hands, which was popular on the internet for a while? From her reaction, Sarashina-senpai looks like you are number 2. Oh, that's right. Chisaki nodded and easily showed the lottery number. Tuya then brought a plastic bottle containing 2 liters of mineral water from the refrigerator. I didn't see it either, but if I'm not mistaken, I think the bottle cap should open with a twist. That even from a video I saw. What do you think a kick in the back looks like? Doing it around the heel, the bottle cap opens gently. Maria nodded to Tuya, who placed the plastic bottle on the floor as he asked. Then, Chisaki stood up while muttering, round kick. To herself. No, how can you do it if there's water in it? After all, isn't it impossible to do it barefoot? You have to wear shoes. Just as Masachika was about to say this, Chisaki turned his back to the plastic bottle that Tuya had placed, and the next moment. Whoosh! Ace! A shadow passed over the end of the plastic bottle and, almost at the same time, you heard some light on the sofa. All 6 of them except Chisaki turned to hear the direction of the voice, and at the same time saw the tip of the plastic bottle with the cap bounced off the back of the sofa and then landed on the chair. And once they turned around again, they could see the plastic bottle with a beautifully cut surface, as if it had been cut with a paring knife. Also, there are no ripples on the surface of the water inside. Amid the hushed silence, Chisaki stood on one leg, bowed her head and said, "Does it mean something like this?" Sim. In response to Chisaki's question, Tuya nodded after a long pause. He had no choice but to wave. A spinning kick too fast. I couldn't even see it. Masachika suppressed his trembling hands as he jokingly said this in his head. Oh wow, Chisaki-chan is great. The challenge is a success. Looking around, Maria was the only one who praised her honestly. The king is different. He has a great tolerance. I'll put the plastic bottle away. In the midst of all this, Ayano stood up quickly, picked up the plastic bottle, and put it back in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, everyone silently returned their lottery picks, and Tuya shuffled them behind his back. Then, when Ayano returned, they put the lottery picks together, and this time Tuya was king. Ah, I am the king. As if to regain his composure, Tuya smiled in a cheerful voice. Then he looked at everyone around and gave the order. Well, then, number 5 must tell a funny story. You're giving very difficult orders from the beginning. Oh, I'm number 5. What a drastic change of position. Maria, who immediately received a terrible order as soon as he was no longer king, thought for a moment with his finger on his lips. Then he began to speak as if he was thinking about something. Oh yeah, since we're going to the festival after that, that reminds me of something. When I attended festivals in Russia, there were a lot of people, right? Maybe thanks to that, the bag broke? Someone near me dropped some apples. They were scattered all over the place, you know. After saying this, Maria immediately covered her mouth. Soon after, Alisa shrugged and laughed lightly. But the other 5 people didn't know which part was funny. To be honest, that was it. That's her honest impression. What does this mean? Is this a Russian joke? No, I don't understand anything. He couldn't understand, but he understood that the atmosphere should not be so strange. If his senpai was joking, he had to respond somehow. Masachika turned his head desperately to find an answer that would lighten the mood. I see. The apple fell and rolled. What a great fun and slippery story. Your Tsukumai is great too, Q's. Yufufu, that is correct. Ha ha ha, Q's-kun. You don't make fun of your senpai's jokes, you know. Ha ha, sorry. The 3 joined Masachika and fought stories they didn't understand against Maria's funny stories. Ayano herself didn't care, as she had already blended into the air. Everyone returned the lottery picks to their original place and immediately moved on to the next game. It's me again. Tuya said while holding lottery picks with red marks in his hands. You're very lucky, Tuya. Oh, is that so? So, a safe request, how about number 3 making a funny face? Perhaps regretting the previous order, Tuya gave an order that could be considered classic. However, in a place with a high percentage of girls, this was also a terrible order in a way. As expected, the girls' expressions were a little tense, and the one who drew all 3 lottery draws was. I think I'm number 3. Unexpectedly, that person was Ayano. Ayano is making a funny face. Ayano, who was usually inexpressive and basically just moved her eyes, made a funny face. This undeniably interesting development caught the attention of everyone in the room. In that tense atmosphere, Ayano was silent for a moment, then she slowly raised both hands and pulled her cheeks with a straight face. Are you a robot that only understands emotions? What is that, called pleasure? It's great that you can join the conversation, Sarashina-senpai. Well, is that right? Masachika's comment was quickly answered by Chisaki, but Ayano just tilted his head as if he didn't understand what was happening. His reaction is that he looks more and more like a robot. Oh yes. Well, let's just say he did that. That's right. Tuya, who gave the order, declared it over and moved on to the next game. So the person who became the next king was. Oh, is that me? It turns out to be Alisa. After some thought, he spoke up and gave the command that Tuya had mentioned as an example. So, number 2 and number 4 will hit the forehead. Ugh. Masachika, who had drawn lottery sticks number 4, unconsciously raised his voice. The reason is because if number 2 is Sarashina-senpai, I will lose. That's what worries him. Masachika looked at Chisaki with a look of hopeful concern and, thankfully, a hand went up across the room. I'm EU. Q's-kun has the number 4. Oh yes. Fortunately, so please go ahead. Breathing a sigh of relief, Masachika parted his bangs and bent slightly toward Maria. Then Maria made a circle with her thumb and middle finger and pointed her hand at Masachika's forehead. Then I'll start. Eei. Maria snapped her fingers firmly, but, because the distance was too short, her entire middle finger, not the fingernail, got caught on Masachika's forehead. It didn't hurt a bit when it hit his forehead before he could gain momentum. Era? Macaw? Apparently it's pretty hard. Well, that takes a bit of trickery anyway, haha. Maria removed her hand from Masachika's forehead and smiled annoyedly. Masachika also laughed weakly because he didn't know how to react. Then show me an example, will you, Kyu's-kun? Ah yes. This time it was Maria's turn to lean forward and part her bangs. The sight reminded Masachika a little of what happened this morning, and while he felt a little nervous, he prepared his right hand. Is it really? Ah! Masachika was holding back since his opponent was a girl, but in contrast Maria's fingernails hit her, causing Maria to let out a small scream and clench her forehead. Muludevadol. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I made that a little harder than I thought. As he hurriedly apologized to Maria, who was holding his forehead with both hands and stewing her cheeks. Masachika felt an unbearable tingling in his heart. No. At the same time, she could see Elisa, who was sitting between the two of them, looking at her with a very cold close-up look. Hot air on the left side. Cold air on the right side. Hey? Is this the entrance to the sauna? No, you gave the orders yourself, you know. Playing Tsukumai on his heart, Masachika pretended not to notice Elisa's gaze and turned to face forward, then returned the lottery picks with an expression of feigned calm on his face. Who the king? When the lottery was drawn again, the lottery drawn by Masachika was marked with a red mark. Oh, I did. Era, Fufu, isn't that the birth of a tyrant? Don't give strange orders, okay? God, you guys really don't trust me, do you? Sticking out his tongue at Yuki's taunts and Elisa's warning, Masachika considered what kind of order to give. I know. Then he smiled at an idea that popped into his mind. How about number 6 singing the Sirei Academy anthem a cappella? Oh wow, that's really embarrassing. Hearing Masachika's order, Chisaki rubbed her arms in shame. Well, who's number 6? Satisfied with Chisaki's reaction, Masachika seeks out a pathetic victim who is a victim of his orders. Them. Right next to him, a voice was heard. Unexpectedly, the person who became number 6 was Elisa. Oh wa, so Alya-san. Let's sing with passion. Ah, yes, let's get up first. While looking at Masachika, who was cheerfully encouraging her, Elisa rose from her seat. Then, under applause and cheers from everyone, he began to sing the school song. At that moment, the expressions on the faces of Tuya and Chisaki, who were enjoying the music, hardened. Masachika also subconsciously retracted his smile. Simply put, she has such a beautiful voice. The order that should be a punitive sanction suddenly turned into an impressive performance by a professional soprano. There was no room for the audience to clap or cheer, and everyone listened to the music. When Elisa finished singing for about a minute, everyone spontaneously applauded. How unexpected! It took me by surprise. Alya-chan is good at singing too, hey? Not very, mediocre, really. No, don't be so modest. To be honest, I was quite surprised. Elisa felt a little strange at Chisaki and Tuya's sincere praise. I was surprised too, you know? I never thought you were so good at singing. Is that so? Elisa casually responded to Masachika's compliment and turned around, but her ears were slightly red. In response to this understandable reaction, Masachika and Maria looked at her with a smile, and Elisa, who seemed unable to bear the embarrassment, quickly returned the lottery sticks while trying to ignore their stares. After that, the game continued a few times, and when things got hot, Chisaki, who was the king, gave the most aggressive order yet. So number 2. Kisses number 1. The command, which was the kind of command that revelers usually give in the Usama game, caused everyone in the room to be surprised and tense. While feeling surprised to hear the command, Masachika realized something. Sarashina-senpai, you saw the lottery number of the Kaiku, right? That was what had worried him at the beginning of the match. He had completely forgotten about it because he was too busy enjoying the game, but just like Masachika, Chisaki and Yuki were able to see the numbers on the lottery choices when they were drawn. Otherwise, how could she issue such an order in front of Tuya as her boyfriend? Chisaki, that request. I never said it had to be in the mouth. Whether it's on the cheek or on the hand, it doesn't matter. So it's still considered safe? By the way, who got number 1 and 2? Tuya probably thought it would not be a problem if he did this between girls. However, number 1 is me. Unfortunately, his speculation was wrong. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that he was on the receiving end rather than doing this. It looks like number 2 is me. Then Yuki, who was sitting diagonally across from Masachika, raised her hand. Q's and Suao, et? As Chisaki expected, such an order. Tuya, who seemed to think that this was not a good thing because of the combination of male and female, frowned and asked Chisaki to withdraw his order. He leaned forward. Then he grabbed Masachika's chin and turned his head towards his own face. All right, Masachika-kun, don't show your tongue to me. She opened her mouth and showed her tongue, and without hesitation brought her face close to Masachika. However, Masachika immediately held Yuki's forehead with his hand, and Yuki's attempted kiss ended in vain. Phew, what would happen if you didn't stop me? Then don't do that in the first place. Holding their chins and keeping their foreheads together, the two exchanged giggles and nervous smiles from a short distance. But for some reason, Chisaki, who gave the order, was the most excited when she saw that scene. Deep kiss? Ooh. The two senpais who rolled their eyes and exclaimed. Oi, there, don't even try to take a picture. Ayuno held up the smartphone silently. And Maria brought her hand to her mouth and widened her eyes. Gee, get out of the way quickly. That's indecent. Elisa frowned and separated the two. Yuki smiled meaningfully at Elisa and suddenly grabbed Masachika's hand that was holding her forehead. Sigh. With a strong stroke, Yuki kissed Masachika's palm. Then he turned to Chisaki with a smile. With that, the request is done, right? Why yes. Yuki asked for confirmation in such a relaxed manner, and Chisaki nodded nervously while holding her cheeks with both hands. For some reason, her reaction seemed very naive for someone who had already dated. Well then, let's go to the next game. Tuya also seems to be a bit uncomfortable, he coughs deliberately and insists on continuing. In a somewhat awkward atmosphere, Masachika wiped the right hand that Yuki had been kissing with his pants while feeling a piercing glance from his right side. No, don't look at me like that, it's not my fault. Making an unmanly excuse in his heart, Masachika took his picks from the lottery as he looked at Elisa. And very soon, he realized his negligence. Damn! I was so worried about Alya that I was less attentive. However, there may be nothing he can do if he is alert. But if only he had been more careful in taking out his lottery picks. Seeing Yuki sitting diagonally in front of him smiling mischievously, Masachika could only grit his teeth. Bastard, she saw, but if Yuki didn't become king, but, that ray of hope was mercilessly crushed in the next moment. Era, it looks like I'm the king. With a wide smile, Yuki held up the lottery sticks with red markings. Then, while hiding her mouth with the hand holding the lottery sticks, she clearly looked at Masachika and Elisa, and then said. So, following Sarashina Senpai's orders, how about kiss number 3 and number 5? In that order, Elisa who was next to him cringed, and Masachika knew that Yuki had already attacked her. Damn, this guy is really ruthless, what an evil order. Tuya, who was the game master, did not interrupt the order. Naturally. It was because Chisaki had just given the kissing order earlier, and soon after, Yuki immediately followed suit. It wouldn't be fair to stop there. But Still, that doesn't mean it's out of the question. Kissing Alya, wherever he does it, will definitely have a bad effect. The relationship between them tends to be strained. No, or is it a plan for the potential opponent to anticipate that? No matter what, this is absolutely forbidden. Definitely not. Alya, who doesn't like to lose, will definitely carry out the order if Yuki provokes her. In an attempt to escape this order, Masachika completely broke his brain. So, who has the number 3 and the number 5? However, once Yuki decided that her senpais wouldn't stop her, she started pushing without giving Masachika time to think. And when asked, Alya stupidly and innocently showed the lottery picks. Number 5 is, me. Erat, Alya-san has number 5, hey? So who gets number 3? While pretending to be surprised, Yuki looked at everyone. Ugh, time is running out, isn't there something? Something has changed this situation. Clenching his teeth inwardly, Masachika looked around, and began to notice something. Number 3 is me. Well, does it turn out to be Masachika-kun? Wow, wait, that is. Maybe I need to say that. Good luck, right? Yuki tilted his head with an astonished expression and smiled mischievously with a smile behind his eyes. But Masachika replied with a broad smile. Who knows? But, too bad, Yuki. Sorry? What do you mean? When Yuki's expression disappeared and his eyes narrowed, Masachika pointed to the front window. Then he declared with a fearless smile. The rain stopped. Hearing those words, Yuki and the rest of the members turned around at the same time and confirmed that the rain had stopped. And immediately, Masachika began to draw the person who had the highest authority in the place. Kaiku, that game only lasted until it stopped raining, right? Right. That's very right. So. Time's up. The game is over here. That's right. It's snack time, let's have a watermelon farewell party. After hearing Masachika's words, the two senpai who were the cause of this situation immediately came together and moved to resolve the situation. And once the president and vice president announced the end of the game, not a single person could argue against it. Smiling slightly at Chisaki, who began to separate her lottery sticks, Maria raised his hips and put his lottery ticket back in the little bottle. Seeing this, Ayano saw his teacher's reaction, and Yuki just shrugged. Okay, it's over. Sensing that Yuki had given up, Masachika took the lottery picks from Alya, who was frozen beside her, and put them back in the mini bottle with hers. Kaiku, let me bring the watermelon. Oh, please. The toothpick. Is the rolling pin in the kitchen? I thought it was there. Somebody used it yesterday. It's understood. Let me help you. When Masachika quickly got up and walked into the kitchen, Alya, who seemed unsure what to do, followed him. Well, where is the watermelon? If I'm not mistaken, it's there. Somehow, they didn't dare look at each other, and rummaged through the fridge for a watermelon while chatting pleasantly. There it is. Masachika took the watermelon he found, but at the same time, Alya also reached out her hand and both hands touched. Alya immediately withdrew her hand shyly. What a sticky mess. While thinking this to himself, Masachika took a watermelon from a plastic bag and cleverly changed the subject. Yes, what was the meaning of Masha-san's funny story before? I don't know where the funny part of that story is. Yet? That in Russia, people sometimes describe a crowded place as no place for apples to fall. Oh, that's the way it is, There is no place for the apple to fall, but the apple falls. No, I still don't get it. When Masachika made that joke, Alya laughed too. And then Yuki suddenly appeared behind them. To the two people who turned around and wondered what she wanted, Yuki told them with a mischievous smile, taking off her elegant disguise as the perfect lady. You ran away, coward. Moreover, he let out a laugh and a mischievous grin, then left the two alone. Oh. Where did the ceasefire agreement you mentioned the other day go? As soon as he screamed internally, Masachika felt a sudden surge of fighting spirit on Elisa's back and quickly calmed her down. Take it easy. Don't let yourself be easily provoked. Yuki's plan was to stretch our relationship. Elisa raised her eyebrows and looked at him, but Masachika hastily raised his hand. So calm down, okay? If you can't take her teasing. And we would have kissed, you would regret it later, right? As soon as she heard Masachika's words, Elisa looked once more at the door through which Yuki had come out with a grim face, then huffed slightly and turned to the kitchen table. So it was a role, right? Oh yeah. Seeing that Elisa had calmed down, Masachika patted her chest in relief and turned to the refrigerator. Holding the watermelon against her chest, she covered the refrigerator with her elbow. No, I would never have regretted it. Ah. Masachika almost dropped the watermelon he was carrying when suddenly he heard a Russian sound in his ear. He almost broke the watermelon, an accident, and quickly picked it up. Seriously, you are? If this was Yuki's plan, he was sure he wouldn't lose. Masachika was sure he could handle any surprise. However, the only Russian phrase in this girl, this made Masachika sigh secretly, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Chapter 10, Love. Around 7 p.m., 7 members of the student council visited the temple, which was about a 20-minute walk from the village building. After climbing long stone stairs and passing under the torii gate, there is a rocky path and the main shrine is right behind. Several food stalls line both sides of a rocky path, creating an extraordinary bustling atmosphere. Oh! No, that turns out to be much more lively than I thought. Masachika, who thought it was just a small local festival, was surprised by the amount of food stalls and so many visitors. Then Tuya, who was wearing a yukata, said with a slightly proud laugh. You are surprised, right? And by the way, the magnitude of the fireworks is considerable. Then at that moment Mikashi will also appear. He will come out of the front of the main temple building and be shown around the temple. Really? The girls in his group were half shocked and half appalled at what Tuya said. All the girls were wearing a beautiful and charming yukata, and Masachika, who saw them, thought, I'm glad I brought the yukata. Fortunately, she asked Ji-chan to send me this yukata. I will be in an embarrassing situation if I am the only person wearing ordinary clothes at this stopover festival. Masachika was relieved by patting his chest because he was almost a person not wearing a yukata. Still, how beautiful and cute are the girls in his group. Chisaki and Yuki with black hair and Japanese faces, plus there is Ayano who doesn't have to look good in her yukata, not to mention that Elisa and Maria are also very pretty, and look like foreign tourists who are trying to experience the kimono. Women with large breasts like these two have the drawback of looking fat when they wear obi. But it was also covered by the kimono. Ayano's maid skills, being in charge of dressing them, shone through. But for Maria, it gave the impression that there is a limit of mass that can be covered by technology. Well, let's take a quick look. So it is. They then decided to check out the stalls that were lined up, starting at the front, but, perhaps due to the side effects of the gathering of many bright and beautiful girls a few minutes walk away, some guys immediately approached. For a group of guys, I didn't know. Hey, are you all tourists? Oh wow, amazing, there is a very cute girl. A group of 6 men who looked like college students at first glance. All are dressed normally and had nothing in their hands, clearly aiming for more than just a festival. As they approached, Tuya and Masachika advanced quickly, but 2 people against 6, it was not possible to protect all the girls in the group. A group of men, scattered to the left and right with a demeanor that seemed accustomed to doing so, blocked the path in a semicircle and directed their gaze at the women. What do they want? If you are wanting to flirt, we don't have time for that. Besides, can you seduce someone else? Omu, we are here purely to enjoy the festival. So if you don't do that, get out of the way and don't stand in our way. Masachika clearly said his denial, and Tuya crossed his arms, intimidating them with his huge body, but his opponent just smiled and wouldn't back down. Oh, come on, don't say that. We are local so we can show you, you know. You are so beautiful. What is your name? Hey, is that your real hair? Oh, you understand Japanese. While he was dealing with the man in front of him, other men were talking to the girls in a familiar way, and Masachika felt an inexpressible sense of disgust. After communicating with Tuya through his gaze, Masachika quickly turned away and stood in front of Yuki and Elisa, looking at the men. Can you really stop? Please don't surround the girls and force them because you'll scare them. If you insist too much, I'll call the police, you know. No, you are exaggerating. I'm not forcing her in any way. Hey, what's your name? Wachuanmu. T/N note, this is the typical situation where a Japanese person tries to speak in English and mispronounces it, because what he is trying to say is what is your name? A man who seems to answer nothing, addressing Elisa and Maria through Masachika with a disgusted expression. Behind Masachika, whose cheeks are writhing with irritation, 2 words are spoken in Russian. Go back to your mountain, you monkey. Ew, how disgusting. The harsh Russian language behind him almost made Masachika surprised, but he knew that now was not the time for that. Oh wah, what kind of language is that? So ridiculous. But then a man laughed and almost grabbed Elisa. At that very moment, Masachika felt his consciousness change in an instant. The thought of trying to remain calm disappeared from his mind. He then grabbed the man's wrist and stopped him. Masachika continued to stare at him as he gripped the man's hand tightly. Don't even try to touch her. His voice sounded as cold as polar ice. At the same time, Masachika's whole body emitted an overwhelming murderous aura, causing the members of the student council, who knew him normally, to choke. The man Masachika who was looking at stopped laughing and took a step back. However, as soon as he narrowed his eyes as if ashamed of himself, he threatened Masachika in a slightly frightened voice. Hey? What the hell is wrong with you? Get your hands off me! A tense atmosphere glowed between the two of them and quickly spread to the surroundings. The 6 men changed their cheerful demeanor and began to feel uneasy. Seeing this, Tuya silently decided, Yuki secretly clenched his fists, and Ayano held the 3 pencils coming out of his sleeves between his fingers. Everyone turned their heads in unison, and at that moment the 2 men in front of Masachika received a blow to the back of the head and fell. It became vice-presidential work, and in an instant knocked all 4 men down without making a sound. What? No way! The 2 remaining men stood back with wide eyes, their faces apparently unable to comprehend the situation. Chisaki then approached them from the front and hit them on the jaw with lightning speed, sending their consciousness flying in the same way as the other 4 men. In a matter of seconds, the 6 men fell helplessly to the ground and murmurs could be heard from those around them who were far away from them. However, Chisaki grabbed the men's necks regardless of the commotion or the stares of those around her, then hung 2 men in each hand and looked at Tuya. Sorry Tuya. Can I leave these 2 for you? Oh, I understand. Hearing his lover's request, Tuya nodded with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. After confirming that Tuya had grabbed the necks of the 2 men, Chisaki said in a relaxed tone. Sorry, how about you guys go first? I'll fold and stack these guys and put them in a corner so they stay out of the way. A verb that should not be used in the human body. Fold and stack. Hey? I want to see him. I'll abstain this time. Masachika immediately intervened with a completely serious face, and Chisaki just raised her eyebrows while saying "Is that right?" So she went to the forest area outside the food stand. A group of 6 unconscious people disappeared into the depths of the wooded area of the temple. For some reason, the bushes in the darkness looked like a gateway to the abyss, and Masachika gently looked away. Then, as soon as he exhaled and cooled his head, Masachika turned to the 4 remaining people and bowed deeply. "Sorry, I put everyone in danger by acting too rashly." Elisa blinked in confusion when the tense atmosphere of a moment before had disappeared and was replaced by Masachika's apology for his emotional outburst. However, she quickly put her hand on Masachika's shoulder and followed up with a stuttering reply. You don't have to apologize. I'm so glad you tried to protect me like this. So please, lift your head up." After that, the other 3 people also opened their mouths one after the other. "Don't think too much about it, okay? If Sarashina-senpai hadn't intervened, these guys wouldn't have stopped. You looked very brave." I was trembling with admiration. "You don't have to apologize for everything, okay? Because it was great. Come on, let's enjoy the festival." Following Elisa, Maria patted his shoulder and Masachika lifted his head. In front of him, Elisa looked a little worried and Maria smiled consolingly. Maria then grabbed Masachika and Elisa's hands. "You two, should we go to where they sell those cotton candy?" "Hey yet. Oh no, I really don't like cotton candy." "Really? Then let's go, Alya-chan." Masachika, who by reflex refused, could only see Elisa and Maria going to the cotton candy stand. Soon after, he regretted ignoring his senpai's concerns. However, how could his mood change so quickly? Even with the forgiveness of the 4 people, he was convinced that he had exacerbated the situation with a momentary anger and then sent his superiors to clean up the mess. Inevitably, Masachika was contemplating his own recklessness. Perhaps sensing her brother's inner thoughts, Yuki approached him and spoke in a whisper. "Well, don't be so pessimistic, you looked great, you know." "Thank you. So, don't think about it too much, okay? It's natural to get mad at a girl, you know? I'm sure Alya-san would have done the same." "No, what the hell are you talking about?" He sighed tiredly, but his mood improved a bit after having an otaku-style conversation with his younger sister. Then Masachika remembered what he wanted to say and turned to look at his sister. "Oh yes. What happened to your ceasefire agreement?" When he asked through his eyes, what was that teasing after the king's game, Yuki looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. "Hey? A ceasefire agreement is something that is signed to surprise a reckless opponent, right?" "Shit, I can't deny that. Besides, it was just a small favor to give you two a chance to become closer. You interfere too much." "What are you saying? Didn't you two get closer during summer vacation?" Not really, something like that." When his younger sister poked and teased him, Masachika denied it and thought again. His memories with Elisa during the summer vacation, as soon as he remembered, all Masachika can remember is Elisa's angry face and frozen body. "My spirit left my body, I was kicked or hit." "Hey? Seriously, my point of intimacy is not rising? More like, did it fall?" No matter how much he thought about it, all Masachika could think about were the memories of the prank he had pulled. Instead of getting closer, Masachika was worried that she would hate that. Seriously, me during summer vacation, too cheeky." Feeling a crisis, Masachika whispered as he watched the Kyujao sisters return to their seats with cotton candy in their hands. I want to go first to get Alya's mood back." Perhaps sensing something in Masachika's face that was full of crisis, Yuki's gaze became gentle due to his concern for his brother. Go ahead. Then I'll use a chocolate banana to teach Ayano how to serve." "Stop, you idiot. I was just kidding, really." Oh, I'll go to the Kataki booth and make the booth attendant cry. T/N note, Katanuki is a game of candy carving. It's a common activity at Japanese festivals where colorful candy molds made of wheat flour, starch, or sugar are carved with a needle or toothpick into shapes of animals, stars, cherry blossoms, etc. Those who can skillfully carve the mold receive a prize. Don't exaggerate, you understand? Oh, right. I'll leave the camera for you, okay? Alright Ayano, let's go. Yes, Yuki-sama. After receiving the digital camera and seeing the two of them heading toward the Kataki stall with great enthusiasm, Elisa and Maria turned back. Turning to them, Masachika involuntarily widened his eyes in amazement. Ouch! What's going on? No, I just thought it was a nice sight, even if you two were just holding cotton candy. Really? What the hell, you mean? Maria brought her hand to her face with a happy smile, and Elisa raised her eyebrows as if she didn't know how to respond. However, these compliments are not just sweet words on the lips, but honest feelings. Yukata and cotton candy. Even with just the two combinations, you can produce beautiful images. To the extent that she could not help but adjust her camera and press the camera button. Oh, wait a minute, if you want to take a picture, let me know first. I don't want to miss a photo opportunity. If you don't like it, can I delete it anyway? I'm not saying that I don't like it, but well, the facial expressions and such. Relax, any expression would make a great picture. Oh, I see. Elisa took a bite of the cotton candy as she turned her head, as if she finally had difficulty in responding to Masachika's compliment. Maria watched the scene with a smile, but when Elisa looked at him, she changed the subject while lowering her eyebrows. By the way, where did Yuki-chan and Ayano-chan go? They went to the Kataki stand over there. Katanuki. How do I explain that? You get a brittle candy board made of hardened powder and you will need to use a needle or a table stick to cut out the images on the candy board. If you can empty it without breaking or chipping, you win a prize or several. That sounds interesting. That game is not recommended for beginners, you know? If senpai is too enthusiastic, the time will pass very quickly. Time? In that case, maybe I should postpone after I finish walking. So it is. How about we go where we want to go first and then we can visit again if we have time later. After saying this to Maria, Masachika suddenly realized that Elisa was looking at a stall that offered games of goldfish fishing. By the way, the cotton candy that was supposed to be in her hand has turned into a simple stick. It's really strange and miraculous. Alya, do you want to try the goldfish fishing game? Yes, I'm a little interested in that. Let's do that then. What about Masha-san herself? While thinking internally, this is a golden opportunity to show my cool side, and turning to Maria, who replied while holding the cotton candy. Because I still have that, so I'm just looking. You can bring that. No problem. Oh, I'll take your camera, okay? Oh yes. Thank you very much. Elisa handed him a stick of cotton candy and Masachika handed his camera to Maria. The two went to the carp fishing stand. Then, after paying 200 yen to the booth attendant and receiving 3 paper-thin poi net rods and a small bowl, the two squatted in front of the vinyl pool. And at this point, Masachika guessed, this guy is an amateur. First of all, if you hold a container full of water in your hand, you will certainly lose. This will only increase the collection distance and accelerate the decomposition of the paper web. Also, looking into the pool is not a good idea. If a shadow forms on the surface of the water, the goldfish will escape. If you try to catch an escaped goldfish with force, it will naturally. The paper net quickly broke and Elisa screamed a little. As Elisa strained her eyes and prepared to catch it again with a second paper net, Masachika pointed the bowl at the edge of the pond and made it float on the surface of the water. Then, using the shadow of the fish pond to direct the little fish toward it. Masachika tilted the paper net to rub the surface of the water. Oops! Without losing momentum, he threw the goldfish into the aquarium in a circular motion. Maria cheered when Masachika caught 2 or 3 goldfish one after the other. Oh wow, Kyuskun is amazing. Masachika was so pleased with the praise that he demonstrated the skills he had fully acquired. Originally, he intended to give Elisa some advice after showing off some of his skills, but, unexpectedly, Maria's applause was so good that Masachika ended up catching 3 fish at once. In the end, when Masachika finally finished his 3 paper nets, the aquarium was full of goldfish. In terms of numbers, there were approximately 30 goldfish that he managed to catch. Oh wow, that was a wonderful performance. Phew phew. Masachika smiled at Maria's applause, and as soon as he turned to her, his smiling expression hardened when he saw Elisa looking sadly at her empty plate. Well, why should I be satisfied with this overwhelming victory? After all, this is not a game. Masachika realized that he had forgotten his goal of keeping Elisa in a good mood and was too busy catching goldfish by himself. Where did the plans come from to teach him to catch gently and show his good side? Well, Alya, do you want me to show you how to catch it? There is no need. Thank you very much. Masachika offered his suggestion even though it was late, but Elisa rejected it and stood up and handed the broken paper net and the bowl to the stall attendant. Masachika also regretted his actions, refusing to accept the goldfish, and immediately went after her. Ah, there's a yo-yo fishing shack over there, you know? This time, how about we try it? He then took Elisa to the nearest yo-yo fishing shack to make up. The game appears to be time-based and costs 100 yen for 30 seconds. Colored water. Balloons float in a hollow oval water pool shaped like a stadium track. Seeing this, Maria raised her hands. Oh, I want to try. So, me too. Then how about the 3 of us do it together? The 3 crouched down next to each other and held a fishing line with a small hook with a 4-pointed end. Then, as the booth attendant counted down, everyone pointed to the water balloon rubber band at the same time. Ah, oh, God. Elisa and Maria struggled desperately with a light and unreliable fishing line. The hook did not hook as expected, and even when attached to the rubber band, it fell off immediately and could not be removed. 20 seconds passed and neither of them could get their hands on the yo-yo balloon. Meanwhile, Masachika was looking for an opportunity, while also being aware of the 2 people next to him. They both seemed to be fighting. Well, now it's time to show off my skills. Here, I will skillfully catch 3 water balloons for the 3 of us and make up for our previous failure to catch a goldfish. Motivated, Masachika looked at the surface of the water. With 4 seconds remaining, the long-awaited opportunity finally presented itself. Now! Masachika quickly hooked the protruding elastic in the opposite direction of the chain and pulled the fishing line diagonally upward. Then, the moment the rope is tightened and the hook is tied, the 2 rubber bands that surround it are tied. Young man! Hey, 3! Oh wow, that's incredible! Masachika caught 3 water balloons at once, just as he was aiming, and smiled. Then the 30-second countdown sounded, but at the same time, the hook that couldn't take the weight slipped off the rope and fell to the surface of the water. The sound of objects falling on the surface of the water was followed by splashes of water, which splashed on Masachika's feet and then on the 2 people on either side. Oh, I'm sorry. Feeling guilty for getting his beautiful yukatas wet, Masachika quickly grabbed a handkerchief, but hesitated to hand it over, as he had already used it to wipe his hands. Meanwhile, they were wiping up splashes of water with their own tissues. I apologize. Don't worry about it. It wasn't intentional after all. I'm not very wet either, so don't worry about that, okay? On the other hand, Kyuskun should also clean it up as soon as possible. Oh, yes, sorry. Masachika panicked a bit when Maria was about to wipe the water splashes on her yukata. In the end, they won a yo-yo from Masachika's capture, and each of them got a water balloon yo-yo that he had planned. As for Masachika himself, he really felt guilty for soaking his yukatas. And no, not yet. There is still a chance to make peace from here. Masachika reconsidered this and was determined to show a good side, but even after that, all his efforts were in vain. At the shooting range, Masachika manages to knock over the doll that Maria wanted, but the impact of the fall damages the doll's face, creating an awkward atmosphere. When he tried to buy yakisoba as an apology for getting his yukata wet, the manager of the yakisoba stand thought the three of them were in a suspicious relationship and made a series of statements in a very vulgar manner. In the ring toss game, Masachika wins the first prize, but a little boy waiting in line behind him starts crying because he lost the prize he wanted, and it makes him uncomfortable. For Masachika himself, he really didn't want the present, so he gave the little boy some game software and made him stop crying. Once he did that, the happy atmosphere of the festival that he had ruined, he couldn't get it back. I don't know why, but I'm sorry. After seeing his parents pull the boy's hand away while bowing their heads, Masachika apologized to both of them. Why are you apologizing? You did a good thing. No, for some reason, from the very beginning, I always spoiled the fun atmosphere of this festival. Masachika laughed to himself, and Elisa said with a slightly confused laugh. It's not Masachika-kun's fault. Here, eat something sweet and cheer up, okay? Then, looking away a little, Elisa pushed the chocolate banana in her hand toward Masachika. Tea, thank you. For a moment, the thought of indirect kiss or Maria-sama watching passed through his mind, but Masachika almost instinctively bit into the chocolate banana in front of him. But, to avoid an indirect kiss, he tried to bite the middle, but it turned out to be a bad idea. Ah! The broken banana broke where Masachika bit it, and the top half fell off. Elisa quickly reached out to grab it, but the cut part of the banana bounced off Elisa's hand and fell to the ground. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry. Era, how awful! While Masachika was stunned by his own mistake, Maria bent down and picked up the fallen banana. Well, how about we wash our hands while we throw out the garbage? Yes, you are right. Oh, Masachika-kun, just wait here. Oh, I'm going to. Wait here. Masachika offered to accompany them, thinking that he could not leave the two girls alone, but Elisa forcefully told him to wait here. So Masachika guessed that they were going to the ladies' room for another reason. Ah, so, be careful on the way. At the same time she guessed, she regretted that she had made such an insensitive comment. Then, as she watched them with an indescribable feeling, Yuki and Ayano came from opposite directions. Sorry to keep you waiting, Masachika-sama. Ah! Did you finish playing Kataki? Yes. When I managed to carve Nyarlathotep and Shub-Nigurath, the Aji-san in charge of the stall was about to cry, so I finished the game. I can't even imagine the design, but I know the difficulty is very high. While answering faintly, Masachika let out a long sigh. Yuki raised an eyebrow when she saw her brother's expression that looked somber. What's wrong, my Unii-chan-sama? Did something happen? Yuki, maybe I can't make it anymore. Oh, what's wrong with you? You're about to cry, right? Yuki's cheeks twitched and Ayano blinked repeatedly when she saw Masachika's face that looked more depressed than before and complained. However, before Masachika could explain the situation, Tuya and Chisaki approached them, and Masachika just sighed once more and then turned his attention away. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Oh, okay. Sorry. Because of me, things ended up like this. Hey? Don't think too much about it, okay? Instead, she can be alone, Tuya child. Era, you two are very close. Well, because we are a couple. Ara ara. Phew phew phew. The two veterans smiled a little shyly, but they also looked pleased. Masachika shrugged with a wry smile at the sight of the happy couple who seemed to be far from violent. Then the five of them talked for a while, and soon after, Elisa and Maria they came back from the bathroom. Then, as the seven were discussing where to go, they heard the sound of drums coming from the main shrine. Oh, Mikashi showed up. Does that mean it's time for the fireworks? As Tuya said, 3 Mikashi of various sizes could be seen coming toward them from the main sanctuary in the middle of the cobblestone streets, and people were moving away from each side to make way. Masachika sighed inwardly as he moved toward the edge of the rocky road as well. The fireworks show is coming, that means the festival is about to end. This time I really messed up a lot. Masachika is depressed because his attempts to clarify the many mistakes he has made to Elisa have increased them. Then he felt that the elbow of his yukata was interesting, and when he turned around, Masachika saw that Elisa was frowning at him. Mao, don't make a gloomy face like that again. Didn't I tell you the other day? Look. Elisa made her words ambiguous, for she was a little concerned about the whereabouts of the 5 people on Masachika's side. But the word look was too abstract for Masachika to understand what it meant. Look, the last time we went out together, in front of my house. In front of your house. Elisa was impatient to give him a hint, but still couldn't remember anything in her mind. When we went out together. In front of my house, you mean in the hallway of the apartment? Is there something? While Masachika was going through his memories while looking around, Elisa said angrily, Mao, and touched Masachika's cheek with her index finger. Don't you remember that you really can't understand a girl's heart? Hey. I'm sorry. Masachika blinked repeatedly as his cheeks were poked. Elisa, who looked at his face for a moment, suddenly smiled slightly and looked happily at Masachika's face. Still. Masachika-kun might also be depressed at such a failure, What does that mean? Of course I can. When Masachika raised his eyebrows slightly as if to imply, it's natural, right? Elisa frowned in displeasure as she looked at him. After all, you always seem relaxed and can handle things with ease. I don't think you should get depressed when things don't go well. If it looks like that, it's because I showed it that way on purpose. In fact, I'm often depressed. After saying this, he immediately regretted having said something unnecessary. Idiot! What is the use of showing my annoying side? Masachika was insulted internally, but Elisa just replied, and walked over to Masachika and lightly touched his arm as if to lean on it. He then gently took Masachika's hand while looking forward. Alya? Masachika blushed at the sudden handshake, but Elisa silently opened her mouth without turning around. From now on, show me that figure without hiding it. Hey! Me too. I want to support you, you know? Because we are partners. Elisa's lips pouted and she looked a little displeased. However, it was clear that it was all just a disguise to hide her embarrassment. Whether she realized it or not, Elisa was still airing her grievances. It is not in my nature to be constantly helped by you, so once in a while, let me help you too. What kind of order is that? Contrary to the tone of her voice, Masachika suddenly laughed at the order because its content was so funny. A moment later, Elisa narrowed her gaze. And scratched Masachika's hand that she held in hers. What a bore, don't laugh. Ouch, sorry. Although he apologized, his facial expression was still smiling. Elisa's clumsy but direct words warmed Masachika's depressed heart. Thank you. Just your attention is enough to make me feel good. He looked directly into Elisa's eyes and said softly. That was Masachika's sincere intention. In fact, Elisa's words and feelings saved Masachika's heart from the pool of self-loathing. However, Elisa doesn't seem to think so. Why? Even though I've said that until now, are you still saying that? Yet. Masachika is confused by Alisa, who frowns at him in a really dark mood. Then, feeling that his previous words have been interpreted as righteous feelings, he hastily apologized. No, that's not what I meant. That's enough. I'm hot. When he said this softly, Alisa suddenly let go of his hand and turned around. Why yes. Don't follow me. And after saying this, he walked away at a rapid pace. Masachika's outstretched hand lost its place and wandered in the empty air. Still. Should I go after her or not? As he felt nervous, this time his sleeves were pulled back. Turning around, Masachika saw Yuki, and behind her he could see Mikashi parading closer. Masachika-kun, the camera. That. Masachika then handed his digital camera to Yuki. He then faced the portable shrine and took a picture. Kaiku, Sarashina-senpai, would you like a group photo? Really? Thank you very much, Suao. He then started taking pictures one by one, including the rest of the group. When Masachika looked at these, Alisa soon returned. That. Masachika then handed his digital camera to Yuki. He then faced the portable shrine and took a picture. Kaiku, Sarashina-senpai, would you like a group photo? Really? Thank you very much, Suao. He then started taking pictures one by one, including the rest of the group. When Masachika looked at these, Alisa soon returned. Welcome back. Be relieved to see that she is back. Masachika could only tilt his head slightly when he saw what was in Alisa's hand. A white folding container. After peeking through the hole a bit, it turns out that what Alisa brought was takoyaki. Did you want to eat like that so badly? Obviously not. He replied with a sharp look. Alisa then continued with a slightly sadistic smile. How about we play a game? Yeah? Play a game? Yes. Then Mikashi's procession approached them, and the attention of the other student council members focused on the parade. However, Masachika and Alisa just looked at each other, ignoring the commotion around them. Don't you feel sorry for running away without carrying out the order given by Yuki-san? Yes. No, but, right. Alisa's unexpected words made Masachika remember Yuki's order, which was kiss each other, and it made him uneasy. As he felt uneasy, he lowered his voice after looking at Yuki, who was standing behind him. That was a strange, bad idea, right? I don't care. I hate it more when people think I'm a coward on the run. Alisa looked directly at him with a determined look, and Masachika subconsciously looked away. Still, in an attempt to convince her, he looked around and looked at Alisa. But, you want to do it here? When Masachika asked as if to make sure, Alisa smiled at him. That's why I proposed this game. If you win, I will cheer for you after we return to the village. That's right, I will gently pat your head on my lap and kiss your forehead. Yeah, really? Unwittingly imagining this scene, Masachika asked in a serious tone. Alice, who always has a strong tsundere behavior, gently comforts him through the lap pillow on her thigh. Moreover, she would even kiss him on the forehead. Although Masachika was no longer feeling depressed, his offer was still very tempting. Alisa raised her chin provocatively to Masachika, who was interested in her offer. But of course you have to take the risk too, okay? My lap pillow is not so cheap. So how about you win? That's right, how about you get me out of here? Hey! Alisa just smiled as Masachika blinked repeatedly. How about you take my hand in this crowd, take me to a lonely place, and kiss me there? Yes, passionately, what do you think? Masachika's cheeks contracted as he heard her words. What an embarrassing scene. It's no longer the climax of a drama. I'm sure everyone will be surprised, right? But I'm serious, Ha ha ha. But probably. I would also feel embarrassed if I lost. I need you to do that too. So, how are we going to compete? In response to Masachika's question, Alisa laughed and happily held up the takoyaki package. The rules are simple. The person who eats the wrong filling for this takoyaki Russian roulette is the loser. Russian? Only for Alya? Why would such a thing be on the festival menu? Hey, what's on it if I'm wrong? Takoyaki with lots of wasabi. That's the stuffing that comedians usually eat. I mean, can't you just eat it and get away with it? After saying that, he thought again, no, if it's just the two of us, what's the sense of holding back? If I don't eat, then the other party eats. But Alisa just shrugged as if she knew what Masachika was thinking. In that case, we will guess that the amount of takoyaki in each is wrong after we finish eating them all. If we can't guess, we'll consider it a draw and have a second game. You could have guessed, but also by lying and saying it wasn't true. If that's the case, be a gentleman about it. Oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. In that case, I'll let you choose between going first or second. Which do you choose? Then I'll go second. After thinking for a moment, Masachika chose the second round. Then Alisa stabbed the takoyaki in front of her and threw it into her mouth without hesitation. Okay, now it's your turn. Okay. And then Alisa offered him a bowl of takoyaki with a teasing smile. Seeing her expression like that, Masachika felt safe. That person must have done something. First of all, this rule is very beneficial for Masachika who likes spicy food. However, Alisa's attitude somehow seems very confident. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be afraid of losing when he eats takoyaki. From all these clues, one can infer, in other words, he was cheating. Because she was so sure of her own victory, she was able to act like this. Oh, I see. You're going to pay for what you did by not appreciating my attention, that's what he meant, Apparently Masachika's earlier words, your attention alone is enough to make me feel good, had accidentally offended her. Sensing the true purpose of this game, Masachika gave up. Well, anyone would be upset to have worked so hard to build up the courage to help and even be completely rejected. No, that's a misunderstanding anyway. However, although it was a misunderstanding, the truth is that he refused Alisa's kind offer. One could say that Masachika humiliated a girl who had the audacity to do that. If that is the case, then he must pretend to be fooled by Alisa's trickery as redemption for his actions. He loses gracefully, acts with passion, and receives Alisa's disdainful laughter. If that makes Alisa feel better, she will gladly do it. I really don't like the spicy taste of wasabi. With that in mind, Masachika decided to put 1 and 2 takoyaki in his mouth. Hey? You didn't throw it away, hey? When he put the third takoyaki in his mouth, Masachika felt a little strange and surprised at the same time. So this is the last one. After saying this, Alisa still showed no signs of hesitation and brought the fourth takoyaki to her mouth with a teasing smile. Her face showed no sign of itching. Coincidence? Even by her behavior so far, Alya is sure to win. Was it just me that didn't get the wasabi takoyaki until the end? Look, this is the last one. Why yes. While he was thinking about it, the takoyaki container was thrown at him and Masachika stuck a toothpick into the last takoyaki. However, she still didn't stop thinking during that time. Something doesn't seem right. But, the match against Alya, her adamant behavior, cheating for sure. Ah! Then Masachika realized something. There is only one answer that explains all these drawbacks. The opposite. There is no cheating. In fact, what if all the time, there was no such thing as takoyaki stuffed with wasabi? If that were the case, all your preconceived notions were wrong. Yes, it is not a winning strategy. On the other hand, this game. If there was no wasabi takoyaki from the beginning, then of course I wouldn't eat it. So, according to the rules, I have to guess which takoyaki is wrong, Alya. Whether it is true or not is only Alya's judgment. In other words. Yes, in other words, for Elisa, this is a game she must lose. The moment he realized this, Masachika felt shocked and moved. He was hit by an indescribable feeling and smiled a little. What a clumsy way to comfort. He intended to comfort Masachika under the guise of being a punishment for losing the match. What a kind companion. But if you don't do this, you won't be able to cheer me up, right? And it's my fault for making you think that. He understood everything and put the last takoyaki in his mouth. Masachika then chewed, but, as expected, it still didn't taste spicy. At that moment, Elisa smiled spontaneously and, "This is my victory." She muttered something like this. Masachika was sure his hunch was correct when he heard these Russian words. Well, since I figured it out, how could I let her lose like that, right? Speaking internally to himself, Masachika then widened his eyes and quickly closed his mouth. "Oak, how spicy! Eat. Oh, I seem to have lost." He swallowed the takoyaki in his mouth, then looked up to meet the gaze of Elisa, who was blinking at him in confusion. Seeing her expression that seemed to be a mixture of confusion, Masachika smiled, then took the takoyaki container from his hand and passed his arm around Elisa's waist with his other hand. "Then how about we go now? Elisa-san?" Yes. Masachika asked mischievously from very close quarters, and as soon as he saw Elisa's eyes widen and nod, he grabbed her hand and ran from the scene. Masachika-kun." Yuki's surprised voice sounded behind him, but he ran without looking back. Leaving the five behind, Masachika and Elisa ran toward the Torii gate. Masachika continued walking through the crowd, taking care not to bump into Elisa. As they passed the portable shrine Mikashi and saw the Torii gate, they heard a loud bang, a loud explosion and large fireworks appeared in the dark night sky. Catching it out of the corner of his eye, Masachika kept running. After passing through the Torii gates and down the stone steps, they finally stopped when they came to a small gravel-covered parking lot. The parking lot itself was a little higher, and from behind they could see the night view of the city by the Sand. The fireworks show blooming in the night sky. They walked in silence across the parking lot until they reached the wooden fence, where Masachika finally let go of his hand. After about 10 seconds of standing side by side watching the fireworks, Elisa suddenly said "ei" in a high-pitched voice. When he turned around, he saw Elisa looking at him with a grim expression. But since the reason was obvious, Masachika felt no panic or nervousness. "What does this game result mean? What are you talking about? Come on! Don't play dumb with me. I know you didn't lose. But why did you pretend to lose? Elisa herself knows very well that there is no spicy takoyaki in this takoyaki. In other words, it was all Masachika's performance, and Elisa's victory was just a gift." When Elisa raised her eyebrows to ask what this meant, Masachika looked unperturbed and tilted his head slightly. "In that case, let me ask the opposite. What? Why were you trying to pretend you lost?" As soon as he heard Masachika's words, Alice understood. He realized that all his plans and intentions had been exposed. Masachika smiled at Elisa, whose eyes were wide and her cheeks were red. "Ha ha ha, well, you need another 10 years of experience to fool me." After smiling triumphantly, Masachika changed his expression and looked at Elisa with calm eyes. "Thank you very much for trying to cheer me up. But I am very well. I'm very happy with just your feelings." Hearing Masachika's sincere words, Elisa opened and closed her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she just pouted and turned her face to watch the fireworks. Masachika couldn't help but smile wryly and turned to look at the fireworks as well. The two watched the fireworks in silence for a while. Multicolored lights decorated the night sky and explosions shook the air. Feeling it with her whole body, Alisa whispered, "How beautiful!" "Yes." As he nodded at Alisa's words, Masachika suddenly thought, "Ah, crap! I should have answered with 'You're the prettiest,' right?" While thinking like this, Masachika looked at Alisa's face. Alisa's figure lit up by colorful fireworks and appearing in the dark with red and green light. Still looks so beautiful that it would make others' jaws drop. But... no, I can't see straight. It must look much nicer in a clear place during the day. Thoughts that were not very emotional or uncomfortable like that appeared in Masachika's mind. But at the same time, he didn't know if he should continue what he was saying. Masachika then looked forward and organized his speech while fireworks exploded with a loud sound. "It's so beautiful." The murmur was drowned out by a loud sound that shook the night sky. After looking at Alisa's face and making sure that his Russian was not heard, Masachika turned forward while holding back a little embarrassment. "Too bad. I don't want to do that again." Masachika desperately held back the itch that tickled his heart, clenching his back teeth to keep his expression from collapsing. But suddenly, there was a hand gently placed on his right shoulder. What? Masachika thought they would kick his right shoulder, but before he could turn around. Alisa's lips pressed against his cheek. He could clearly feel Alisa's lips and the tip of his cheek. Of his nose touching her cheek. Masachika's body froze with the unquestionable sensation of a kiss. His brain was completely confused and he couldn't even hear the sound of fireworks. The faint sound of a kiss reached Masachika's ears while he was still dazed, and Alisa's body moved silently away from him. When he finally moved his eyes to the side, Masachika saw Alisa's face that was still a little shy, but still had a teasing smile. 10 years before you fooled me. What do you mean by that? Alisa said this proudly while playing with her ponytail. Hearing her words, Masachika remembered his comments and orders from Yuki, but the impact of Alisa's kiss was too great to ignore. Why you, what? When Masachika stuttered while holding his cheek with her hand, Alisa gave him a satisfied expression and lifted her chin. So where is Masachika-kun going to kiss me? Masachika's eyes widened and his breath caught in his throat when he heard Alisa's words. Yes. If I grab Alisa's shoulder here. Would Alisa answer? Such a ridiculous thought crossed his mind, and Masachika quickly dismissed it. And when he thought that he should also retaliate on her cheek, Masachika immediately thought it was impossible, because Alisa's too beautiful face appeared in the darkness. Press your lips against that white skin. How could such an insolent act be tolerated? When Masachika thought this, he even hesitated to kiss the back of her hand. If that's the case, he thinks it's better to choose his clothes, but kissing other people's belongings is similar to what a pervert does. On the other hand, his identity as a man needs to be questioned if he is the only one who refuses. Kiss from the other side here. After a few seconds of feeling the internal conflict, Masachika decided to approach Alisa and put his right hand on Alisa's ear. Masachika's fingers touched her ear and Alisa closed one eye in amusement. However, she immediately changed her expression and looked directly into Masachika's face. Looking back at her, Masachika gently reached down with his right hand to grab the ends of Alisa's hair, and let his lips kiss her hair. Then he immediately released the hair in his hand. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and squirmed wildly in his brain. His own behavior had pushed him beyond shame. Why the hair anyway? Now that I think about it calmly, kiss the hair. Isn't that the first place only good-looking guys can do it? Even though he chose kissing her hair as an escape, since he knew very well that kissing her skin directly was impossible, but on second thought, realizing that it was a very crazy act, Masachika beat his head violently in his brain. Fu, fu. Then, suddenly, he heard a laugh, and Masachika's eyes widened in fear. Alisa then looked at him with a surprised expression as she brought her hand to her mouth. Fu, for a second, I thought you were going to kiss my lips, but it turns out, you kissed my hair instead. Don't bother me. I'm sorry if I'm a coward. Masachika looked away in embarrassment and a little shyness. Alisa's smile widened when she saw Masachika's reaction like that, and suddenly she lifted the hair that Masachika had just kissed, then... that... Alisa smiled at Masachika, who widened his eyes as he was speechless. Coward. And when she said this teasingly, Alisa suddenly put her arm around Masachika. She put her arm around Masachika's arm and hugged him tightly, then turned to the fireworks and rested her head lightly on Masachika's shoulder. My goodness, what a troublesome fellow who can't understand a girl's heart. She said this in a tired tone, but with a mischievous smile still on her face. That face. Asterisk. Oh, I see. Masachika couldn't help but notice. He was forced to notice. Alya, you're... All this time, he had been cut off from reality. But now, having come this far, he could no longer shy away. Masachika. He could not pretend not to notice Alisa's love for him. Even if he noticed, but Masachika only felt a tightness in his chest. But I... As he clenched his fists tightly, Masachika looked up at the sky. For some reason, fireworks that used to look so beautiful now seemed distressing and fleeting. Unaware of Masachika's inner thoughts, the fireworks display continued to bloom and disperse one after another. The momentary, beautiful light reflected the shadows of the two people leaning against each other on the ground. Epilogue, the past that must not be forgotten. Ara, Masachika-chan, are you going out? Yes, I'm going out for a bit. I see, take care on the way, will you? I'm leaving. Masachika greets his grandmother and leaves home. After finishing the training camp of the student council, Masachika came to visit his paternal grandparents' home. On this day, he decided to go to a certain place with determination. Very good. Gathering some of his spirit, Masachika began to walk slowly under the scorching sun. During the student council training camp, Masachika realizes Alisa's love for him. I don't know what this love is about. Is it just a vague feeling that the person himself is not aware of, or is it a clear feeling that Alisa is aware of? If it is the latter, does Alisa have any desire to be in a relationship or not? Masachika himself doesn't know. But now that he was aware of it, he couldn't pretend he didn't know as he did before. No, before he pretended not to know. Masachika thought he had to solidify his feelings and figure this out. How should I respond to Alisa's feelings? As for me, do I like Alya? It was a question that had been asked countless times since the day of the training camp. If asked whether I like it or not, Masachika would definitely say I like it. Instead, he even felt something akin to affection. He also felt something that resembled the joy of love. But I don't understand. When asked if it was really love, Masachika himself really didn't understand. No, you could say that he was trying not to understand. And the reason is very understandable in itself. Love, do I remember? He couldn't help recalling the memories of the past. About him falling in love with a girl. And Masachika hated himself for having forgotten that girl and not being able to trust his own love anymore. So, in the end, he pretended not to see. That's how he got away with it all this time. But, if I go on like this, it's useless. Now he had to stop running. Don't use this girl as an excuse to run away from love again. He must put an end to his past love, to move on. There is someone who falls in love with him like that. There was a senpai, who gave him the courage to be like that. Because Kyuskun is the kind of person who can love someone well. Accompanied by the words spoken in a gentle embrace, Masachika moved forward. He walked toward that park full of memories with that girl. The closer he got to the park, the more familiar the path he was walking became. Masachika's heart broke and he emitted an endless stream of disgust and rejection. Even after making a decision, his pace was still slow and thoughts of running away like let's go home again or maybe I'll do it another time came to mind. Still, Masachika kept walking while holding back the greasy sweat dripping from the hot sun and the nauseous feeling swirling in his stomach. It took more than 30 minutes to reach the destination, which normally takes 10 minutes to reach. Ah, this is the place. As soon as Masachika saw the entrance to the park, he felt strangely calm. It seems that the object you feared all this time without knowing its true identity has acquired an entity and you are no longer afraid. Masachika himself was a bit confused by the sudden change in his calm. Could it be that he really didn't want to avoid it anymore? Or maybe it's because it's not a square with many play facilities, which is the place of his best memories. The place where little Masachika always met the girl was only one part of this whole big park, and its place was along the sidewalk from here to the other side of the park area. Well, I guess I'll check them in order. Contrary to his light-hearted tone, Masachika was convinced and came out with firm resolve. He walked slowly along the boardwalk where he met families and a man who was jogging. Ah, that's where I played frisbee with that girl. In a large open space surrounded by trees, memories of Masachika's past reappeared in his head. As he looked at the area around him, his memories of being with that girl returned one after the other. If that is the place where I used to hide playing hide and seek. Ah, that slide, we slipped together. There is nothing special about it, it is just a childish game full of nonsense and childishness. However, for Masachika, who at the time had never experienced such a childish game in his life, the days he spent with that girl were always pleasant. The pure admiration the girl had for him was the most pleasant thing, as well as her blue eyes looking at him. Thanks to his mother's disappointment, his frozen heart began to melt. He felt he could do anything for her. This road. Ah yes, this is where I was attacked by a dog on this road. Masachika recalled the past with a sense of calm and serenity. The days he spent with that girl were still beautiful and bright, but his heart felt no pain with that brightness. You no longer need to be haunted by the feeling of loss. With a feeling of relief in his heart, Masachika suddenly stopped in the square of the fountain that suddenly appeared in front of him. And this place, where I got separated from that girl. Yes, when he found out. The door of that memory, that was sealed deep in Masachika's heart, began to open. Masachika. What? As usual, they rested after playing together. The girl usually called him by his nickname, but it had been a long time since she had called him by that name. And Masachika turned to see what was going on. Then, the always cheerful girl had a somber expression on her face. And then she said. Yes, the girl said something shocking. Not in Russian, but in Japanese. Masachika was surprised by her words and as soon as he regained consciousness, the girl was gone. Is something wrong? Let's hear the story again some other time. Thinking like this, he visited the park again the next day, but the girl was not there. No matter how many times Masachika visited the park and searched for her, but he could not find the girl. Maybe I can see her today, I cannot see her today, but I will see her tomorrow. He kept repeating the faint hope and futile disappointment. After a month, he finally realized suddenly, I really can't see you anymore. And not long after, the Sumo family called him back to his grandparents' home. Then his father told him that he and his mother were getting a divorce. At that moment, memories of the past resurfaced in Masachika's mind. Oh wow, genius! When did it happen? If I'm not mistaken, he's still in kindergarten. So his father told little Masachika, who exclaimed when he saw the policeman. His father said, so cool, right? Actually, Tio-san used to want to be a policeman. Why didn't you do that? When Masachika innocently asked this question, his father just smiled a little sadly and said, "Because I found something more important than my dreams." At the time, Masachika didn't understand what he meant, but later found out that the Suao family was a family that had served as diplomats for generations. He then found out that his father had given up his dream and became a diplomat to marry his mother. Masachika was shocked when he found this out. What his father said was more important than his dream was his mother. His father prioritized the woman he loved over his own dreams. Very cool. My father is so nice. Yes, Masachika respected him a lot when he was little, but... I'm sorry, Masachika. From now on, Mom and Dad will live apart. However, why? Why did my mother betray my father's dedication and efforts? Why don't you appreciate Dad's efforts? Don't you appreciate my efforts? Okay, I understand. Masachika didn't need to understand that. He doesn't need to understand this. His mother. That woman was just a piece of crap who couldn't even give affection to her own husband and children. That alone is enough. Then, I'll follow my father. He didn't care anymore. I was tired. All his efforts were in vain. Those days of trying to get his mother's attention were useless. All completely useless. So he threw it away. A mother who never answered no matter how hard she tried, a grandfather who was still forced to work hard, and that family that made his father give up his dream. Masachika throws everything away. All he needs is his father and his younger sister Yuki. From now on he will live his life thinking of them as his family. As long as his father and Yuki are here, I'm sorry Nii-sama, I'm staying in this house. However, as soon as Masachika visited his sister's room, Yuki got up from the bed and said this without hesitation. Unexpected words. Masachika was surprised at the strength of will that his younger sister displayed. Are you worried about your asthma? Then don't worry. No matter if you don't stay here, your asthma won't get any worse. If you want someone to take care of you, you can take Ayano with you. Although I was confused, I tried to persuade Yuki while feeling impatient. However, Yuki never shook her head. Why? There is nothing good in this house. We'd better leave this house. Yuki just smiled sadly when she saw Masachika's outburst of emotions shouting bad things about her mother and grandfather. But, if I leave this house, Mom will be alone. Yuki just said that. Hearing the words she said and seeing the look on her face, Masachika could say no more. At that moment, he immediately understood. He had always thought that his sick sister whom he had to protect, was much more mature and had much stronger desires and deeper love than he did. Suddenly, Masachika feels ashamed of himself. Feeling deeply ashamed of his own pettiness, he emotionally complains and blames his family. But Suao Masachika's pride refused to accept this fact. So do what you want. Realizing somewhere deep inside that he was just adding to his list of shyness, Masachika shouted this and left Yuki's room. And without even looking at Yuki's face, he spent his days thinking she will definitely apologize to me, there is no way Yuki will leave me, or if she apologizes, I will forgive her as her older brother. On the day of his farewell, Masachika saw his younger sister with her mother. Finally, he realized his stupid misunderstanding. The one who threw everything away was Masachika, but why did he feel that he was the one who was thrown? He left the Suao residence feeling empty, as if a cold wind was blowing in his chest, leaving no trace of joy. Beside him, his father kept apologizing to him with a look of apology all the while. After that, the grey days continued for a while. His days passed very quietly without the expectations of his grandfather, the admiration of that girl, or lessons to learn. Not knowing what to do or what he wants to do, Masachika just went about his daily life in laziness, his mind. That's right, let's join the Sire Academy. In a way, this is a kind of revenge. He will enter the school that his grandfather wanted, without the help of the Suo family. Then he will tell his grandfather and mother with a statement, "The fish you released was big. They have lost an unparalleled heir by their own foolish actions." With these twisted motives, Masachika began studying for the entrance exams, and managed to get accepted into Gakuen Academy without any problems. What is happening? Feel it. You can get into a school like this after studying for half a year. As expected, I am extraordinary, I am a special person. Satisfied with this, Masachika attends the admission ceremony with great enthusiasm. So there, the person who became the best student was accepted in the school and made a speech as the new student representative. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Suo Yuki and I have been asked to give an introductory speech as a representative of the new students. His own little sister, the last one left from the Suo family. His sister gave a welcoming speech with good manners and dignified behavior. Seeing her healthy body and good growth, Masachika finally realized that he was not a special person. He is someone who can be replaced. A truly worthless person. The real trash is himself. He is always emotional and is always motivated by other people. If you don't depend on others and find excuses, you can't do anything for your own motivation. Moreover, he trusted them without permission, and if the other party did not respond as he wished, he would be selfishly disappointed. Unable to love his immediate family, Masachika left everything to his beloved little sister. However, his little sister still treated him gently with her helpless self. She always put on her goofy otaku face so as not to make him feel guilty, and she was never ashamed to tell him how much she liked Masachika. Her younger sister tried to protect family ties, having to bear the heavy responsibility of being the heiress to the Suo family. Every time he sees how spacious her heart is and how bright her soul is, Masachika feels depressed. Masachika sat on a bench near the fountain square and sighed as a stabbing pain shot out of his chest. It really hurt. Starting with the memory of being separated from that girl, the chain of past memories he recalled was truly terrifying. I feel like I just want to die. It's not about whether he likes Elisa or not. First of all, why did he act so arrogantly as to think he deserved to be with Elisa? He was just a small empty vessel, wandering around looking for someone to trust. How can you be sure that you are compatible with Elisa? How absurd! From the beginning, Masachika never had the right to think whether he liked her or not. Surrounded by people with lovely souls, did he make the mistake of thinking that he had become one of them? Bastard! Naturally, cursing himself came out of his mouth. When Masachika remembered his old self, he was a helpless brat more than he thought. During that time, Masachika always thought that everything was his mother's fault. But it turns out that he was wrong. Now he could understand. The direct cause of that family's disappearance was no other than himself. Until then, they each had their own thoughts, but they were careful not to destroy the family form. Their mother also protected their last line of defense by not letting her children see her hit her husband too hard. However, only Masachika broke this line of defense. He didn't even try to hide his hatred for his mother and his rebelliousness. Perhaps that's the reason his parents divorced. They may have decided that it is no longer possible to keep the family together. So they all went their separate ways. Yuki is now desperately trying to protect the family ties that Masachika cut. The younger sister who loves her family more than anyone, even though she has a heavy responsibility as heiress to the Suo family. What? Suddenly Masachika felt like crying. His chest heaved and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Whether it was out of his own unworthiness, affection for his younger sister, or pity, he didn't know the answer. Unknowingly, Masachika gritted his teeth and tried to hold back the tears. Now he wanted to hug Yuki, hug her little body with all her strength. Masachika sighed with mixed emotions and stood up from the bench. His original goal of visiting a place of memories with that girl and to resolve a past love, was unfulfilled. But now, he thought it was enough. From the beginning, he thought he was not suitable for Elisa. No, Masachika was sure that he didn't deserve anyone. Someone who hated and destroyed his own family. He was the one who failed to protect his only beloved sister. Masachika feels that he does not deserve to have a love that leads to a new family bond. Even if he could get her, he felt he would not be able to take good care of her. Let's go home. Without murmuring to anyone, Masachika began to walk. The summer sun burned his skin, but his insides were so cold that he could not feel the heat. It was as if the organs inside his body were being replaced by cold clay. His whole body felt as heavy as mud, and Masachika felt very uncomfortable. He walked slowly to the sidewalk and just followed the path. When they came to a crossroads, Masachika stopped. If you choose the path to the right, it will lead you to the exit of the park. If he chose the path to the left, it would lead him to a square, with lots of childish games, where he spent most of his time with the girl of his memories. Masachika hesitated a little, and slowly entered the left path. Masachika himself was not sure what the reason was. Was it because he decided to explore all areas of the garden so that he wouldn't have to visit it again, or maybe his mood was so desperate that he thought of hurting himself to get more out of his heart? Not knowing the answer, Masachika kept walking while lowering his heavy head and looking at the ground. A short time later, the paved road turned into a sandy gravel road. Slowly lifting his face, Masachika saw a box that looked much smaller than he remembered. A sandbox surrounded by sidewalks and 4 red swings lined up. In addition, there was a small fence to prevent anyone from running into the road. When he was little, he always felt bored with having to walk among the little winding fences before he could run to the girl. While laughing at the thought of his former self, Masachika turned his attention to the left. There is a dome-shaped gambling facility with a hole in it. And on top of that, there was a familiar figure looking up at the sky. Someone who shouldn't be here, his thoughts stopped. When Masachika was stunned and looked at the figure with a stupefied look, the person who was looking up at the sky suddenly lowered his gaze. Keeping Masachika in sight, she lifted her hips and half slid down from the gaming facility with a slight sway. Then, when her feet touched the ground, she walked slowly toward Masachika. She stopped in front of Masachika with a slightly melancholy expression, but there was also a sad smile on his face. She told Masachika, who was panting, with a sense of satisfaction. It's been a while since I've seen you, Masachika.